we should be live. Hello, everybody. It's another week, another creator spotlight. It should be markedly less rotten than last week. Jake stepped in today, and I could hear that he was full of life. He was not full of rot today. That said, he is reading something right now, and he will be giving you his visceral reaction in approximately, checks watch, 5 minutes. But
Man, I fucking love pickles.
in the meantime, Meister, would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure, I guess. I am MeisterTea. I'm a random fucker on the internet who likes to write snoot fics and spends too much time on a Discord server that's populated mainly by a bunch of people who like this Dino Scaly visual novel game called Snoot Game, and I want to hug that gator. I guess I could say I kind of joined the community around, actually, it's getting close to about a year now. I think I picked up Snoot somewhere back in like March of last year. It was from one of the Buoy.
It's buoy.
Buoy. Yeah. It was I think it literally was the Buoy Snoot Game Made Me Feel Things video. And I watched like the first 2 minutes of it, and I got to the point where Anon is talking to Reed and the alarm bells go off in his head, and it's like, all right, I have to play this game. So
yeah. It's funny you
that's
mentioned Bowie. We've collected him.
We
He's
have
in our
him.
pocket now.
We got him somewhere around here.
Yeah. I'm sure if we shouted loud enough, we could drag him in here for a second, but that's besides the point. No, you've got a handful of fics written. Would you like to go ahead and belt off the names of said fics, so if anybody's read them, they will recognize?
Yeah, sure. So at least my two biggest ones that people will recognize me for, well, three biggest ones people will recognize me for would probably be Porcelain Doll. That one's a more recent one. That one is a completed work. Ashes of Gaia. That was actually my first fic that I started writing. That one's not complete, but it's 4 or 5 chapters in. And then I have a bit of a reputation for having written the thing that Jake is reading right now, which is Sage Makes Pickles. I also have Sage Makes Beef.
I finished reading it.
Yeah.
It's very pickly.
Yeah, you can kind of see how that would garner a reputation.
Yeah.
Sage Makes Beef Stew, which is not like the pickle fic at all, but has a name like it. And then I have Miscellaneous smut that I've written that really isn't worth discussing. But at least in terms of how I'm more known within the community, I probably am equally as well known for proofreading a ton of stuff for a ton of other authors as well. So I'm involved with the likes of like Swan Father and Herlock and Falling Sun. Haven't gotten the proofread for Smooth Rock yet, but at some point, actually, no, what the hell am I saying? I did proofread for Smooth Rock. So I do a lot of kind of more behind the scenes stuff, cooking and ideating and discussing in threads and shooting the shit and bouncing ideas off people. So, but I would probably say I'm less widely known for that. That's more just kind of how I'm known in the community. But that's enough sucking myself off. But
I mean, this whole podcast is supposed to be sucking you off, so like it's perfectly fine.
True.
Are you flexible enough?
You know, I mean, I'm 6'4". I could probably get my spine to like reticulate it.
Points at Humo. Short.
It's not even short. It's just everybody's so fucking tall.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's the weather down there?
You know,
tell me how the grass tastes, little man.
On set right now, Jake, the way our sprites are set up, I could literally just throw a haymaker over my shoulder and hit you square in the fucking nuts.
You would have to touch my balls then.
It only takes one to shatter him, bud. And I'll take that shot.
Yeah, but then you have to live knowing you touched my balls, and you don't want to do that, do you?
What is this, like, fucking, like, South Park-esque, like, comeback here?
I'm just giving the energy back that I received, brother, man. It ain't that hard.
Anyways, yeah, the proofreading stuff, we are very well aware of at this point, given that we've interviewed a handful of people that you've proofread for, and they like to mention how helpful it is to have a nice little proofreader helping them get through their chapters and shit.
Yeah, no, I mean it's really fun to be involved in that side. Well, I say fun in it's always fun to be able to read the stories early and just kind of know like a day or two or a week or two ahead of time of oh, everybody's wondering what's going to happen in this chapter and I kind of have to stand there and keep my mouth shut, but it's also just nice to be able to help them out and then, be able to work with them in the background if they have questions or want somebody to bounce stuff off of. So
Mhm.
and also it's just good because then it kind of forces me to read other people's fics and see other people's styles and kind of see, okay, what are people doing that I like? And maybe I adapt a style or I adapt, a way of phrasing something or, I pick up some new bit of syntax or, I see an error or see an error that somebody else isn't making that I see that I make in my work. And it's just mutually beneficial.
Hmm. Makes sense. I mean, we learn by observing, right? So figuring out ways to improve your own craft through others is usually a pretty typical thing.
Yeah. Well, you learn by observation. You also learn by doing and, having to go through somebody else's work with a fine tooth comb, line by line, word by word, punctuation mark by punctuation mark. It helps you to kind of tune your eyes. So,
That makes
I have
sense.
to I have to know
yeah,
who came up with the line, "Got a girl that bellows. She blows into me like a bellows, and I blast her with that intergalactic baby batter."
that was me.
I fucking knew it.
I,
I had it in the brain, and I was like, he wrote that shit.
I also came up with the one about the psych ward and the raptor chick blew me for a grilled cheese and ham sandwich.
Szechuan ganja landed me in the
Yes.
Holy Stone psych ward. Shit
Yes.
was insane. Raptor chick sucked my dick for a ham and cheese sandwich.
Yep, that was also me. And then I heavily modified the line at the end about the Saturn V ink got shit on my whip. But
Yeah.
but everything else in that story was swan and smooth. Though I will say I did do the art for that by tracing over the Dracula flow and then like putting Inko's smile on it.
Oh, is this the ink flow one?
Yes.
Yeah, ink flow.
Mm.
Ink flow is
Which I would not consider to be one of my works, even though my name is on it, but I did proofread and helped out with it.
it's
So my name was put on it.
it's so good. I fucking love it.
Yeah, I know that one was kind of like based off of Caveman Flow, right? Which I did read on stream at one point. I don't remember where the fuck it was, but that did happen live, and that was a fun little experience. Maybe at some point I'll have to go through ink flow on stream on like one of my fucking gorilla streams. But
yeah, careful where you go through that one. That one's like borderline explicit.
I'll just keep a little quieter on that one. It's not gonna be like the stream title. It'll be like halfway through, you're there type deal.
It's okay. He can let me read it, and I can say all the slurs.
Yeah, there you go.
I think
Anyway, here's Wonderwall.
I think YouTube will still shoot me, Jake. I don't think it matters if it's you or me saying it. I think they just hear the word and they say, die. And then suddenly I'm not on the site anymore.
But they'll send their assassins after me, so it's okay.
After
Listen,
they've
man,
scorched earth.
I'm holding this fic for a friend. This isn't even mine.
Look, Mrs. Wojcicki, I know your ghost is over here, like, presiding over our stream, but, like, just saying. You gotta let the peak lie where peak lies, you know what I'm saying?
We will not be silenced.
Hell no.
But before we get too much into like writing process and everything and like more of the intricacies behind the scenes and whatnot, I think probably a good place to kind of kick things off into is just talking about the games in particular. And you mentioned having been brought in by Bowie.
Bounties.
Video. Huh?
Bounties.
Bounties? Oh, right, the bounties. Let me go grab those real quick. Sorry, I'm already in like fucking
You're in interview mode.
Yeah. So each week we got bounties. Weeks. So we did up to week 19 last time and week 20. Jake.
We didn't get anything for the special.
There was nothing. However, there was a submission for the previous week's bounty. So I'll flash that up on screen real quick, because why not?
It's a little treat. Nobody wanted to draw penis. It's fine. Thank God nobody wanted to draw penis.
I think everybody was still reeling from that.
I think if I ever see penis again, I'll make sure he doesn't see the light of day.
I think that's kind of the end goal. So you might be playing into their hand, but that's fine. This was a submission for Week 19's bounty, which was essentially put one of the Puppet Pal gals in a costume. And
Judy L.
Judy L here. This one's by Bicycle. Better late than never, I suppose. Toriel Juby. And then, because I have display capture on, Bowie's playing Wildlands. Tom Clancy, baby. Yippee.
That's okay. I'm covering him up with my teacup, so.
Pour the tea on him. It'll be really funny.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is the only piece of art we have to show this week. Have fun with it, fellas.
It's Juby. Everybody's favorite.
Juby.
I'm still happy that fucking Heather got some love for once.
I'm still looking at that schizo art, man.
I mean, you always look at like anything schizo related.
Fucking cartoon ass gulp.
He's a cartoon ass character sometimes.
No fucking way. Me? Nah. I'm straight edge.
Did you forget yesterday when you fell out of a tree in Vintage and you made like a fucking Tom and Jerry ass scream?
Didn't you want to play that on stream?
Yeah, sure. Let's pull that up real quick. Why not? Grab it's just titled The Scream.
It was a very loud scream.
Oh god.
I think it's, if you want to skip all the intro scruff, it's all the way in the middle somewhere.
What do you think Lanny would do if you showed up?
Because we do that sometimes. Remember, like when he'll say like "what" and then nobody says anything.
I don't
And
think
it's
we
like,
can hear.
What?
Oh wait, sorry, because it's on the stream.
Yeah, that's a scream, alright.
God, I love temporal storms. That was obviously clipped by, I believe, Dragon.
Yes.
That Clip City fucking channel is very nice. I hope it gets used more for those types of moments.
Indeed.
But, yeah. Where was I before all this? Right, talking about the games. And then we pivoted into showing one image. Yeah, so you were brought in by Bowie, and that was with the Snoot game video, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Basically, yeah.
I'm assuming you first dove into Snoot game then.
Correct. Yeah. So I played Snoot game first, and then I played Wani like a week or two after I finished Snoot game.
All right. So you kind of had an idea of what was gonna, at least some of like the, not themes, but like the, what's the word I'm fucking looking for here? You kind of knew what you were getting into since you had seen a video on the game.
I would say not really, actually. Because right, with Bowie's video, I legitimately watched it's like a 22-minute video or something. I watched like the first like 2 or 3 minutes. I got to the part where there's the Reed conversation in the gymnasium, or the auditorium, right, where he realizes that Reed knows that he has the like Saturna book or whatever, the anime book. And then it's like, okay, this game is going to be hilarious. I got to go play this. I knew that I knew about at least the theme of ending one. So I knew that there was some shit going on, but outside of that, and outside of having watched the first 3 minutes of that video and seen like maybe 1 or 2 images somewhere and knowing that it was a parody of Goodbye Volcano High, I knew nothing about Snoot game going into it. I got fucking blindsided.
Right.
By this game.
Tone was the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
So you said you kind of had like a little bit of an idea of like what was going on with E1. To what extent? Because like that's one of those ones where like if you go into that completely blind, that catches you way off guard.
I knew that it was we'll just call it the 4chan special. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I can talk about that on YouTube, but I knew the event that happened, that in that ending, and that was all that I needed to know about that ending. And it's like, oh, great, there's an ending where that happens.
Right.
What the
Okay.
fuck? What the fuck is this game?
I think the professional term is school snooting.
Yes, yeah, correct. The school snooting. I knew that happened in E1. I did not know any other context about it. I just knew that was one of the endings where it's like, oh, great, that's an ending.
Right. So none of the lead up or the I guess
Nope.
quote unquote payoff emotionally for what happens.
Correct. I had no idea that this game was going to take me behind the woodshed and fucking old Yeller.
Oh, hey!
Yeah. Oh,
Same
yeah.
wavelength.
Yeah. Nah. We'll get into that as we talk about it, but.
All right. So then, yeah. So you went in mostly blind, then only having a little bit of an idea what was going on. So I know when I played Snoot Game, I had like. By that point, I had played Wani, so I had an idea of kind of what I was stepping into, given past experience. But long time ago, I remember coming across Snoot Game and being like, "Huh, what's this little thing?" And seeing it was free, and like, I should get to that later. And then kicking that can down the road until I eventually came back upon it. What a can to kick! Should have picked that up earlier. Is what it is. But yeah, when it came to playing the game, though, I guess one of the ways to go about talking about this is what was the order of endings you got?
I got E4 first. And then I had a emotional collapse for about a week.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose I could get a little bit more into that. It's not super personal. I can talk about it disconnected enough at this point, but
Somebody is
some of
accusing you of cheating on for E4.
Somebody is accusing me. Meister cheated. Hey, Falling, how about you fuck off? I didn't cheat for E4, you bastard. No, I got E4 first, and even E4, some of the themes of it, I guess the part of Anon and Fang taking a break when Anon goes off to college struck a little too close to home for me, let's just say. And that actually was the point that I kind of fell apart with E4. Not in not liking it, but just like that was the point where like the emotional bottom fell out for me, and it was like, holy shit, what the fuck is this game? Why is it making me feel like this? And then, you get through the rest of E4 and it's great and it's happy, whatever, whatnot, but that stayed raw for me for about a week. And then eventually I found the Snoot Discord, Snoot House or Snoot Club or whatever it's called. I don't know. One of the channels is called Snoot House and the other one's called Snoot Club, but I'm in a million fucking Discord servers at this point. So that's a whole other can of worms. But yeah, so did that, and then I kind of didn't want to play any of the other endings because I knew that for how much the good ending devastated me, I didn't want to touch any of the other endings, knowing that one of them was the school snooting. I didn't want to know what the other two were. I kind of, learned through osmosis eventually what the other two endings were, and eventually did go back and actually play the other three endings, but that was like months down the road after I had been shanghaied into working on Ghost in the Snoot with Arlock and Falling and Schmoopy and whoever the hell else was working on that in the thread. So eventually writing and participating more in cooking and discussion threads of the game, right? I had to play the other endings at some point, but by that point I was emotionally hardened to it, so it didn't quite hit me the same. Still wasn't fun, but didn't quite have that same raw, visceral impact that the first time I played it did. So, if you have to say what order I got them in, technically it was like 4, 1, 3, 2, I think.
Okay.
That's some whiplash right there.
Oh, well, right, but it was like 4, pause like 4 or 5 months, 1, pause like a month, 3, 2.
And that's with like absorbing information regarding the endings.
Well, right, exactly, yeah, right. Going into 3, 2, 1, I knew at that point basically what happened. I just hadn't played through and seen all the little nuanced detail and the build up to it.
So at that point, it was less of an emotional reaction and more like a, okay.
Right, exactly, right. I knew what happened in all the endings. I just didn't know the build up to it. So it's like, oh, that's
everything clicked together.
oh, right, it's like, oh, that's what the date is for, E1, 2, and 3. Or like, oh, that's how Trish is a cunt in E3, and that's why people don't like her, and they say she jumps the shark in E3, and oh, that's why people say E3 is a really shit ending.
It's really shit.
Right, narratively speaking.
Yeah.
It has plot holes. Sorry, go on, yeah.
I think one of the cool things about the endings, and I think I've talked about this before, is that it really does like color the characters in certain ways and adds insight to like how they act and like how they would react in different situations and whatnot. To your point, like why Trish is such a cunt in fucking E3 versus how she kind of redeems herself to some extent in E4, and that type of stuff I think is important to know whenever like you're going into like writing and whatnot, because you want to be as informed as you can be on that like a character in order to like write them to the character, realistic to the character, so to speak.
Oh yeah, for sure. And right, that's why as I got more into writing, and especially not just helping other people with their writing, but also when I started doing my writing, I really had to like, okay, if I'm gonna write a fic that is about E1, I have to go and fucking play E1.
Right.
As much as I really don't want to have to do that, I have to go and force myself to do that.
Got to be informed on the content.
Right, exactly. I can't write an ending and have not played that ending.
Yeah, fucking Jake, what was the order you got for Snoots?
It was because I had already played Wani at that point. It was just straight down the line, and it was 4, 3, 2, 1. I did them in order.
You played Wani first. Interesting.
Me and him are both Wani bros.
Oh, okay.
We love our gator wife. Smiles.
I do. I do love Wani, but it doesn't hold the same kind of place in my heart because I played Snoot Game first.
Right.
I really
that's how it goes.
Exactly. I feel like most people are like that, right? It's which one did you play first? That's the one that's going to have devastated you.
Yeah, I want to say we've had like maybe one or two people on this spotlight that have kind of counteracted that, but otherwise, yeah, that seems to be the case. Usually the first one you go with is the one that like you're going to have the closest attachment with.
Yeah. Well, and I guess if you want to talk about order for Wani, that one I actually did get E2 first, and I didn't realize I was getting E2.
Uh-oh.
So that one was a bit of a punch in the face.
Yeah.
It's like, everything seems to be going pretty well. Oh, fuck. Oh, God damn it.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Hey, look at them. Look at their cool new sprites. They look so happy.
Give me a beer, Skinny. Throws a bottle.
Hey, her dress looks pretty nice. This is probably a pretty good ending. Oh, fuck.
Oh, she's working in an art gallery. Oh.
I know. It was like, oh, this it makes sense. The date, oh, wait, it's the date that she wants to go. Oh, fuck.
Big old boo womp fills in the screen.
I think I got 2, 3, 4, 1 on one.
That's a pretty accurate. I was gonna say accurate, but that's not the right word to use. This is like a pretty schmoovin, ending. Sequence.
Yeah, right. And two was blind. So then when I think 3 was kind of semi-blind, where it's like, okay, I think this was the right decision. I think that was the wrong decision. And I did that, but I still fucked up the Ben route. So then after I got 3, and it's like, okay, that wasn't the best ending. There's got to be a better ending. I did go and look up, and it's like, oh, I fucked up the Ben part. And then I went back, and then I got 4, and then it's like, okay, now that I know that, now I'm just going to choose the opposite of everything. And it's like, aha!
Aha!
Murder!
We do not stick the landing.
It's a sociopath.
Man. Yeah, fucking...
Man.
I got, I think it was E3 blind, and yeah, the reason being I fucking missed the Ben part, which I still hold... I sit there and I say with my full chest, there should have been another part where you can talk to Ben about it to get the story later on.
I agree.
But yeah, no, I think it was because I did it on stream. It was E3 first. Did I save E4 for last? I either did E4 last or I did it right after, and then 1 and 2.
I think you did it. I think you did E4 last. because you were like, you did E3, then you did E2, then you did E1, and you were like, I need
I need my
grace from this
copium.
health. I need grace from this health. Please save me. And then you did E4.
Yeah. Fucking.
I feel like I feel like emotionally that's the right way to do it. Is whatever you get blind first, and then you go right ascending order 1, 2, 3, 4, saving the best one for last.
Right, because you want something good after some of that fucking stuff. You need a little bit of help.
Exactly. I mean, right. It would it would speak to your character, one could say, if you got E1 blind on either game first. But if you did do that, then you would only be able to go uphill from there.
I'd got E3 first also, but then I immediately was like, sorrow, and then did E1. and then I did E4, and then I did E2 last.
Sorrow.
Yeah, it was an eclectic little mix.
Yeah.
At least I think that's the order I did it in. I can never fucking remember. It's been a while since I've actually like played Wani.
Yeah, same. Still waiting for bonus chapters.
Keeping
my
on
fingers.
bees! Keeping on bees!
The 1 year anniversary. I'm sure they'll be here. Please.
What would you say to a 1 co-defender? Fuck you. Don't defend him. He doesn't need defending. It's too early to be reading chat.
Oh,
Also hi Swan.
You good, Jake?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just laughing about that internally.
Mm-hmm. Are you now? All right. Well, we talked a little bit about the endings. I guess one thing that I'm curious about. You have a closer attachment to Snoot, right? And you talked about how after getting that ending the first time, it kind of put you out of it for a little bit, right? I'm assuming you didn't really have as much of a visceral reaction to some of the Wani ones? Or...
In the moment, I think Wani E2 caught me off guard because I legitimately thought I was getting a good ending, and then it fucking
swerved,
whopped me over the head during the winter formal.
Right.
And then when I did get E4, obviously, the dream of the dance and the epilogue, right? That was all very sweet and nice, and I cried and all that. But like, it didn't leave me emotionally out of commission for a week like playing Snoot did, right? I was okay the next day, whereas with Snoot, I legitimately remember I played it, I finished it, I did not sleep like hardly a wink that night at all. I probably fell asleep for an hour or 2 hours, and then I woke up at like 3 or 4 a.m. Somewhere on my computer, I have the just insane emotional ramblings. Actually, now that I think about it, that was the first thing I ever wrote. Was I actually started writing up what I don't have a YouTube channel. I'm not a YouTuber, but I was like, if I ever try to make or talk or like, basically I was reeling, like, how the hell do I process my emotions for this, right? I don't have anybody I can talk to about this, right? Nobody's going to understand what the fuck just happened to me, what the fuck I'm feeling. So I just started to like ramble into a script about my feelings of like what the hell is going on, trying to process it,
work through the emotions.
Exactly right. I needed some kind of an outlet, and my mind went to creative outlet. Just like start writing a script. If you were to talk about this, if you were to try to present this and explain what the fuck you're feeling right now, I apologize for my vulgarity. I swear a lot.
So do I,
brother. You can say fucking shit and cunt and piss as much as you want.
Okay, fair enough. But right, yeah. If I were to try to just like talk about this, what would I even say? And I started to just like hammer that out. Man wrote a manifesto. I mean, yeah, basically.
Hey, sometimes you gotta write a manifesto to heal.
Yeah.
I fucking love manifestos.
Now I want to find that. Okay.
Gotta dig that one up.
I do have to dig in the archives, yeah.
Oh, that's yeah, I know when I did Snoot, obviously that was the second one I did. A lot of the endings I kind of just felt content or like hollow with. Very clearly E1 did not make me content, it made me hollow. But when I was going through Wani, E3 fucking broke me. That one was I was reading through the game, doing like VA stuff with it, right? And with a buddy of mine. And when the graveyard scene came up, I started to break, and I was like, dude, you gotta take over. I can't read anymore.
Yeah, this was
And
live streamed, so you can go
live.
you can go back and watch this, and it's very funny.
Yeah, the themes in that ending, and like the surrounding context of everything, shit just really hit hard. And then the rest of the endings, E4, I was kind of like, okay, I'm happier now.
Yeah.
And
Right.
then
Real men
E4
cry during the dance.
E4 is your best realistic kind of ending. Some would argue it's not even realistic, but right, it's theoretically attainable.
yeah, it's your picturesque ending.
Yeah, right. It's your hallmark ending.
Even if there's some components that I don't necessarily agree with. Looks at Ben.
Wow.
And it's funny too, because like some people, Ben as a character is one of those ones that like a lot of people have different opinions on, and I think a big component of where you stand on Ben is, did you get E3 first? Because if you got E3 first, I think you probably have a more negative opinion of Ben, because Ben fucks that ending up real bad in multiple ways, both meta and in the narrative.
I think you let that blind your opinion of Ben a little too much.
Yeah, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Number one normal pill hater.
Take his fucking pills and throw them across the room, point at him.
That's fucked up, dog. He needs those.
Nah.
Hey, come on. Be nice to the guy.
Fine.
He's going through a lot, right?
I mean, you know as well, if not better than me, the troubled development of Wani. So I guess in my mind, I have a lot of leniency for that. Like the fact that Caveman On got the game out when they did, and the fact that it is as good as it is a miracle.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, for it to come out as well as it did, and those be like my only nitpicks or problems with the game. Yeah, it came out perfectly fine, I would say.
Well, I have a problem with.
Oh boy.
Well, that and the fact that, I mean, there's literally a chapter called "We Forgot About Liz."
True.
That too. Yeah. Okay.
Poor Liz.
Yeah, that is a funny chapter. Poor Liz. We have some long-necked lovers who languish.
True.
Yeah. And that's unfortunate. I don't know, complete side tangent, but do I have any in stores I've released? Yeah. I actually have a long neck character in Ashes of Gaia. I love writing long necks because I feel like they have such great situational comedy potential, because you can just have their head appear somewhere and their body is somewhere else. It's great.
Yeah, I did that in Punch Drunk. I would call Liz's main body the mothership every time I was writing about it from internal dialogue, just because that's how Dorian would think about it. It was like, oh, Liz has got her mothership parked right next to me while her head's elsewhere.
Yeah. I kind of do something similar. I will refer to like the person, the Saurian, I guess they're sauropods technically, right? The dino as the head, and then I'll just be like, oh yeah, and their body's over there.
Yeah. I mean, the brain's up there and that's where they are, so you know.
Well, right, exactly, right. The head is the seat of the consciousness. So if you're talking to the person, you're talking to their head. It's just their body happens to be like 25 fucking feet away.
Mm-hmm. I was about to say something fucking foul.
I drum my fingers on the table. Go for it.
Yeah.
No.
Coward.
Okay. Imagine fucking a bitch doggy style while she's eating your ass out at the same time. Long neck potential.
I can send you some Snoot and Boru images.
I've seen them.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Do not recite to me the tomes.
I wrote them. I commissioned them. Oh yeah. Chat's giving us a bunch of faces. Yeah.
They're all fucking.
Yeah.
They can make all the faces they want. They're into that fucking shit too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and there's two kind of Snoot bros. The ones who have clicked on the orange tag on the Boru and liars.
It's true. They point at us and say freak while scrabbling to hide their browser history.
Yes, exactly.
I just sit there and
you're
silent
a
contentment.
freak for being into the Raptors.
Hides my Mia tab quickly.
I was gonna say. Meanwhile, you have photos of Rosa that would make her blush.
I think Jake is like notoriously freaky though. Like how
What?
many?
Notoriously.
I
And
I would
I
say.
quote, "I want to see that lavender bitch bouncing on it."
That's not freaky. That's just a man knowing
That's-
what he wants.
That's getting a little freaky, brother.
You.
The amount of times I've heard about you wanting to tag team, who is it? Fucking
Diego.
Yep. Back when Wani was near its release, and we were all like foaming at the teeth for the gator. There were many a time you would talk about wanting to impregnate, amongst other actions to that gator.
Look, all I'm saying is E2 Olivia needs a good dickin' and it'll fix everything.
You've also said, I think, the same thing about Mia once or twice.
Yes, Mia also needs a good dicking.
Let's see. Who else have you like just been like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck that thing?
Elliot.
Elliot, yep.
Yeah, Elliot was a big one.
All right.
Emily.
All right, so I'll just ask point blank: if you were to fuck one of the Snoot characters, who would it be?
Like, I have to choose one to fuck.
Yeah. Yes.
A singular one to fuck.
Yes.
So we're
can't
talking.
do this to me.
We're not talking about the fan games. We're talking about just like Snoot and Wani.
No, I would say you can expand to the fan games.
Emily!
Bitch, fuck you.
Fuck you.
Wait, you're not gonna go Tiffany? You were a big Tiffany head. Points into biting art.
Yeah, well,
You are fickle.
fickle! I have diverse tastes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, well, not Schizo. Schizo's friend. status.
Schizos for hugging, not for fucking.
Now, what's the other one?
That's male schizo. Male schizo is the one who's for fucking.
There you go. Yeah. Fucking. I'd probably go with Emily. I like Emily a lot. Other than that, though, probably just Olivia. I'm very basic.
Fair enough.
But I bet you can tell by Jake's fucking ravenous shout of her name. That's his current one.
I really like Emily.
Just wait till they have the fucking Tiffany route.
I also really like Tiffany.
Okay, so I have a very dumb question.
Mm.
Who is Emily?
You know the purple long neck from Devlog?
Oh, okay. Yes, that's
Her.
Emily. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I figured that was from Devlog, but for some reason I was only remembering Abigail and Rebecca, and I'm like, I think that's one of the Devlog girls, but I don't remember which one. Oh, yeah.
Purple
yes,
long neck.
Yes. Long neck muscle mommy. Yeah, that one.
She makes me smile.
Long neck Susie.
Yeah, basically.
Have
My
you
answer
played
is
Deltarune?
Deltarune. I have not played Deltarune, but I have played Undertale.
Okay. What were you gonna say was your answer?
Oh, I mean, my answer is uncontroversial as hell. It's Lucy. Simple as.
I mean, fair enough.
E4 Lucy in particular.
That is fair. I mean, like, I went with Olivia, so it's not like my tastes are any like less basic. So
I don't give a fuck about that trigger.
Somebody said not mentioning Abigail. Sorry, putting it out there.
Abigail's fine. She need more time in the oven to cook, though.
She can be fine. She will continue to be fine.
Smooth, I see that math that you're doing in the chat, and you can fuck right off.
Scrag knows what's up.
Lucy.
The long neck shall inherit the earth.
Yes, but yeah. So the joke of Meister equals Sage. I don't know. Maybe I'll get into it later when I talk about more other writing stuff. But I have a way that I prefer to write Sage, and I may or may not share a number of characteristics with Sage.
Speaking a little from the heart when writing Sage. Yeah. Okay.
Including
Right.
what about your pickle proclivities?
Right, exactly. And so that's where I've kind of written myself into a really bad corner where I did that after I wrote Sage Makes Pickles, and then I stepped back for a second and I thought about it and I went, oh, fuck. Now people are going to question everything that I do when I write Sage.
I have a history with pickles too.
Oh, you do. I forgot about that. It's one of those things that like I don't look at you and think pickle immediately, but like it exists. That is out. Well, it's not out there, is it? That's only in like the circle.
No, it's only a select few have seen the pickle video, but it exists.
Okay, are you gonna provide context now?
The what now?
I drank an entire jar of pickle juice on camera, and unbeknownst to me, it was like spicy flavored shit. It fucked me up. It fucked me up real bad.
Now, okay, let's give you a little bit of credit here. You did it for a purpose.
I did it because of what was it,
I think
$50?
it was $50.
Oh, okay,
$50.
okay. That is more than acceptable. $50 to drink a jar of pickle juice? Fuck,
Yeah,
I'd do that.
That's what I said.
I would do that right now live.
But I didn't think it would. See, the thing that fucked me up is I didn't expect it to be spicy. It was spicy pickle juice,
Yeah, yeah.
but it was still worth it. I don't remember what I used that $50 for.
Monster.
Probably.
Pickle brine is tasty. Yes, it is.
Fucking love that shit. Put it in a Bloody Mary.
I was gonna say in large quantities, it does get disgusting because the acidity is really hard to handle. But just like a little bit of pickle brine, oh fuck yeah.
My gut was rolling.
I would just do a shot of pickle brine. Like it's just good.
It is really fucking good.
Yeah.
I remember after you drank that shit, like for a couple hours, you're like, oh.
The pH of my stomach is.
We should recreate that at the meetup, Humo.
Yeah, I'll buy the pickle.
I'll do it again.
Okay. Fucking hell. Yeah. So you know what? I want to talk a little bit more about that now.
The meetup?
No. Well, I mean, we can talk a little bit about that if you want, but I was referring more so towards you just getting paid to do shit. And how you have a habit of putting a price on something and then it being met and then you looking around like, wait, huh?
Why don't we have to talk about that?
Because I love talking about it. It's one of my favorite fucking things.
Look, Meister knows already a little.
Okay, well, inform him more.
I talk about my escapades over at the Threads and Snoot Club sometimes.
Sometimes.
What was the first instance of it?
It was fucking Crimson Begets Crimson.
How did that one even come to be again? Did
I
you
don't
just like
remember.
fucking like pause it? I'll kill Mia for like $100.
Yeah, it was. I don't remember exactly what I said, but the thing that like got the guy in chat to go, yeah, hold up, I'll DM you. I said I would write a snuff fic of Mia for $200, and then somebody in chat was like, oh, I got you, big man. Slapped me in the face with $200. Oops, I'm writing snuff now.
Oh, you made $200 for that? Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And then after that, it was the Stella one, right?
Yeah, somebody tried to pay me to write Stella snuff.
Not somebody.
Oh.
Not somebody.
I don't want to air them out. I don't want to air them out.
Air them.
No, I'm not airing them out.
If you don't do it, I'm doing it.
No, leave Lenny alone. This is.
There you go.
Shit.
Lanny's one of our little guys.
He walked it back. He was gonna pay me to write Stella snuff as a joke, but he was gonna get hung in the streets by all the Stella heads. So he walked it back and paid me to write Ben Smut instead.
And like, keep in mind, he was doing this like live. So like I want to say it was like a spotlight near like the end or something. And he was like, oh yeah, I'll kill Stella for $50 or some like fucking lowball answer. And everybody's like, don't you fucking dare. And like then he sends me a fucking image.
I said fine, I'll do $100. Just to like it was a jokey shit answer, and then Lenny already had my PayPal information, so he was just like, "Here, freak, do it now."
And then everybody in the fucking Discord looked at him and said, "We're going to fucking kill you." And he said, "Maybe we turn it away from killing Stella."
Yeah, don't kill Stella anymore. Write me Ben getting piped instead. So I wrote, "Why do it?" The first chapter doesn't have Ben getting piped, but the second one will.
Yeah, wasn't that supposed to be a Christmas special?
No, it was not. He talked about doing one, but then it never happened because I still haven't finished the second one yet.
Oh no! And then
look, I have to be in a real mood to write smut, man.
Then there's the capstone here, the thrilling conclusion of the trilogy.
Do I have to talk about that one?
Yeah, it's gonna come out at some point, so like might as well talk about it a little bit.
I fucking like this I was like, oh yeah, $500 and I'll revive fucking I want to marry that gator. And Humo was like, nah, man, you got to crank the price up. That's too low. You know somebody's gonna pay that. So I was like, all right, $750. And that motherfucker Schmoopy, he was like, I want to marry that gator and a sequel, and he paid me $750.
Is Schmoopy that like rich furry that we always get warned about?
Dude, all right, I don't want to air Schmoopy out live on air, but I know some facts about that man. I don't want to air him out live on air. I won't say it. All I'll say is that he's got something called the sin bin, and I'll leave it at that.
I have heard murmurings about the Schmoopy sin bin, yes.
If you're ever curious about how much of a fucking deviant Schmoopy is, we have a Pokemon Smasher patch. Just go to that.
Yeah,
I'll
he's in
explain
that.
everything. Motherfucker, I think motherfucker smashed as many as I pass. And I only chose a couple, dude.
I am not drunk enough for this. Hold on, let me go get another drink.
Yeah. This is the spotlights I love, baby. I'm having fun.
I am what are we? We're 40 minutes in. I'm already 2 drinks deep. Good lord.
50, actually.
Well, I mean, I don't count the 10 minutes of
okay, fair
whatever time at the beginning.
The little rabble at the beginning.
Yeah, the before times. The before the live times.
You know, that's a question. What are you drinking?
So I was drinking a grapefruit IPA, and now I'm drinking a GNT. I have a Beefeater, and then I just have like a Fever Tree tonic water. But I also have a mug of tea as well. I'm double fisting.
Points to Humo. That man doesn't know what alcohol is. You're gonna have to explain to him.
I blink like I frog blink.
So there are these things called yeast cells. There's a bunch of different strains of them. And what they do is when they consume glucose or sucrose or other kinds of simple sugars, they produce carbon dioxide, and they also produce ethanol as a byproduct. And humans, many, many years ago, actually found a way that if you cultivate these things, you feed them proper amounts of sugar and you put other things with them, that they produce this really tasty, delicious liquid that when you drink it, you get really, really drunk and you have a tendency to want to beat people around you. And if you drink too much of it, you pass out.
I was talking about specifically what like IPA meant, and like all those funny brewery.
No, but this is cooler.
That was. Oh, look, the prehistoric definition of what alcohol is also pretty cool. Yeah. Hunter-gatherers left berries on the ground and then ate them and got drunk.
No. You triggered one of my. Actually, I would say it's like just for reference sake, I don't have autism, but I joke about it. You triggered one of my tisms there, and my big tism is like food and fermenting and canning, jarring, pickling. Literally anything to do with food. You could keep me on here for a day. You could keep me on here for 24 hours straight talking about food.
You're 6'4" sage.
I am.
That's scary.
Yes.
That's big sage.
Yes. I'm 6'4" and I'm like 175. I'm a fucking beanpole. That's why my avatar is the Hollow Knight.
Fair enough.
Jake, can you write a fic where Sage is 7 foot?
Me?
Yeah. Like nothing else is different. It's just Sage is 7 foot.
Sage is a 7 foot, like 7'4" Andre.
Yeah, make Dorian meet him. Make Dorian meet him.
Macro Raptor.
Macro Raptor indeed.
No, but going back to the original question, so IPA, it's like so wait, have you like ever drank anything at all?
Yes, I've gotten drunk on stream a grand total of 3 times, I think, at this point.
Okay.
The issue is I don't like alcohol. I think alcohol yucky. It tastes bad. I drink screwdrivers and stomach them.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so you like sweet stuff, so you know nothing about beer. But basically, in an IPA, this is a grapefruit IPA, so it's like it's beer. It's got a little bit of bitterness to it, but then it's got a really strong grapefruit finish or kind of grapefruit flavor. So it kind of just tastes like somebody took like a mildly bitter beer and then they squeezed like a whole grapefruit into it. And then a gin and tonic I can charitably describe as, if you like how pine smells, you will love gin and tonic. If you don't like how pine smells, you will think that drinking a gin and tonic is like you are drinking a liquidized pine forest. Because it is full of amongst other things, something called quinine, which it's actually an anti-malarial drug. Or I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Quinine is something that, or wait, no, I think it isn't. Hold on, I gotta look this up.
It
Sorry,
is an
this
anti-malarial drug. I remember.
is it?
this.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Yes, right, yeah, because all right, going back to many years ago when people were exploring different parts of the world, particularly jungly parts of the world. I would say Europeans are exploring jungly parts of the world. They didn't have any resistance to malaria, so they had to take their malarials. Right, quinine was a very strong anti-malarial drug. So what they did was they would pair it with gin and they would down that shit, and it was vile. But by putting it with gin, it made it like barely tolerable. And that's where gin and tonics come from, which is why tonic water has quinine in it. It just has like way less quinine than they would have been consuming as like an anti-malarial. But it's got a really like weird piney flavor, and I don't know. I think it tastes good, but it's definitely an acquired taste. So we have really veered off course here. But anyway, yeah, you can see
Look.
how I could talk about this forever. So I'll.
This
just
is your spotlight,
I know.
and we don't have to specifically talk about Snoop Game. If you want to go on a beer rant, I will sit here and listen enraptured. I don't like beer, self-admittedly, but I've also never had good beer. When I drink like hard liquor straight out of the bottle because I'm a Texas freak.
Hell yeah, brother.
There was what was it? The Roach Spotlight? It was the Roach one, right? Where you just fucking cracked open like that whiskey.
Yeah, I just opened a bottle of whiskey and drank out of it.
Also, Scrag just said it ain't shine if you're paying taxes on it. You are goddamn correct. Anything that you can buy in a store that calls itself moonshine is a lie.
That's fake shine. That's
It
shimmer.
is fake shine. Yes, it's shimmer. If it's taxed, it's not moonshine.
Yeah, they're talking about the piss globe now.
Before we go to the piss globe, I just want the reason I don't like alcohol is because I taste it so fucking acutely in anything that is alcoholic. Like I had fucking like a Mike's Hard Lemonade at one point, and my face scrunched up, and the person who gave it to me was like, "What?" I'm like, I can taste alcohol in this, and it's yucky. And they're like, "What do you mean? This is like 3%." I'm like, "Yeah, but it's ew."
So, and this is an honest question. When did you like have your first drink? Did you have it younger, or did you have it when you were 21?
The most had a drink, like an actual drink. It would probably have been like 21.
Okay, gotcha.
Before that, like there was like those times where like at a restaurant or something, my dad would be like being funny and everything, and be like, "Hey, you want a sip of my beer?" And like maybe once I was like, "Okay," took a sip, and I was like,
"Oh, give me the Coca-Cola back."
Okay. Yeah, gotcha. I just ask because I feel like people that were introduced to alcohol at a younger age, hopefully in a controlled way, tend to like it more, or have, I guess, I don't know. It's more palatable to them when they get older versus like, and again, not judging you or pointing fingers at you, but right, you really didn't have like a serious drink until you were 21, and you really only like things that cover up the flavor of alcohol. I guess where I'm kind of going with that is like, I remember my first drink. Well, I mean, I grew up Catholic, right? So church wine and all that crap. But like, I don't know, by like 10 or 11, my parents were letting me have like a small glass of Merlot with dinner.
Yeah. I mean, that
so
makes
like,
sense.
so it's like, I was drinking wine when I was like 12 or 13. And by the time I was in high school, I'd have like a beer on the weekends with my parents sometimes. And by the time I got to college, I had already acquired a taste for scotch. So like when I would have my friend who totally wasn't illegally supplying me with alcohol, I will not say names, but right. Oh, people are getting, 30 racks of Natty, or, they're getting shitty K. And I'm like, can you give me a handle of Johnny Walker Black Label? It's like, you're a fucking freshman in college. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Taste has been developed. You will accommodate me.
I want to get into wine.
Well, and the thing was, I had like the backwards evolution of alcohol preference, right? I started off with that in college, and then as I went through like my fourth and I had a fifth year in college, like I backslid into like, oh yeah, let's do, high life, champagne to beers, woo! I never stooped to Natty. I fucking hate Natty. I have a bad memory with Natty. But anyway.
Yeah, I'm essentially just at the point too where I'm like, I don't really care to really attain a taste for alcohol, so to speak.
Yeah.
Because the only times I'm drinking are like I'm getting drunk. This is just what's gonna happen. I've set aside the night. Here we go.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you drink for effect. You don't drink for flavor.
Correct. If I wanted to drink something for flavor, I'd grab a Coca-Cola, but that's just
Yes.
me.
Yep. Yeah, and right, I really only drink socially, right? If I'm not hanging out with other, I mean, well, not to get too deep into it, but drinking alone it's very sad.
It's very, very sad.
It is very sad. Like the
Extremely.
most I will drink when I'm alone and not talking to other people is a drink, because if you ever get drunk and you're alone, you just feel
You
really,
start
really
thinking,
bad.
man. You start thinking too hard, and it's bad.
It is bad news bears if you drink when you're alone versus, like, I'm talking to you fuckers like, oh yeah, I'm getting shit faced tonight.
I encourage it.
Have a little bit of fun.
I'm walking upstairs to my fridge to get my second beer, third drink. So
Godspeed.
Oh boy.
do.
You ready to
I have a
talk
wireless
about the
headset,
piss
so-
globe?
I guess.
All right.
I
Yeah,
guess I'll talk about the piss globe.
Okay, well, talk about
All
the
right.
piss globe.
I could eat
Do
some
you
tots
know?
while you
I
do
mean,
this.
you made
So-
me made me think
so-
you know about the piss globe.
So I have heard of the Piss Globe. I think the first time I watched one of your interviews in earnest was when Swan had his, and I remember the Piss Globe getting brought up a lot.
Right.
So please give me the lore on the Piss Globe.
Let me spin you the yarn of how ye olde piss globe was brought into this existence, this mortal coil. When I was a very young boy, like single-digit age, I don't remember if it was a gift from my parents or if I had just like saw it in a store and was like, me want that. I got a big plastic globe that had a removable top and it was hollow and it was see-through.
Uh-oh.
It had a big removable top. It was hollow, it was see-through. So my little hamster in my brain started turning the wheel, cranking it. And I looked at that piss globe and my 4, 5, 6-year-old brain looked at it and was like, it'd be real fucking cool if I filled that with pee. So over the course of about a week or so, I pissed in it clandestinely. Whenever I had the opportunity. It was generally at night when I was like, I had to get up to go to the bathroom, and I was like, wait, why go to the bathroom when piss globe? So I walked over, did my business in the globe. I mean, eventually I filled that motherfucker up to the brim. That shit was like fermenting like a cask of wine in my closet. And eventually,
oh my god, this is like a cum sock story.
Eventually, my mother did find it. And bear in mind, I was 4 or 5 or 6. I was a single-digit age. So I thought this was just a funny thing for me that only I was allowed to know about. But she did find the piss globe, and she looked at me, and she said, boy, what the fuck? Boy, what the fuck's the matter with you?
Oh no, Mom found the Piss Globe.
Mom found the piss globe. And she took that motherfucker out back, and I watched my whole life's work fade before my eyes as she dumped it out in the grass. And I think to this day, that patch of grass that she dumped the fucking piss onto has not grown back. But yeah, that's the piss globe. That is my magnum opus. I peaked when I was 5 or 6 years old, and it was the piss globe.
I understand why you do this now, because you're just trying to recapture that glory. But yeah, you're never gonna reach those heights again, man.
Not even if I made Piss Globe 2.
No.
And if I just made Piss Globe 2, it would just be sad and weird now.
Yeah, exactly. Hey guys, I pissed in a globe.
Look, guys, Piss Globe 2.
Hey, dude, indecent exposure, right? Or I mean, it's the difference between Zoolander and Zoolander 2, right? The first one was a flash in the pan, great movie. Zoolander 2 is just sad.
Yeah, I can't. There's no point in doing it. I'll have to. Maybe I'll piss on an open wire.
That'd be really epic.
The final piss.
the third rail.
Oh. The arc stream.
Oh God! Literally the arc stream.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh God!
I want to make the whole city block shut down.
Man's penis is evaporated by arc flash.
That shit gonna look like a peeled banana.
I don't know what. Oh God! Degloved penis. Oh God! Oh. Okay, drink.
Oh wow.
Every time you think about a degloved penis, drink.
Ah!
Can somebody mark that on like a tally board somewhere?
Goes on the bingo card.
Yeah, is there a bingo card? Hey, Snoop Club guys, did you fucking make a bingo card for this interview? Pickle's already been mentioned, so stamp that one.
Man, I wish I had like a funny piss globe story. I don't. I've only got me getting injured.
Yeah, you got your tooth ripped out by the slide.
The slide that rips my tooth out. Yeah, there's
Now
that.
shut up.
I mean, I have some stories from my past, but I can tell you about a story about this morning. I crashed my car going 40 miles an hour.
Oh my god, are you okay?
Okay.
Hey, is this just been revealed? Is this breaking news?
Yes. So this actually literally just happened this morning. No, don't worry. I'm perfectly okay. And my car is okay as well. So you know what? Let me grab my little like art tablet here, and I'll actually just like draw this, because it is difficult to explain. It's probably better if I literally just draw what I'm trying to explain here. Let me get this plugged in here.
Okay.
But yeah, so I it snowed where I lived, and I thought it would be a great fucking idea when we were in the midst of a snowstorm. I'm gonna go, out and go do something. And I was pulling out on a road that's near where I live, and I was heading into a 90-degree corner. Speed limit's 30. I was probably going 40. And I did not hit my brakes. So actually, I corner pretty hard, just kind of for fun, whatever. It's not a busy road, it's not dangerous, whatever. But when the road is slick and snowy, you can't corner at 40 miles an hour.
Oh my
So-
brother.
Oh boy.
Now you're gonna have the whole squad worrying about you. You're about to get like 8 DMs yelling at you to be more careful.
8 hands collectively going onto your shoulder.
Meister, please.
No, so I see people talking in the comments. No, I actually didn't. I didn't even fishtail. When I draw the diagram, you will see. I didn't even fishtail. I went right. So okay, 90-degree corner. Maybe I turned 55 degrees, and then I just slid horizontally. and then until my car went up onto the like grassy, snowy area, and then I gained enough traction and I bled off enough speed that I was able to regain control and then go forwards, and I was just like hands locked on the wheel, like, oh my god, that was fucking retarded.
So you didn't.
Holy shit. I just narrowly avoided wrecking my car and ruining my entire day.
So you didn't get into a crash. You got into an accident. That could have
Yes.
been a crash.
Well, so I will draw this. It could have been so much worse because right where I was, there were 2 very large rocks.
Oh,
Yes. I slid my car in between these 2 very large rocks that would have ended my day.
boo fucking womp it. Jesus Christ, I'm glad it didn't.
I know.
This interview wouldn't be happening.
Yeah, we'd be sitting
Well,
here like, where's Meister?
I mean, it was on the passenger side. If I'd slammed passenger side into those rocks, I don't want to think about that. So, all right. Okay. So I think I got Krita open here. This is good. Okay. Let me just share my screen here. Fucking boomer moment here.
Let us see.
All right, let me get this up.
Oops. There we go. Okay, so now we can live stream my stupidity here. Perfect. Okay. So we're coming into, so here's the, oops, that's white. Kind of helps if you don't draw white on white. So here's the, do that again. So here's the corner. Here are the very large rocks. Here's me. So I'm coming along here, And right, so I'm coming into this corner at about 40 miles an hour. This is a 2-lane road. And there are no other cars, thankfully, right? This is kind of a out of the way residential area. And I come around this corner and I'm going again, right? 40. I start to hit on my brakes a little bit and I start to cut my wheel. I get to about here. And then my car just goes like that. It stops turning. It stops turning. My wheels lock up entirely. And I end up basically sliding in this orientation till I hit about here. And then I kind of like straighten out slowly when my wheels go up onto the snow. And then I drive back onto the road like that and I go forward and I'm fine. But I managed to basically shoot the gap between these two very large rocks, bleed off enough speed, skidding horizontally through the snow, then got back onto the road without damaging my car and without hurting myself.
Well, fucking God, speed, you magnificent bastard!
I
Don't
know,
ever
right?
do that again.
I was like almost incredulous at what had happened. It's like, wait, didn't just crash my car? I'm not hurt. I'm not paying for my actions. But then I got on the highway and my car started vibrating really, really bad. And it's like, I did damage my car. So I pulled off the highway, pulled into a parking lot, looked at my front left wheel. There was just this like cartoon plug of dirt sticking out of one of the spokes.
As Kev says, it wasn't an accident. It was a stunt success for the Landon. Now, Humo's
Yes.
not going to be able to hear this, but there you go.
Yes, thank you. I did pull off the 900 McTwist.
Yeah.
Jack Bass said Mario Kart slide.
I mean, I basically was drifting, except I slammed into the sidewall.
Oof. Well,
Yeah, so that happened.
Yeah. I mean,
and-
my worst fucking car story is me fucking passing out for like a second while driving and then waking up and realizing I was in the middle of the road and being like, "Ah!"
Oh God.
pull
Yeah.
over time.
Yep, that I pulled over and like fucking face in my hands went, "Ah! I need to get to fucking class, wake up." Luckily it was like a back road, nobody was fucking on, so why do you people drive so unsafe? Hey, that was one fucking time and I never drove that tired ever again.
I don't have any funny car accident stories because I am a carless vagabond. I walk where I need to go.
Okay, do you have any
Yeah.
walking stories?
I was walking down the street and I was walking across the crosswalk and some guy turned too sharp and he almost hit me and I was like, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?"
Hey, I'm walking here.
Guy had basically, except it was a Texas version, like, "What the hell are you doing, boy?
Shit fire!
Get fired!"
Con flap it.
But yeah.
Yeah. So, what Smooth? Why do people drive so unsafe? All right, listen, man. This is actually the worst. This is the worst accident air quotes that I've ever been in. Thankfully, I mean, when I had my first car, I was driving it forwards, and I thought it'd be fun to see what happened if I threw it into reverse, and then the check engine light came on, and then mysteriously, like 3 months later, my transmission broke. But that has nothing to do with that.
Play fucking real life My Summer Car, bro.
2003 Ford Taurus, absolute piece of shit. Cannot recommend.
Jesus.
God bless. All right. So I guess I also write stuff too, or whatever. I don't know. I don't know where we were talking.
Hey, would you like to talk about Porcelain Doll? Clasps hand togethers and smiles.
Sure. So, actually, no. Maybe it's better to kind of start off. I don't know, ease into where I started writing fics and kind of how I got involved
Yeah.
there. So,
Okay. Fair enough.
I don't know. I mean, Humo, I can go off that, or do you have questions that lead into that, or
No,
whatever?
by all means, you can lead us here.
Yeah, sure. So, right, where I kind of got started was right just in like Wani chat in the Snoot Discord, and met there was a guy named Meta Dragon who's really not really here anymore, but him and Arlock we would always shoot the shit and talk about random stuff. And it was around that time that I read Inko Noted, and then I read Love is Colorblind, and it's like, hey, this Erlich guy writes pretty cool stuff. This is fun and interesting. And then Falling Sun comes along and he starts spouting off all his interesting stuff. And, you've talked to him before, so you know what he's all about. But at some point he makes a joke about the Ghost Fang, but it's like not spooky ghost. It's literally just Ghost Fang. And then we proceeded to have about 2.5 weeks to a month of just like probably 3 or 4 hours a day, just cooking for Ghost in the Snoot. And we were putting together like Word docs, or sorry, not Word docs, just like Google Docs, and just collecting all the information. And we literally got to a point where we do have the entire story worked out down to like very particular details of each chapter. And we had that worked out like 6 months ago. And Erlich is just kind of getting around to writing right the first couple chapters now. So like that was kind of my introduction, was that. And then when we were cooking Ghost in the Snoot, when that kind of finished up, it's like, I could probably write something. And so I kind of think like, all right, what would I want to write, right? I guess at that point, I really wasn't as interested in writing E1 stuff. I was still kind of like a E4 hardliner of, no, I don't want to touch this ad stuff. But like Falling was slowly dragging me into the darkness of writing and thinking about E1 and all that stuff and all the not good implications and depressing and heavy topics. And then it's like, well, I could probably write an E1 something, but I'm going to write like an E1 averted fic. And so that's where Ashes of Gaia comes from. And I think I released my first chapter of that sometime in July of last year. And it's not for not want of writing it. I have just like run into mental blocks and just gotten distracted by shiny objects with other things. And that's why I haven't put out another chapter of that since like October. But I know that a lot of people latched on to that, and I get like bothered about it. Not bothered. That's disingenuous. I get pestered about it. When is the next chapter going to come out? Don't worry, it is coming out. I do have like a whole story for it worked out. I just haven't gotten around to writing it because, as Jake mentioned, I had another thing come about. This was Swan's fault. Swan and let me send the art piece here. There's an artist called Riker. Basically, they put out something that I saw in one of the art boards, and I kind of looked at it, and then I was talking to Swan about it. And basically the thought process was like, what if E3 Lucy was like battered housewife, right? Bad relationship situation, shit like that going down. So I'm posting it in the chat here. You can pull this up while we talk about it. This was the piece of art that really kind of kicked off Porcelain Doll, and talking to Swan about it, and very quickly came up with the thought of, all right, it's not Anon. Anon isn't beating Lucy. But why would she end up in this situation? And I don't know, the thing that came to my mind was, well, it's an E3 situation, but they don't end up together. And Lucy ends up with somebody else. And so she's living this perfect idyllic life like her mom would want her to, like a good,
a good Christian girl.
A good subdued Christian housewife should. And again, right, this is looking at a very, negative take on all that, right? Obviously, there are ways that one could live a life like this and not have it be awful like this, but this is a particular take on that of, right, okay, what if you do fall into a abusive relationship with somebody who is maybe not good for you, and you live this life, right? And, again, Lucy is at the mercy of whoever she's with. She's emotionally dependent on somebody.
I'm putting a picture in VC chat.
Yes. Yep. Right. Yeah. So that's where you get and again, right, the name Porcelain Doll, right? There's There is a line actually in Snoot Game where Anna does refer to Fang as a porcelain doll. I will be completely honest, I actually did not realize that was a thing until after I had finished writing Porcelain Doll and somebody pointed it out to me and it was like, oh, fucking hell. But anyway, yeah, so right, this is the picture that's at the end of chapter 1. So that's Victor. Victor is Lucy's wife. Yeah, people don't like Victor.
Lucy's wife.
Lucy's husband. Sorry,
There
that's
you
the
go.
alcohol speaking.
Fucking hate Vic.
Yeah,
Ooh, I hate Vic.
Yeah, people don't tend to like Vic. But anyway, so Porcelain Doll was fun to write. Well, fun to write. I'm going to put air quotes around that. Fun to write because I kind of experimented with that, right? So I was writing Ashes of Gaia. That's kind of my, I would say, more traditional fic, where it's kind of like I just kind of had ideas and I had a really cool idea on the start and then I got a couple chapters and I went, fuck, where am I taking this? Right? I knew where I wanted it to end and I knew where I wanted to start, but how I was going to get there, I don't know. I've changed it like 3 or 4 times. I have a solidified vision now, but it took a lot of ideating. But Porcelain Doll, I knew from the start what the end was, and I knew all the major plot beats. So when I wrote it out, I had a much like tighter scope and tighter vision of what I was doing, and that was a lot. I felt like that was just a lot easier to do because then it wasn't right. It wasn't a big open-ended story where every chapter I have to figure out how I'm going to advance the plot. I knew where it was going, and I knew each beat that it was going to have to take. I did add in a little bit of stuff when I was going along, but wasn't anything like super meaningful and substantial. Chapter what is it? Chapter 5, the one with the priest. That one was a peer edition. The last chapter was always intended, and then chapter 2 actually was originally intended to be kind of like part of chapter 1 and chapter 3, but I got to a certain point and it's like it doesn't make sense for this to be the same chapter. So I kind of just branched 2 off from 1. So it was originally intended to be like a 3-act structure. 1, 2, 3, boom, boom, boom. Ended up being 6 chapters, but what can you do? People like it. I liked it, so I wanted to put a little bit more in there.
It's very good.
Yeah, and again, I've gotten a lot of praise and positive reactions to it, and I've also got a lot of people giving me mostly sarcastic death threats about it, and many more people giving Vic death threats for it, and understandable.
Special art bounty for this week. Draw me killing Vic. That's not real. That doesn't have to be real.
But it could be.
It could be. I very much want it. Yeah, it won't be.
More like Dictor. Got him.
Ooh. Take that, you red fuck.
So that's Porcelain Doll, and I know a lot of people want there to be more to Porcelain Doll. No, there won't be. Porcelain Doll is done, but the story of Lucy isn't finished. Tee. So I do intend to write more in kind of that series, but it's not going to be additional chapters to Porcelain Doll.
It'd be its own standalone work.
It will be its own standalone work. Yeah, so I have an idea for potentially some one-shots that kind of branch from the end of Porcelain Doll into the next, I would call it, I don't even know if I'd call it the next entry in the sense of like there's going to be multiple, series of works. I think there's just going to be 2 major fics, right? There's going to be Porcelain Doll, and then there's going to be the second, I don't know, Porcelain Doll 2 Electric Boogaloo, right? It does have a name. I cannot remember how to pronounce this word. It's Edesis. It's basically the act of shedding one's exoskeleton. So again, right, in the way that Porcelain Doll, and right, this is getting very put your pinky in your ear and sniff your own farts, but right, Porcelain Doll obviously is a massive metaphor, right? Each of the chapter names has something to do with pottery. If you go and you look through them, they all have names and they all roughly correlate to the point that the story's at, and da. So then there's Edesis, which is, I mean, don't have to think too hard on that one. But anyway, in between, I do have a plan to write some stuff, and Smooth is cacking his pants in chat right now because he helped me do a lot of the ideating for that. So
He also wanted me to talk about Life's a Beach, but I don't really want to do that on your spotlight.
I don't know what Life's a Beach is. So
Yeah, that's fine. We'll leave it that way.
Okay.
Unless you want to know about it.
Fair enough. I assume it's a mod or it's a fic, and that's all I could really care about right now.
It's something that everybody in his little thread on Snoo Club helped me come up with.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, that one. Okay,
It is,
duh.
it is
God,
a fic I want to write.
I was gonna
and-
say, God, I forgot about that because I came up with fucking Belina's name.
You did, didn't you? That was
Yeah,
you.
I did. Yeah. Well, no, because
Uh-huh.
I literally just I went to English to Italian translate. I typed in whale,
Yeah.
and I'm like, this is her name. Her name is Whale.
And I was like, fuck it. I'll roll with it.
I was gonna say, but it's like, wait, but that actually works because then her nickname could be Bella.
Yeah. And Bella Marino was born.
Whale mommy.
Yeah. Of course, we also have moms too, so it'll be fun to
True.
write. It'll be fun to write him.
True. Yeah, so that's Porcelain Doll, I guess. Again, I really don't have fics that have the amount of exposure that a lot of other people do, and I don't know. Part of me likes it that way. Keeps my name smaller, keeps my name out of, I don't know, people who are assholes. But I don't know. The internet's weird. I prefer to be smaller. But being on this stream kind of nullifies that. All 34 people watching me right now. Oh dear. Oh my
They
stars.
know you. They know your name
I know.
now.
I know. Horrible. But yeah, so that's Porcelain Doll, and then I don't know how much I want to talk about Ashes since neither of you have read it, but it's
I know a little bit about it.
if you know anything about it, you probably know the first chapter because that is that's the one that people that know about it know about. I guess I don't know how much I want to say about it. It's a difficult read. I guess again, you know, my spotlight, I can talk about what I want, but you can probably tell when I write, it's very emotion filled.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That much should be very clear. But basically, right, Ashes, the first chapter of that was, well, let me take a step back here. When I write particularly emotionally charged scenes and emotionally charged topics, I like to get into not just thinking about the emotions that the characters would feel, but I actually do try to put myself into the mindset of what that character would be feeling when they are performing whatever action it is that they are doing or whatever they are feeling. And that's difficult because when you write about topics that are very, right, hard to discuss, they're hard to talk about, right? Sexual assault and self-harm and right, things like that. It's not healthy to get into that mindset for too terribly long. So it's difficult to write about those things. But anyway, Ashes of Gaia, the first chapter of that is a particularly explicit depiction of Fang doing something in a E1 aborted scenario. Where she does.
Oh, you're gonna. Never mind.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I mean, right. I will say it involves a graphic depiction of self-harm, and I will leave it at that. But basically, Ashes of Gaia is what if E1, but actually, the original prompt for it was E1, but Ripley is a responsible gun owner. Basically.
Yeah.
Oh, he has a gun laying around, but there's no bullets in it. Oops. Teehee, not in the chamber. But right,
Do not utter those words.
I know. Sorry. Right. Teehee, she finds a gun, but no bullets in it. Okay, so what now? Well, no other out. That's a very sarcastic take on it. But Yeah, right. That's ashes, and then what would happen after that, right? What is the fallout of that action and everything? Everything. Um, what's the word I'm looking for? Everything precipitates from that.
Mm. Falls in line after that.
Well, right, exactly, right. Again, there are right. E1 is the culmination of failures of a bunch of people. Well, in canon E1, right, the unspeakable horrible action happens and multiple people are dead because of it. Well, what if something that was not on the same level of tragic, but to those who are directly affected by it, tragic nonetheless, but at least there's not death, right? How does everybody respond to that? How will, the parents, how will Nasser, how will the friends, how will Anon, how will everybody respond to that, and how everybody deal with that, and how will Fang deal with it? And that's where I've really enjoyed writing it, and you can obviously tell by my two major works that I like writing inside of Fang's head. I don't know, I just find that to be a very interesting place to write in, and just writing like internal monologue of not just, oh, I go here and I do this thing, but like when you're going and you're doing things, what are those thoughts, what are those weird things that flash through your head, the random, I like to write a lot about intrusive thoughts, right? Things that you think that you would never actually do. You're driving down the road at 30 miles an hour and you go, wonder what would happen if I didn't stop, right? What if I just kept going straight at that turn in the road?
What if I just
Right.
veered into that crowd?
Correct. Well, right, exactly, right. They're intrusive thoughts,
Mhm.
right? They're the things that you think that you would hopefully never actually act on, but you know that you think them, but you may never talk to people about them, right? You're walking down the street and you're carrying something heavy and you have a thought of, what if I just whacked that person with this? You would never actually do it, but you thought it. Right? It was an errant thought that flashed through your mind, right? It's an intrusive thought. But as a well-adjusted human being, you don't act on your intrusive thoughts. But they're still there. So, I don't know. That kind of, I guess, writing about that kind of stuff is just interesting to me. And of course, Laura, in E1 Fang or an E1 alternative Fang would have a lot of intrusive thoughts.
Yeah, I got a lot of thoughts swimming in that head, so
Yeah,
gotta sift
exactly.
through which ones are intrusive and which ones are not, right?
Yep. Well, and it's just a fun way to kind of play around with learning more about psychology and, psychotherapy and all kinds of, different mental therapy, and just learning a lot about that and how that all works. And just, I don't know. I find learning about medical stuff interesting. I don't work in the medical field at all, but I have a very keen interest in it. So just getting the chance to work and learn about all that kind of stuff is just really interesting to me. So it's an interesting intersection of a lot of my different kind of, I don't know, weird interests. So
I mean, looking into like psychology and everything like that is, I'm also in kind of the same boat in that. Just look, even though I'm not like in that field, just learning about it and how the human brain works and how we go about our days and everything, it's really fun to just like figure that stuff out because it gives you a little bit more insight to you as a person as well. Even if you aren't like applying it like in a day to day, you might kind of like click something, and be like, oh, huh, okay, I can kind of understand why I'm doing that now. Then,
right, exactly. It's not even the why do I think, or I guess let me put that a little differently, right? It's not the it's not even the how does your brain work, right? Because the brain is fucking nightmarishly complex.
Supercomputer.
Bunch of wrinkles and supercomputer and bullshit, but like, right, yeah. Trying to explain why it is you are the way that you are, why you do the things you do, why certain thoughts and different things occur. Just trying to even get at the basis understanding of explaining why people are the way they are. right? Why do we all have the same brain, roughly speaking, but we're all very different people, right? How does that work? How do brain?
Mm.
Too many winkles.
Too many wrinkles. Well, some people don't have enough wrinkles, but
That should
let
be
me-
smooth as ice.
Yeah, human brain is like fucked up if you think about it, because it's like, you know, you look at your hands. Those aren't your hands. Those are your brain's hands. You're not you. You're your brain. You're a little fucking meat tube in a skull piloting a fucking flesh mech.
Basically, yeah.
I love referring to my body as a flesh mech. It
This
makes
is
it way
Goofy Squad
cooler.
shit.
Yeah. So speaking of flesh mechs, I learned the word homunculus this past week, and I fucking hate that I know what the word homunculus is, because then somebody pointed out to me that Sage is my homunculus, and I want to kill them.
You want to see my homunculus?
I love that one.
Hold on, I got him somewhere. Where is he? Let's see. There he is. There's my little homunculus.
Put this up on fucking stream.
Oh God.
There's my little homunculus. He's my little buddy.
The electric meatball demands a stylish flesh mech. Yeah, basically.
There's my homunculus, everybody.
Oh God. What the fuck is that?
It's my homunculus.
It's the Jake Munculus.
The Jake homunculus.
He's a tripod.
What sound does he make?
That was it.
What's his move speed? How quick does he move?
He can go about 350.
I hope that's not miles per hour.
It's up to interpretation.
Oh God.
I've never seen him move. He only moves when I'm not looking at him.
Allah 173.
Yeah, he only moves when I'm not looking at him.
What the that thing?
It's my homunculus.
Does he look at you as though you were a parental figure?
No, he doesn't look at all. Actually, he's like a 2D sprite. He always looks like that.
So
like
he's a
Doom sprite.
fucking next bot.
No.
What's its ult?
Can it down B? Oh God.
He's my little guy.
Oh,
He's why I wake up in the morning.
Is it because you're afraid or
Yeah, I got to make sure he hasn't breached containment.
escaped?
Yeah. Ugh.
Is he in the shed with the other Jakes?
Yeah.
Oh.
He eats them.
He's the janitor.
He makes sure the Jakes don't get out of control.
So, I hope you're happy with your new homunculus lore, Jake. Because, like, this is written in the tomes now.
That's fine. I love my tomes. They're so full and they're so full. That's it.
Should I add him to your sprite like Car on Humo? Yes.
Absolutely. No, absolutely not.
Absolutely.
No. No.
Call him Junculus.
Junculus?
Chunkulus?
No. I mean, no, I don't want him added onto my sprite. But an actual a digitized version of the homunculus would be pretty rad.
I want 8-bit homunculus.
8-bit homunculus.
Yeah.
Why 8-bit specifically?
I don't know. I think it'd go hard.
Make him look like a Doom sprite.
Punch Drunk Gator coming soon to the Atari 2600.
Hey, Jake, write a fic where fucking Dorian interacts with homunculus.
The Dorian is dead instantly.
Damien brings homunculus home and Dorian's like, what the fuck is that thing?
Yo, D-Man, check this thing out. And then he just falls over dead.
Ill omen.
It's like that scene in Family Guy where Peter watches that one video on VHS and it just smash cuts back to him crumpled on the floor dead with his mouth gaping open.
Crack.
Fuck.
We were talking about stuff.
Yeah.
I don't. After you brought up the word homunculus, it all went to shit.
Yeah. So I've learned the trigger words tonight have been pickles and homunculus
And piss globe.
and piss globe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That tends to be the case. There's usually something that'll set something off, and it's like dominoes at that point.
Yeah, no, and that's totally understandable.
Oh, fucking, just a quick little side, Jake.
Mhm.
Did you see that the Cruelty Squad dev did a
Yes.
thing? Okay, cool.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
New game got
Are
announced.
you not aware of this?
Oh, no, I wasn't.
All right, hold up.
Okay, I love Cruelty Squad. I have consumed all the lore about it. I know all about it. I love it. It's such a weird fucking game.
Are we watching
So-
it on stream, Humo?
I'll pull it up
Do
on
it.
stream. Yeah.
Pull it up.
Okay.
Pull it up.
Yeah, Psycho Patrol R, baby.
Psycho Patrol R. Let me.
Don't worry, Smooth. I see your questions. Those are actually good ones to get to. But I want to see Cruelty Squad 2 now.
Yeah, I
So-
remember like I saw like a video posted, and I'm like, this is a Cruelty Squad. Why was it posted 6 hours ago? What? Here we go.
It's not Cruelty Squad 2.
No, but that fucking looks like it. So, consumer soft products. Oh, come on.
Dude, this part gets me really fucking hyped.
Ooh. Okay, so it's not Cruelty Squad 2, but it looks like it's in the same, like, flesh, crypto, whatever the fuck feature.
You got a fucking mech.
You want to hear something funny? Cruelty Squad is actually a video game within this game's world.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah. So that was
Yes.
Cruelty Squad was like the escape from this hellish dimension.
Oh yeah, okay, all right, I'm gonna out myself as a fucking normie here, but right, I watched the Pyrocynical video, and he has the interview with, whoever the dev is, yeah, the Finnish dude, and I do remember him mentioning that his next one is gonna be more like an RPG, or almost more like
Life sim.
Yeah, Life Sim, or I think they described it more almost like, what's the game? Deus Ex.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a Deus Ex.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like that definitely.
And yes, Swan, this is made by the same dev as Cruelty Squad.
I think I remember in the comments somebody was like, this looks like a more smooth, like, Cruelty Squad.
Yeah. Well, it's a little bit less. It's a little bit less like insane,
Stylized.
but it's still pretty.
It's still
crazy.
stylized, but it's like got a tinge of reality to
What?
it.
Out March 31st.
Oh,
Yeah, it's coming out. It's coming out quick.
Oh God.
I'm gonna be playing this shit on stream.
Wait, what the fuck is it called? Patrol?
Psycho Patrol R.
Psycho Patrol R. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Well, shit.
I love games with mechs in them, and a fucking Cruelty Squad game with a mech. Oh, yeah, go for it. I'm down.
It's definitely gonna be. It's gonna hit.
Psycho Patrol R. Variant. Well, I'm glad I learned about that.
You're welcome, Smiles.
Fuck, what was that other game I just shared with you recently, Jake? Like Psycho Beta or something?
The fucking sort of a cyberpunky thing.
Yeah, like the PS2 type.
I think I
Or,
wish listed it.
not
Hold on.
PS2, was it? It was more like just regular PlayStation. Let me see if I can find that video.
Are gherkins homunculi pickles?
Beta Decay.
Beta
Yes,
Decay.
yes, they are.
Okay, let me pull that one up real quick.
We're just looking at game trailers now. All right, I'm into it.
We'll veer back.
Yeah, we have our moments.
Beta Decay is like on my mind now, and I gotta like fucking pull it up.
He's got to satisfy his like urges.
Urge. It's bad
also
that
a-
every time somebody says urge, I think about the fucking game.
The piss game?
The piss game.
Why?
Because.
All right, whatever.
Literally piss streamer. Sorry. So this was something that came across my fucking feed like last week or something. And I was just like, what the fuck is this? Apparently this is, if I remember correctly, this is running on UE5 as well.
Ugh.
Which is interesting because, you know, like, a lot of things that are on UE5 are like, look at how hyper-realistic everything is. This is the most advanced graphics you've ever seen. And it's like, then you got this, which is like, what the fuck? Hold up, this is really cool and stylized. And this right here is the biggest reason I, like, fucking raised my brow.
You want to like fuck around with all the flips and switches in the cockpit?
Yes, I genuinely, as soon as I saw him flipping the switches, I was like, oh shit!
So you would have fucking loved. Oh fuck, what was it? It was a goddamn Connect game. The Connect game where you were like the pilot of the mech, but you literally
Steel
had
Battalion?
to interact. Steel Battalion. Oh my god, what a game that was!
I never played it, but like I've heard about it, and I think if I were to give it a go, I think I'd love it.
Yes. The problem is you either need to have like a weird port of it, or you need to have a Connect, both of which are torturous.
Yeah, no, I interacted with a Connect like once in my life, and that was enough for me to be like, this is no.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
really cool. This is really cool.
Yeah, no, the Connect was Microsoft panicking at how successful the Wii was and being like, we can do that too, and then they couldn't.
It's the part where he gets out of the mech for me, where it like switches into like third person view, it gets out of the mech, and then like has to fight for his fucking life. Because if it were me, I wouldn't even go onto the battlefield on a mech. I'd just be an infantryman and I'd fucking shoot mechs with a big rocket launcher. This game does look cool.
Like the idea of like mech down, get out of your steel suit and continue the fight, fucker.
It's like Titanfall, but you're
Except you're a fucking idiot.
You're one of the grunts that just so
Well,
happened to
right,
hop in the Titan.
right, exactly. You're not a zippy bouncy little fucker when you're out of your mech. You're just you're a homunculus. You're a little guy.
Flesh suit destroyed. God, I want Titanfall 3. Give me a 3 now.
Yes, Sergeant Genital, Steel Battalion was the OG did have a full fucking controller for it, but like that's even rarer than the Kinect version. Like good luck finding one of those.
Let's go look on eBay real quick. Hold on. Steel Battalion controller eBay. Hold on. $413.
A small price to pay for steel.
A small price to pay for my mech integration.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, so getting back onto some semblance of topic.
Yeah.
Talk about your editing and proofing process, or how many fucking fics you're involved. I'm not involved in that many fics.
Yeah. We kind of went over like some of the fics you've written and everything.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, there was because I was looking over like AO3 before like the interview and everything. There was a Nazar and Naomi one, wasn't there? Or am I thinking wrong?
Sorry, say that again.
Was there wasn't there a Nazar and Naomi fic that you had written, or am I thinking?
Yeah, so that that one technically is smut, but I mean I can basically I can talk a little bit about it because even though it is technically smut, I wrote that as like this porn has a plot.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so that one is it's a very positive take on E4, where instead of Naomi ending up with Kanye sore or whatever the fuck, which as time goes on becomes a more and more tragic joke.
Oh yeah, no, especially as of recent, huh?
Exactly, right. It's like, oh man, come on. Anyway, instead of ending up with Kanye sore, Nasser, whatever, does end up back with Naomi. Basically, Naomi, after Nasser breaks up with her, has her oh fuck moment, right? Lives with Fang for a couple of years and then transfers over to the school that Nasser is going to med school at, and the two of them do reconnect, and basically Naomi and again, this is all kind of in the background of the fic that I write, because this is just about the two of them bumping uglies. But right, there's a little bit of back lore of like, hey, I realized I was a shithead. I'm sorry. Do you want to try this again? And Nasser, being Nasser, is like, fine, whatever. And then basically, right, the fic is just them being kind of cuddly and nice and fun, and then they fuck, and then they go and they get like Chinese food afterwards or something. It is not a complex story at all.
Rekindling with sex.
Yeah, basically, right, yeah. It's porn with a plot.
Mm.
Right? It's not just Anon and Stella go into shed of sin and they fuck, and she scream he name when he come into her vagina.
He fucks Stagoros.
Very
Wow.
poetic.
Porn.
Thank you, Kev.
Yeah. I guess we could talk a little bit about some of the stuff you've helped like proofread, because we mentioned that you do that for like a handful of other writers at the beginning of the stream. If you wanted to go maybe into like talking about like how you've helped on certain fics and like maybe like what that process kind of like looks like.
Yeah, sure. I guess I'm actually thinking if there. I mean, right. I guess before I do that, just to get the rest of my fics out of the way. So I have that smut one. I have Ashes of Gaia. I have Porcelain Doll. Those are my two that I am most proud of. Or I guess right, that are my more complete works. And then I have my smut, right, the smut one, and then I have Sage Makes Pickles, which the less said about that one, the better. If you know, you know. And then there's the Sage Makes Beef Stew, which is at this point basically I just have like, okay, so people have been yelling at me about this because they know about it. I have an entire, oh god, I have my like Google Docs just filled with like ideas and shit. I don't know how many Sage Makes ideas I have, but they all have like an attached plot, and they are, again, right, they're kind of like Sage Makes Beef Stew, which is, again, it's not Sage Makes Pickles. It's not a spite fic against Swan Father, which is what Sage Makes Pickles is, by the way, if you didn't know that. Right, it's like this, I just want to write Sage doing shit and just write, okay, so it's, it's an exploration of, I want to write about this idea, this, Sage is having a shit day, what's going through Sage's head, or Sage and Anon are making pizza together, and it's this like exploration of how shit Anon's situation actually is, and Sage goes over to his place and they're going to make pizza together, and Anon has like pre-made crust and like low moisture shredded mozzarella and like canned sauce, and Sage is seething because Sage was expecting to have like dough from scratch, and we're going to make our own tomato or our own pizza sauce, and we're going to shred fresh blobs of mozzarella, and no, we're just going to like make microwave pizza. And Sage is like, Anon, what the fuck is wrong with you?
And Anon frowns.
Well, exactly right. And it's like, Anon's like, but what do you mean? This is pizza. And Sage kind of has this reality check of like, hey, you live a more fortunate life than Anon. Anon kind of lives in a shit situation. Oh fuck. But then, right, there's, learning back and forth of like, okay, well, maybe Sage can help Anon out with some stuff of like, okay, you can use the pre-made crust, but like, let's get you better pepperoni. Let's like get you like a toaster oven, right? Toast it, don't microwave it, right? Stuff like that, little things that make it a little bit better.
Elevate it just more than the baseline.
Exactly, right. And again, just dumb little ideas like that they're not full fic material, but it's almost like an anthology that just involves Sage as the main character exploring all these weird little ideas. This is more forward thinking, right? I have a fuckload of these ideas, but they all have names that are Sage Makes X, and it's all centered around food, but then right, it explores some other theme.
The cookbook, if you will.
I mean, honestly, basically, at some point I'll give it its name once I have enough things released in it, but it'll basically be something like that. And right, there's always the threat that I could have another one be another smut fic, and that's kind of the sick pleasure in my mind of it, you could say.
The threat.
yes, there is always the looming threat that you could click on. Oh, Sage makes cheesecake, and this one's funny, haha. And Sage makes pizza, and oh, haha, that one was funny. And then you have Sage does taxes, and it's Sage getting railed.
Yeah, you look at like the AO3 title and you see the smut tag and your face drops and you're like, oh no.
It's like, what does that have to do with taxes? Well, have you ever done your
You
taxes?
get fucked pretty hard, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Your numbers crunched, bitch.
Exactly. Right? Hey, this is the IRS.
Oh no, please. Not again.
Bend over and open your wallet.
No.
Anyway, so that's all the stuff that I've written. But yeah, to the proofreading part, I don't know when I got started with that, so I don't know. Again, I feel like I should stop apologizing because yes, this is my review. But I don't know. I don't like talking myself up that much. It feels weird. Not who I am. But
Spit yo shit.
yeah, exactly right. But so I a little bit more on my background. When I was in college, I was a TA for a technical writing course for 4 years. Was actually the lab teacher for said course and the lead grader for said course. And before then, in high school, let's just say I did very well in my school's English department, may or may not have won the English award, and then proceeded to go into a non-liberal arts field, to much to the chagrin of the people who were going into the liberal arts field. But I have again, I feel like I'm up my own ass talking about this, but I feel like I have a pretty good command of the English language, and I just enjoy the nuance of communication and how people communicate, and especially how written communication and written word differs from verbal and spoken communication. So all that in mind, and then being a TA for this lab course where it was technical writing, so basically grilling people on the very, very nitty gritty minutia of not not even the content, but how are you phrasing your sentences? Are you using active or using passive voice? Are you using present or past tense? Are you using first or third person? How are you using the Oxford comma correctly? Are you using the correct syntax of the language that you're trying to convey this idea to another person? Who is your audience that you're writing for, right? How are you trying to convey this message? All of those nuanced details of not even what idea are you communicating, but how are you communicating that idea? I guess I have a decently strong background in that regard. So when I get introduced to this scaly VN community where people are writing a bunch of fan fiction, I guess I kind of come into it with that very strong background of just from the building blocks of the English language. I can provide feedback on how you are arranging the words in your sentence. So that's where a lot of my, and again, I mostly joke about this. I don't think I've had really people say this to me, but I feel like I very much can come off as an asshole when I'm proofreading, because I will sit and I will pick apart sentences. I can pick apart a sentence and be like, no, you should do this, or you should do that, or this is incorrect, or you're using the wrong tense, or you're using the wrong, person, or you're switching from first to third person and you switch from active to passive voice in the same sentence, or this is a run-on sentence, or you use too many commas, or just ad nauseum. Right? I can sit and I can proofread down to that level. It takes a long time, but I can be that much of an asshole if I really need to, and I think that's where a lot of people have come to appreciate and value that level of just assholishness that I can get into. But also I can think above that level as well, right? I can read something just for content and give story level ideas and story level feedback as well. So
Yeah.
so right. So sorry, go on.
Sorry, no, I was gonna say you can look at something and be like, "Oh, this is just fanfic. I don't need to fucking grade this like a college paper."
Yes, right. And most of the time, unless somebody explicitly asks for that level of assholish detail, I will usually, glaze or not glaze. I will usually pass over, some of the more little minutia things like, okay, I'm not going to care too much about what tense, right? If you slip up your verb tense once or twice, whatever, that's fine. As long as it doesn't make the sentence sound really weird, I don't care. But if you want me to sit and grill you on that, give me a couple hours and I can tear you a new asshole. But right. So, and again, that's where I kind of started off with that, and then I very quickly realized that if I did that for everybody that I proofread for, I would not have enough hours in my day to like feed myself and bathe myself. Because it does take a lot of time to do that.
People like getting the Meister proofreads.
They do.
Yeah, I know in the past, whenever I've like written stuff, especially like for pleasure, not for like an actual course paper, because that's a completely different type of tone you have to take. I've always written in this like in the tone of like a conversational tone, right? Like I think it's been described that I write like I speak, if that makes sense. And I know one of the issues that I often have is my uses of commas, because I always use commas as like a what's the word? Like a break in like talking. So like whenever there's a natural pause, but it's not the end of the sentence, comma go there. And I know that like that's I don't think that's quite grammatically correct. At least I don't think I always use it correctly, and that's a bitch and a half for me.
So when it comes to character dialogue, that is where, and so right, I just talked about being an asshole and adhering to grammar. We'll call them grammar fascists, right? I can be that, but also the core tenet of writing is thou shalt communicate thy idea as clearly as possible. Right? Whatever you need to do to make sure that the idea that you want to get across to the person that you are writing for, you need to make sure that you communicate that idea as clearly as possible. If that means breaking grammatical rules to do so, then by all means, break grammatical rules. And where that leads into what we were just talking about is, right, you were talking about how you write dialogue, how you actually speak, especially for if you're trying to convey like an accent or the way that somebody's actually talking. When people talk, I mean, like, fuck what I'm talking about right now. If you were to write how I speak right now in text, you would not convey my cadence, my tone, my whatever, just with the words. You would need to write exactly how I'm speaking, or sometimes when I talk faster, you would need to find some way to indicate that I'm speaking faster. Or if somebody garbles a sentence, how do you convey that they garbled their words, right? Or they mumbled something, right? How do you convey that without breaking quotation marks and saying they mumbled this, right? That's where the disconnect between spoken communication and written communication comes in, is how do you convey the nuances of communication?
Right, you got to get creative.
Right. Again, there's some saying somewhere that 70% of communication is nonverbal. Yeah, okay, right. That there is truth to that, right? You're talking to somebody, body language, cadence, tone, right? Eye contact, lack of eye contact, right? All those things lead into communication. But even within verbal spoken communication, again, right? Cadence, tone, inflection, pronunciation, right? Again, extreme example. You have a hick character who does not speak the Queen's English per se, right? You would not write them talking like a normal person, right? You would write the way they say words, how they say the words. So you'd have hick accent here. All right, so let's say that I'm somebody named Linda and I'm from South Dakota. I'm from Brookings, South Dakota. So how are you going to write how I'm talking right now? Right? How are you going to indicate this, You have to make sure that you add in all the little weird things that I say in your nose and oops.
I'm fucking like mentally writing this right now. Fuck you for doing this to me. Our accents is like I fucking love writing accents.
Yes.
So I've talked about about Punch. I don't know if you've ever read Punch Drunk. I don't know how well versed you are with my writings.
Unfortunately, I have not, but I have heard about it a lot. So, and I have only heard good things about it. But anyway, go on.
D is from the Snoot version of Philadelphia. So
Okay. Yep.
yeah,
Use.
use is
Use.
fucking, you know, all of the fucking like words that would have like G at the end. I cut the G off and put a fucking apostrophe at the end of it.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
That's how he talks.
Yep. Well, right, exactly. If you are trying to convey that a character has a very thick accent, you would not write their sentences properly. You would write them how they speak them, right? Or words, right? You would not write "you all are." You would write the character saying "y'all are," right? And however you add in your apostrophes to make "y'all are" right, Y apostrophe ALL apostrophe RE, y'all are, right? But that's how you would say it. So
that's why I fucking love writing Randy. I could just fucking inject all of my Southern charm into that shit.
Right, exactly. So, but anyway, again, right there's that level of understanding, but also again, right, rules are there for when you're writing normally, and right, much more so. Again, I understand, right, coming from the technical background, you adhere to those rules much more strictly because you're not writing for entertainment, you're writing for informative purposes, which is a whole different ball game than writing for entertainment. When you're writing for entertainment, you can break a ton of rules and nobody is going to care. But right, there are some rules that you should adhere to for the most part. But when you're writing character dialogue or character speaking, you can and should break rules to make sure that you're conveying that character's, tone, accent, whatever, as clearly as possible. Right? If a character has an accent, fucking write them with an accent. Write them saying their words with a bunch of apostrophes and misspellings and, dropping G's or, however that character actually talks, make sure you write them like that.
Right. I mean, I've always taken it that rules and guidelines when it comes to writing are more so there, not as a steadfast rule, but more so to encourage flow and readability of what you're writing.
Yes. Right. Again, right. Yeah. That all comes back to, rule 0, thou shalt communicate thy message as clearly as you can.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What are you trying to convey? Make sure that your reader, when they read it, they get the message that you are trying to tell them. However you need to go about doing that, that's up to you. Right. And that's where just, time over target experience with writing and knowing how to convey messages comes in handy. Right. It's something that takes time. And I guess that's, if there is a piece of advice that I could give to people who want to write, it's just fucking write, get feedback, get experience, get time over target, right? Mm-hmm. You got to develop your style. You got to develop how you communicate your message to others is the most important thing that will develop your style. So
even if you think it's dog shit, show it to somebody. You don't have to show it publicly. Pick somebody you trust, somebody who you know won't like dunk on you and like call you a fucking retard or something for writing what you wrote. Just it doesn't have to be anybody who's a writer either. You can just be like, hey man, I wrote this. Could you read this for me? See how you like it?
Yeah. Right. Hey, yeah. Give me your blunt opinion. If you think this is shit, tell me so. But if you say that, if you're again, this goes equally with praise and criticism. You can say that you like something. You can say that you don't like something. Say why.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And that kind of gets into how I give my feedback. Right. You can the worst feedback that you can give is peak, or kill yourself. Right. Those are the worst kinds of feedback that you can give because that doesn't tell you anything.
No,
right.
Don't get me wrong. I do like seeing peak.
Oh, no. Right. It makes the happy chemicals in the brain jelly do the funny dance, right? When somebody says peak, and they glaze your work, but like it's much more satisfying and it's much more meaningful when it's, hey, peek, I really liked this part when this character did this, or I really like the way that you phrase this part, or I really like this description that this character gave of this one thing. Because then that's more substantial, more actual, targeted feedback, or targeted praise.
Kill yourself, and here's 95 reasons why.
Well, right, exactly. Yes, it is much different if it's kill yourself, and here's that's okay. We're not going to say that, but right. Your fic is bad, but here's why I think your fic is bad, and then they go through actual valid criticism, right? Most people don't do that. Most people say, "Wow, this sucks. I hate you." Okay, that's great. Fuck you too.
Right.
Or this is great. Hey, thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, you
Right,
obviously
right.
want feedback that helps you improve the work, right? Either something that tells you what you need to reinforce, like good behavior, or not behaviors, but good habits and good writing that you do, but also point out flaws that you have so you can try and find a way to fix them.
Right, exactly. Right, yes. You reinforce good behaviors, reinforce things that you're doing well, and give you substantial criticisms or substantial feedback on things that you aren't doing well so that you can improve them in the future. Exactly.
And even if you're not a critic, you can still get feedback. You don't have to be like, you don't have to write a fucking 2-page essay on why you like my shit. Just say I like this scene because of X and Y.
Yes. Right, yeah, and it doesn't have to be a paragraph. It could be, hey, I liked this because this. Right, even if you add just a sentence or a couple of words of hey, I really like the way that you described the very detailed description of Fang picking up that hot coffee cup and it burnt her hand and it made her feel this way. Right. Hey, I like the way you described that thing. Okay, thank you. Cool. Right, that's positive reinforcement, positive feedback. Or hey, I really didn't like how you had this entire side tangent of this character talking about this thing that ended up not being relevant to the story whatsoever. Right? Even if you just say that, that's more feedback than, kill yourself.
Right. And piggybacking off of that, like we said before, you don't need a critic for that.
No.
Genuinely, anybody can provide that and anybody can receive that. It's all about just being honest with what you read, right? Because everybody can say when I think I don't remember what the full sentence was, but somebody can tell when something's wrong with the writing. They might not be able to tell what specifically it is, but they know that there's something in there that didn't quite fit. Like when you read over something and it just doesn't feel right, you can usually pick that out and say that something wasn't right there. And then somebody who's maybe a bit more minded with that type of thing can be like, oh, well, that's probably because of this, this, or this. And that feedback in of itself is helpful because at the very least, a place you need to look at and figure out why is that not working.
Yeah, well, right, exactly. Again, even if you can't pin down exactly why something felt wrong, and again, I guess that depending on what level you are giving that feedback at, that could be as high level as story beats and plots, or it could be as low level as this sentence doesn't sound right.
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell you why, because this is not a criticism or a critique of people, right? Everybody understands the language at a different level, but you speak a language for long enough, you just learn how things sound and things sound right. If I were to, oh god, let me skull fuck you for a second here.
He's trying to think of a fucked up sentence right now.
Yes, no, that's exactly what I'm doing. If Meister were to suddenly speak, if Meister suddenly started spoken. Meister spoke in the past tense constantly during the course of the interview, and everything he said was in the past tense.
We've had somebody do that.
And he never spoke in the present tense for the remainder of the interview. It was very strange that he did that. Right. Right. If all of a sudden somebody does that in a fic that is taking place in the present tense, You might not be able to point out exactly why it doesn't sound right, but it would sound very wrong.
Your
No, if they're
brain has
writing
to
a-
spend
if-
time working on it.
Right,
no,
exactly.
If they're writing a noir detective fic, that's okay though.
No, right, and again, right, that gets back to
Expectations and like what's you're trying to
well,
communicate in the fic, right?
well, what are you trying to communicate? But also, again, right, that's something that, at least for me, when I start a fic, that's one of the first things that I'll do is, all right, present or past tense, first or third person, right? Whatever this fic is, it's going to pick one of those and it's going to stick with it unless it's got a damn good reason to break it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you flip flop back and forth, then it can get really like just weird, and it can just sound weird, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, like especially if there isn't like a clear cut when you're talking about past and present. Like keeping it in one, much easier. Flip flopping without any clear, because that's happened in a couple of fics that I've read where like suddenly we're in the past tense and it takes you a second to kind of kick into that mode because it wasn't properly articulated that we were going into the past.
Yeah. Right, exactly. And again, there are some times where it would make sense in a fic that takes place in the present tense to refer to something in the past tense, like, right, somebody's recalling something that happened, or they're describing something that happened in the past, then yeah, it would switch to past tense, Oh, I was thinking about yesterday when we went to the beach and we ate those hot dogs and then Reed ate shit in the sand, right? That's all past tense, even if the story for the most part takes place in the present tense, right? Again, it's all contextual. When do you use different tenses? And again, that's some stuff that, some people just implicitly can do, and some people you have to think more about. And it just comes with experience in the territory.
Mm.
And again, I talk all high and mighty, but I don't as much as a lot of other people do. So I also understand there's also value in not worrying too much about the finer details and just getting your story out there. And right, again, if you have a good message or you have an interesting story and you can convey it well enough, then people will absolutely overlook the little lesser details, and you don't need to get hung up on it.
Yeah, like window.
Kill yourself. So speaking of window, I am the only one who has basically ever proofread Punch Drunk for the most part, at least for the early stuff. I had one friend of mine start reading it, a little later. I'm sure if you fucking picked through that shit, you'd find all kinds of shit wrong with it.
Probably, especially if you're the only person that's ever looked at it. And that's not a criticism of you. You are never going to be a good proofreader for your own work simply because you will do things a certain way and you will develop a certain style, and your brain will look over things that are incorrect.
I could read the same fucking sentence 5 times and miss something because my brain autocorrects it.
Yep. Exactly. Or again, maybe it's just the way that you say something, right? You're just so used to saying something a certain way, and then you show it to somebody who isn't you, and they look at it like, what the fuck? No, this is wrong. It's like, what do you mean? And then they point it out, and it's like, oh shit, that is wrong.
Window is not how I say words, though. That was just a fuck up on my part, man.
The beauty of reading his fic live is that I get to pester him about that type of shit.
Yeah, I was listening to him read that chapter, and I wasn't looking at the screen. And when I finally did look back on the screen, he had highlighted it with the mouse and just kept reading. So when I finally why is there a random highlight here? And I looked over it and I said, window. And I was not being serious to anybody. Nobody could hear me at this. I slapped my forehead and went, motherfucker!
Window.
That was one of my favorite, just because I did just glide past it, but I made sure everybody who was looking at the screen saw it.
Yeah, as soon as I saw it, I was in chat. I think it was all caps, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fucking window, man. I ain't ever escaping window.
That is funny enough. That's, I think, another piece of advice that I remember hearing when it comes to like proofreading and stuff is just read it out loud, because you much more easily can pick up on the things that like don't sound right, because saying it in your head, you can more easily autocorrect it. Having to like verbally say it out loud, you're much less likely to like just skip over something
Yeah, you force yourself to slow down
Right.
and really look at it.
Absolutely. That and right, because you're on a computer screen, right, you can't really trace along with your finger. I suppose you could, but what I like to do is I will physically move my cursor and I will like hover it over, not necessarily every word, but I will move it along and I will scan it along as I'm going.
Mm.
Because then that forces your brain to actually look at every word. Because, and again, you've probably seen this before, but there's like that
I'm a speed reader, so like
well,
if I let myself, I'll just like
yes,
glaze over the whole fucking
right, exactly. And assuming that whatever you're reading is correct, that's an amazing thing that our brain can do. Is it is fantastic at interpolating information, right? You've probably seen it before. There's this like it's a sentence or it's like it's a paragraph where the beginning and end letters of every word are correct, but the letters in the middle are all scrambled, and most people can look at it and read it completely fine. Because the brain, the way that you actually process and read words and information, you do not look at every letter, right? You don't look at every word. You look at a sentence and there's a good chance that you've seen that sentence before, and your brain can kind of like, by picking out a couple words in it, it can interpolate or figure out the rest of the words. So if that sentence is correct, that's fine, that's great. But when you're trying to proofread and you're trying to check if that sentence is correct, you have to like untrain your brain from doing that. So physically hovering your cursor over and kind of like going over every word is how you actually catch that stuff better. Because then you force your brain to actually look at it and it's like, oh, wait, that's wrong.
I love my pattern seeking brain.
Stares at you, aphantasia.
Pattern seeking brain do indeed go burr.
All he can see, the only thing he can see in is patterns.
Is it time?
Yeah, can you see the apple?
All right.
Oh, baby. We're talking about the apple in 4K.
Ooh, is that clear, huh?
Okay, yes. All right. Sorry. Please ask the question.
No, that's it. Can you see the apple?
I can see the apple. I can rotate it in 4K. I can take a bite out of it. I can change the color of the apple. I can pull the stem off. I can put a leaf onto the apple.
Points at this helmeted nerd. He can't. Boo womp to him, I guess.
Okay, I'm on my phone.
Humo, you can have a bite. Humo, you can have a bite of your burger.
I don't even want to take a bite of my burger, dude.
Eat it right now.
I have to go heat it up, man. It's a 2-hour cold burger.
Why have you not been eating? You said you were gonna eat.
I was gonna eat, but then I knew that I have to talk while I'm eating, so then I didn't eat.
No. Here, I can. Jake and I can talk about something stupid while you have your food, dude. Blood sugar is important. Go eat.
Here's the issue: I take a while to eat, so like
he takes so fucking long.
It will take me like at least half an hour to eat that burger.
Okay,
I'm gonna have to experience this in fucking real life when I meet this asshole next week.
Okay, so what if we rotated the burger in our head?
I don't need to rotate it in my head. I can hold up. I have it over here.
Here it goes.
I am holding the burger up to the screen. Wow. I have it upside down. All right. There's bacon in it. There's some fresh mozzarella. Less fresh now, but you know.
Yep. I can place that on there.
There's some mushrooms in there, and it's kind of askew right now. One of the pieces of bacon is way too far on one side, so it's like poking out on both ends. So like I'd have to like fix that later. Can you imagine the temperature of the burger? Because I can tell you that the burger is cold. And like the bottom is like slightly damp.
Oh, those tater tots ain't coming back to life, Bubby.
I'll throw them in the air fryer. Worst case.
All right, never mind. He's white. He owns an air fryer.
Clearly, I own an air fryer. No, it's fine. I just gotta power through like at least another hour, and then I can go reheat it, and then I'll play Vintage Story and eat in game and in real life. It'll be awesome. There's no burgers in Vintage Story though, so I'm kind of sad about that.
But in an hour will only be 3 hours, and I'm primed to go, baby. Don't leave me out in the cold.
Holy shit!
I want to spritz you with a spray bottle for some reason.
What?
No, Meister.
Okay. like with water?
Oh wait, I wonder if.
No, sulfuric acid.
Oh,
All right. So, oh wow. Are you British?
Oh no.
Breton.
I'm fucking American, man. I'll tell you what, I fucking love cheeseburgers and beer and fucking bacon.
Sounds like you're compensating for your Americanism.
Fuck you.
Whatever.
Anyway, so oh yeah, where I was going with that. So completely sidetracking back to something I was talking about earlier. So I mentioned that I have ambitions to write Sage more. Just the romantic pairing that I have for Sage is Reed. I can't explain why. I just think that it's funny. Two raptors.
Raptor connection.
But yeah, Raptor connection. Receiver K. You can send the death threats and or litigation forms to my address. But I just got this idea in my head of Sage being a little shit and Reed has a spray bottle. Bad, no.
So we've kind of got like a little bit more of like a gremlin-y type Sage. Issues where we need to fucking pull out the bottle.
So yes, I guess so. The micro raptor in the room with Sage is, what is Sage's gender? Are they transgender? Are they male? Are they female? Yes, I don't fucking care. Right. I do have a in my head stated thing for that. I want that to be the least interesting thing about Sage. I don't care what's in Sage's pants. There is so much more to Sage's character. Sage is a blank slate, right? You can right. Sage is chef, kind of gremlin-y, right? There's a little bit of the Sage hide that's kind of this community, mapped personality onto Sage. But beyond the physical design of the character, and if you take the Goodbye Volcano high interpretation of it, right, their biological gender and orientation, whatever. Sage is basically a blank slate. You can do whatever the fuck you want with Sage, right? You can turn Sage into Snook Game Encore. You can turn Sage into Sage Hyde. You can turn Sage into Goodbye Volcano High Sage. You can turn Sage into a gremlin, right? Whatever the fuck you want, because Sage does not have a stated character in the Caveman on lore and mythos, right? In Snoot Game canon, Sage is mentioned twice, and there is no description given of them other than they refer to Sage as her. That's the only like indicatory information about Sage we get.
Right.
So anyway, I kind of forget where I was going with that, but right, that's where what I kind of am interested in writing Sage as is, right? It's right, blank slate, but also gender and orientation. There is, thought behind that, right? It is a right, Sage has to have pronouns, right? So Sage goes by he, him, his in my fix, but whatever, female to male, transgender, but like that's the least interesting thing about them. Right. Let's just get past that one, right? Let's just say that Sage has a well-formed sense of self-identity and they decided that they want to be he, and we're just going to move on and write Sage as a fun character after that.
Right.
And like,
it's like
maybe there will be like a joke here or there, but it's not going to be the main crux of any conversation regarding it.
Right. It's only one facet of the character. It's more interesting to explore other facets.
Yes. And it doesn't matter what your gender or whatever, anything about that. If you focus on that, you're just not an interesting person.
Sorry, I just got Vice sent me something.
Oh no. That's scary.
Who wants to get hurt today?
What?
Do I need to pull something up on the stream?
You need to pull several things up on the stream.
Oh boy.
I'm just gonna forward this whole thing to you, Humo.
Okay.
I'm not ignoring your questions, Falling. There's a lot of fucking questions in chat right now, dude.
Uh-oh. Oh. Well, time to pull these up.
Oh, God.
Anybody who's ever read my synopsis for E1 of Punch Drunk Gator is about to have a real bad time.
Or a real good time.
Or a real good time.
Kind of just depends on what side of the fence you're sitting on.
Don't worry, this is the spoilers.
Alright. Let's see. Display capture. You want to say anything on these as I go through them, or you want me to just like pop through them here?
I mean, what is there to say? Just pop through them.
Bald Skinny gets popped. that's the synopsis here. Turns out getting shot in the fucking neck hurts. One would probably infer that. This not good. And bam. There you go.
Red Dead Dorian.
Ooh, that hurts good.
Damn.
God damn.
We love a dead Dorian in this house.
Yeah. Ooh, boy.
What?
Oh God. My ears.
Sorry. Scraggedy immediately sends me a DM of the final slide. Me when I spill my fucking spaghetti sauce. Oh.
Palms
Thank
are
you.
sweaty.
Scraggedy, I love you.
Oh, Scrag.
Knees weak. Arms are heavy.
Man.
Okay, so I'm just like trying to catch up on chat because I did see there were like when I started rambling on about proofreading, there were
Right.
some people
I
that
do
had
have
some
to
like,
say,
oh yeah, go on.
chat, save your questions for the end when we do the you know,
I think
ask
you're looking for
Meister
Q&A.
questions. Yeah,
Okay.
Q&A.
Okay. Yeah.
Because we have a dedicated section for that at the end of the spotlight.
Okay. Then I will.
Worst
So you're
case,
not
we can
gonna-
always scroll back too if need
Yeah,
be.
you're,
Yeah.
you're getting
Yeah.
more questions.
Yeah. Okay. No, I don't
And-
have. I'm sleepy. Well, you know what? Falling. You can watch the fucking VOD in the morning.
No,
bitch.
hold on. I'm making something real quick.
Go make the tab.
Yeah.
for it. Usually, well, I say usually. I try to make a tab for each guest, but I kind of forgot to do it this week because Vintage
You
Story
did.
was plaguing me.
He did forget to do that. I'll do that real quick.
Yeah, where we would just like let people submit questions for the Q&A if they aren't here live. So that's a good place to put it. While Jake's doing that though, I think it's time to do something I always dread.
Okay.
It's time to talk about GVH. Did you play
yeah,
it?
sure. No, I didn't.
Have you watched it?
Bits and pieces.
So you how much do you know about it?
I would say just about next to nothing.
Oh,
I probably know more about it through memes and the most that I know about Goodbye Volcano High is probably actually Sage's involvement of it because that's where a lot of the like base Sage lore comes from.
okay.
Because all the other characters actually are completely different, right? They just have their original designs from GVH, whereas Sage has no character in Snoot games. So like the basis for Sage's personality has to come from GVH because there is no personality.
Okay. That makes sense. Fucking yeah. I don't even know like how I would talk about this since you haven't actually seen it. GVH is I guess I'll just talk about my experience with GVH.
Yeah.
Fucking played Wani, played Snoot game, and then I was like, okay, so this came to existence because of GVH. People say that GVH sucks. I'm gonna go into this with an open mind. And I streamed it. And it is, I believe, a total of 3 streams. And there is a very clear, like, decay insanity each stream. So the first stream, I end off like, okay, they're setting stuff up. Maybe it's not going to be that bad. Maybe it'll be fine. And to the second stream, I'm not happy. I'm annoyed with how things are playing out in the story. It's very frustrating. And I'm like, okay, fucking, I'm locked in now. Let's go ahead and finish this off. I start this last stream at arguably the worst, like, scene in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And by the end of that stream, I'm like fuming.
Yeah.
Because it is just such a mishandled mess of a story that says a lot of stuff, but doesn't really say anything. And it just butchers all of its, like, it's got, like, Telltale Syndrome, but even worse than Telltale Syndrome, where you have choices, but the choices don't fucking matter at all in the slightest.
Yes.
And
yes.
So, like, one of the big tension points in the story is supposed to be between Fang and Trish, and how fucking Trish doesn't really want to be part of the band anymore. She wants to focus on her stupid fucking bugs and go to college. And Fang wants to, like, have the band do their final hurrah before they get destroyed by a meteor. And you can play it such that, like, you are very understanding to Trish's plight and are like, okay, sure. Well, let's do, like, this last thing for Battle of the Bands, and then, you know, I'll support you and everything. Just see this last thing out with me, right? A very understanding way to look at it. Battle of the Bands happens, and, like, Fang's riding that high, and Trish is just like, you've never supported me. You've never wanted, like, to help me with my endeavors. And it's like, that is literally the antithesis of everything I have chosen up to this point. And, like, in the context of if you are being an asshole and choosing all of the bad choices to make, like, fucking their relationship strained, it makes sense to have that, but it doesn't make any sense otherwise. And then there's this fucking campfire scene where everybody is just being, like, just assholes and, like, just not making sense from, like, a story perspective, and you're just forced to, like, sit there and take it. Yeah, it's the fucking worst. It pisses me off every time I think about it. Jake, help me out here. And you throw something in.
You want me to help you? I'm still fucking reeling from the shit that I got.
Well,
yeah, true. You're in your own world.
Well, right, and that is what I have heard about Goodbye Volcano High, right, is that the story and the writing was just a garbled, bungled mess. Which, right, to me, from what I do know about Goodbye Volcano High, right, is the art design and the aesthetic and the character design, which, right, outside of, again, obviously I like the snoot interpretations of the characters more because that's just what I know.
Right.
But, like, the art, the stylization, the color choices, right, just the design, the aesthetic of Goodbye Volcano High, in my opinion, is very well done. It is very visually appealing. The artist did a really good job with it. So it's a goddamn tragedy that the story and the writing is such dog shit.
Yeah, when it comes to, like, the arts, like, the soundtrack is, like, usually most people can agree is, like, at the very least good. People enjoy the music that's present in it, that's something, at least a silver lining, I suppose. The art, people, I know people have kind of, like, conflicting opinions on it. Some people don't think it looks that great. I think it looks okay, but the big thing about the art is that there's specific moments where they use, like, these, like, 2D, like, sprites, and I think that they look way more expressive and interesting than, like, the, like, pseudo 3D models that they use throughout the entire game. And I kind of wish they had maybe gone that avenue more and just had, like, stills, kind of like I don't know, maybe comic book-esque, like, in terms of its presentation.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I think that would have been pretty good, and that they could have used, because at the end there's this big concert before the meteor hits, right? Mm-hmm. And while you're doing the mini game, which fucking, to do the music, you do, like, a mini game that doesn't matter if you do it right or wrong. You can literally put your controller down and you still do perfectly fine in the performance, so it means nothing.
Yeah. And everybody still dies anyway, which is just like rocks fall.
You think
rocks fall, everybody dies.
So here's the interesting thing. It's been confirmed that it's ambiguous if the rock actually hit or not. Which is another fucking, like, you cowards moment. Just saying they all died.
Just kill them, man.
Like, regardless.
Me when I'm writing Porcelain Doll with an open ending. I don't know if Anon comes back or not.
It's one thing Because like the issue is that you see the fucking sky light up, like there is, you know, those motherfuckers are about to die to the meteor, but they're like, maybe they lived. Who knows? No, they didn't.
Don't,
Motherfuckers are dead.
The rock's there. Maybe it missed her.
Maybe it just like glided by and it didn't actually touch the earth.
It just skimmed the atmosphere and it just, don't worry. It just vaporized. It vaporized Greenland. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we don't care. It's fine. It's Fang and everybody else is alive. It's all that matters. Yay! But like during the performance, while you're doing the mini game, they and like okay. See, this is the issue with GVH. I keep remembering shit that pissed me off. The time frame in GVH is so convoluted. Like you'll go from like, oh, we're going over the course of like a day or two, and then it's a month later. And it doesn't like properly articulate that, and you're like, wait, what? Huh? Because at the end, when you're doing the concert, it's flashing like all of these images that I guess you were doing in the meantime, with like everybody hanging out with each other. And it's like, I think back to that and I'm like, that would have been so much cooler as a game, having like the characters actually interacting with each other to like try and appreciate their last moments alive, instead of focusing on, I need to play in my band before the meteor hits. I need to do this. Like,
why don't you spend time with the people that mean the most to you and not play music?
That's the thing. They do that essentially. They just don't fucking show it. It's all offline development, and you're like, whoa.
I mean, I love cooking, but if I was gonna die tomorrow, I don't know if I'd want to spend my last day cooking.
I'd be out in the streets committing crime.
Yeah, no, Jake kept like talking about, every time we talk about GVH, Jake's like, no, I would have been fucking rioting, killing people.
What else am I gonna do? I was in that world and the fucking meteor didn't hit and it was like, oops, riot's over. I'm going to prison for the rest of my life. What's the point? Why'd I kill all those people now?
All right, so GVH, Jake does the purge. Sounds good.
All right, you know what? I better take the place of the meteor. I'm the meteor now, motherfuckers. Come on, let's go.
Okay, Jake, if we wrote a fic with you just killing dinos because the meteor's gonna hit, is the E1 if the meteor hits, or is the E1 if the meteor doesn't hit?
The E1 if the meteor doesn't hit.
I get E1 either way, bitch. This is E0.
And then you have to, and then you have repercussions for all your actions.
There are no repercussions.
Oh no!
Yes, Scrag said there's a massive fucking jump in the events of the game from September of one year to fucking April of the next.
Wait, is there fucking really?
Yeah, like I don't remember like the specific time frames. I just remember that there was like a certain point in the game where we were like here and then we're there. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, okay, yeah. This is just encouraging me to not actually ever play it, and I'll just watch like a
stream of it.
I will watch a no commentary playthrough of it so I can form my own opinions.
That is perfectly fine way to do it, because your input in the game is not going to matter. You might get a little bit of different flavor text, and there's like there's like an affinity system, like a relationship type system where like you get closer with certain characters, but then that doesn't really make sense either, because like it will randomly jump people up on the thing. Like if I remember correctly, there was a scene where I do literally nothing and everybody's arguing with each other. And after that scene ends, Reed goes up on the affinity meter. I'm like, what? Huh? And then, like, the affinity meter means fucking nothing, because at the end of the game, it depends on, like, certain choices you made, whether or not you get to talk to one character or another at a scene. And, like, because I had the same affinity with Reed and Nazar, but I could only talk to Nazar, despite me being good friends with Reed. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And then the two people that you genuinely don't care to talk to at all, because there's a whole fucking, like, stalker subplot with Naomi that makes her icky, and then Trish is Trish. I don't want to talk to Trish. You have to talk to both of them and reconcile.
Yeah, the game doesn't let you be a dick.
Right, and what Pint said, there's a fucking, like, Sage. You can only get affinity with Sage. during a D&D segment of the game.
Yes, and that is one criticism that amongst the many criticisms, right? Obviously, the Snoot very heavily biased against it for seemingly very good reasons, but that is one thing I have heard is that like half the game is just this L&L session.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like to some extent, it's fine in that. Like, at the end, it forms as a way of Reed coping with his inevitable death.
Yeah.
But, like, the lead up to that is just, like, sucks.
Yeah. Right. Again, it's the writing and execution of the story is just, from what I've heard, not good.
There's also, like, some, like, forced, like, drama between, like, Fang and Rosa. Which I don't understand.
Which is, again, right, coming from a Snoot side of things is just bonkers to me.
Yeah, like, the whole thing is like, oh, Trish is getting closer with Rosa, and that means she's not going to be my friend anymore. And it's like, and regardless of what you do, it almost, like, wants to paint that picture regardless of, like, any choices you're making. There's never, like, a direct confrontation, but it's always, like, something that, like, hey, do you want to talk about how you're mad that, like, Trish is hanging out with Rosa? I'm like, no. What? The fuck is this? What is the message they're trying to push here? And then...
There's no message.
Right. And then, like I mentioned earlier, there's the whole stalker subplot, which I don't know who the fuck signed off on that one. That one's just weird.
Canadians, am I right?
Man, I don't even know if I can put that on the Canadians.
don't give the Canadians government funding. Shit goes bad all the time. He's staring at his burger.
No, I'm staring at the back of my hands right now because they're on my face.
Burger.
Crazy hamburger.
Crazy hamburger.
Well, that's my fucking patented GVH rant. So
it was badass.
Yeah.
You really sold me well on it. I will not be giving them my money.
Good. That's all I can ask. Like, fucking man. I don't. Okay, I have something else to complain about. So, let's. All right. You know the characters generally that are in GVH, right?
Yep.
Let's say I come to you, right? I say, hey, we should make a plush from GVH. What character are you gonna use as the plush?
Fang, of course.
Wrong. You're gonna use
Mango.
Trish's worm.
Mango.
Oh, Mango!
You're gonna use Mango.
So yes, I did. I do remember seeing like the Mango plush, and I if there's like one thing I would want to learn from GVH lore is like what the fuck is Mango and how do pets like that work in that world, because I actually do want to include like a character in one of my fics somewhere having whatever the fuck Mango is. I don't know if they're a caterpillar or whatever. But like I just like the idea of pets not just being cats and dogs in the Snootverse. I just like the idea. Right, and again,
just a big fucking like caterpillar.
Well, right. I mean,
just bugs.
Right, because Bianca has in the.
Yes, I was gonna bring her up.
Right.
Actually.
Yes, she has a seeing eye. She has a seeing eye isopod, and in Sage Makes Beef Stew, I give Sage a isopod pet. And I just love the idea that pets in the Snoot world are not just cats and dogs, but it's like cats and dogs and like weird giant bugs and just like weird prehistoric creatures, right? Like you know, I've seen in certain fics, right? People have like, you know, saber tooths.
Well, you know why you don't see any mammals in Snooterwani, right? It's what Caveman doesn't want to tell you is that there are no cats and dogs and any mammals like that. Is because they're all anthros.
Yes, because Ted's wife. Oh,
Ted's
boy.
mouse wife.
All right, excuse me. I have to go get another beer. If we're going to open, that is not a can of worms. That is a warehouse of invertebrates.
Yeah, we're looking. Oh, true. Guts exists.
Oh dear. Okay. All right.
Yeah, Guts does exist.
Tomorrow
Oh
is
wait, now
gonna
that
hate
now
me.
it's weird. Wait, yeah.
Hmm,
How does
Gut-
that? Are just some like biologically ascended and they've?
So that is the way that I have chosen to interpret it, just to like be able to sleep at night and reconcile things in my mind, is that any creature that in our existing reality is extinct, right? There is a chance that they were, ascended, or they gained sentience or conscience or whatever. And just about anything that isn't, right? So like, cats, dogs, cows, pigs, chickens, right? Shit like that. They're all non-sentient creatures. And then you have fucking Ted's wife. And that just like it throws the biggest fucking wrench in all of that, and I hate it.
Yeah,
It's really funny though.
It is hysterical to think that fucking Ted Kaczynski in the Snoot verse, right, is not Ted Kaczynski, but he is Ted Kaczynski, but he has a loving mouse wife and he has a great, happy life, and he's just a park ranger and he's just happy as can be, but he's got this mouse wife. But like that just destroys my theory of how their world works, and I don't like it.
him getting his E4 destroys everything. Unfortunately,
Basically.
I'm putting Anthros in Life's a Beach.
fucking. Now I'm just like plagued with the idea of Solly going to like a fucking zoo and going to the primate exhibit, and they're just being like just straight up monkeys, and like a tear rolls down his cheek.
My people, what have they done to you?
One day.
I'll get you out of there. Don't you worry.
Solly.
I mean, you
trained
look
a
at
monkey.
motherfuckers. I mean, you look at motherfuckers like Solly.
Yeah.
And then you look at motherfuckers like Mr. Ferris, and you're like, that's a fucking whale, dude. That's not a dinosaur.
That thing belongs in the ocean.
Not a whale. That's why I was like, a big whale woman. What if she was Italian too?
Also, I just for the record want to state that I don't have a problem with Mango being a plush. I have a problem with Mango being a plush before Fang was a plush.
Before Fang. I will agree with that sentiment. I'm a very small part of me is sad they didn't get the chance to get a Mango plush, because I've seen their Fang plush and I think it's an abomination and an affront to God that she doesn't have a giant. She doesn't have a giant snoot. She doesn't have a giant snoot. And I pre-ordered that Olivia plush, even though, and again, no disrespect to Olivia at all. I do not care about Olivia nearly as much as I care about Fang, but I still ordered that Olivia plush the fucking second I saw it, because goddamn, that is exactly what I thought of.
She's a cutie.
She's a cutie. She's gonna look great on my shelf next to
the fucking
all
GBH.
of my weird fucking Hollow Knight plushes in my Cult of the plush, right? It's gonna look perfect next. Oh, and I have y'all played Outer Wilds.
Yes.
That's his, John. I have not.
I have a Ryback plush.
Nice.
Yeah. Do. But anyway, right? It'll look perfect on that shelf. But you take Fang's snoot away, and what's the fucking point?
It
But
looks like I succeeded my pan quest to smash your snoot in.
Yeah.
Basically, right? It's like a pug.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Frank. Right. But at least Mango, from what I've seen of the Mango plush, it looks like it's properly sized and like proportioned.
Yeah, it's fine for what it is.
Yeah.
Talking about a fucking Fang plush though, like I will never be satisfied with any Fang plush unless it has that long ass snoot like that one plush. That plush is fucking
Well, right, and that's why Fnag is the actual canonical representation of Fang in Meat Space, is because she has the big snoot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Jake.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when I was a physical representation of Fang?
Oh, true.
I remember hearing. So all right, I don't really know who you are. Wow, that came out very weird.
Trust me, not many people do. It's fine.
but I remember hearing about that stream and clicking on it, and then just seeing that you were just wearing like the crop top, and I just thought to myself, You couldn't put a fucking cone over your face, you hack.
I drew lines, all right? I was not about to be like doing the fucking like dolphin like thing that they had that one time where the fucking like there's only so much I could do. I want you to know, my hair was supposed to be like white/gray for that stream, and I had like this fucking like this substance I was gonna put in my hair, and I was trying so desperately to get it to work before stream, and it just wouldn't fucking work. And I just had to go with my natural hair color because I like, oh, that whole stream like fucking, oh, there was so much shit that went wrong. But at the end, I got it. I gassed myself.
We did do that.
It was my first time frying anything, and I had the fucking oil in the heat for too long, and I was so focused on making the fucking dino nuggies by hand that I didn't realize it started smoking up the apartment. And
He burned the oil.
my eye, like, there was just a moment where I was like, why are my eyes fucking like burning and like crying so much? And I look around and I'm like, oh shit. And I had to like fucking rush over to the windows, open them up and crack them up before I heard
Oh, that was so funny.
it was a stream and a half, I'll tell you that.
I mean, I know exactly why that happened if you've never done that before. But I'm just kind of silent judging in my head.
I've since then gotten better about cooking oil.
Well, man, the first time you fry something being when you're doing a fucking live stream, that is just a terrible environment to learn how to fry stuff in.
Yeah. It made for good content though.
Oh. Fantastic content. Horrible learning environment.
Jake, can you find the picture of me in the dark making the nuggies that Artif did? My message to the West.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta look.
That one's so good.
I gotta look in the Luca zone for that. Hold on. Let's see.
I love that one. But yeah, no, like fucking, were I to do it again at some point, I would know where the fault lies and where I need to fucking lock in a bit better on. At some point I still need to do like a Dino Mo stream where I make a pizza in like one of those inflatable T-Rex costumes.
I unironically would be willing to like help you out with that to make sure that you can at least make like a decent pizza.
Here you go, Bubby.
Here it.
You throw that up on stream real quick.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I love this pic. It's so good.
He looks like what's his face from Hatred.
Oh God.
Oh man.
My name is not important.
Not important.
What matters is what I'm going to do.
I'm tired of all these fucking worms feasting on the carcass of the planet, or whatever the fuck he says. Oh my God.
It's time to fry, and it's time to nug.
Oh fuck.
What was the context for me turning the light off? Was it Lanny's like, turn the light off?
Yeah, you had this bit going where like to donate to turn the lights back
donate
on.
$5 for me to turn the light back on. Cause that's the time I opened up like fucking memberships and like super chats on YouTube. So that stream was a fucking mess, man.
Man, was it good though.
What was it? It was like $50 and I'll like throw one of the fucking eggs against the fridge.
Yeah. Oh my. One of these was really good. It was that one fucking donation you got.
Oh yeah, from your friend.
Yeah. Let me go see. Either make nuggies or pop some Ritalin and dance for my pleasure. $100.
Oh man, it was a good time. I would do it again for sure. But like, holy shit, I need to like invest in a better setup for that type of thing because I had to. So like, my stream mic is like anchored to my desk with a nice mount.
It's got wires. He just has the wire wrapped around it because he's a crackhead.
What are you talking about?
What was that one picture of the wire?
What picture of the wire?
Are you lying? You're gaslighting me.
No, you've got me confused. Like wrapped around what?
No, you're gaslighting me. We have the wire wrapped in your drawer.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, like I have it like threaded through, like for my headset. You're talking about?
Oh, that was for your headset, not your microphone.
Right. No, my microphone though, it's just in a bundle on the floor.
Oh, that's bad. Also,
Well, it's over where nobody walks.
still bad.
Whatever. I have a very small space to work with here. Anyways, I had to like fucking get a long ass cable and bring that out to the kitchen and like screw in the mounts or like clamp it down in there. And then I had to figure out a way to get a camera because I had to wire this all up to my desktop because I don't have like a laptop to stream off of. So like it was just fucking 4 or 5 cables running out of my room into the kitchen. I had like a fucking like a webcam that I was going from that had shit quality. I had to use earbuds connected to my desktop to hear the boys because I was talking with them while I was cooking because otherwise I probably would have been insane and sitting in the kitchen by myself making nuggies.
Sitting quietly in his den of evil.
Letting the evil thoughts win.
Den of sin.
So
It's true.
there was not. Okay, there's a little bit of sin. Sin against cooking, sure, but
Yeah. Culinary sins.
culinary sins, truly.
Oh,
So
nice.
yeah, that. How the fuck did I even get to that point again? I don't even remember.
I don't. How fucked?
What?
What did you say?
I said, how did we even get to that point where we were talking about the cooking stream?
don't
Because we were talking about Goodbye Volcano High,
Oh,
and then we were talking about the plushes, and then we were talking about
The
the
physical representation
Oh,
of things.
physical
Yes,
representation.
yes,
All right,
yes, yes, the representation of Fang in meat space, which inevitably led into your cooking stream.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. That
Yeah.
we've rounded back around. Cool.
Yes.
Oh, man. I'm trying to think like where do I even go from there?
I don't know. I mean, we're at the 3-hour mark. We could open it up to questions now.
Yeah, we can open
There-
up to questions and then just
yeah.
shoot the shit while they ask questions.
Yeah.
There's already a couple on the thread, but
I was gonna say, yeah, there have been a couple, and like people please re-ask your questions if you haven't
yeah,
asked them already. I've also been kind of slowly collecting questions on the side. I know there's like one big one from Falling, and there's one from
If
Smooth, but
you
like,
are-
yeah, everybody else, please put your
If you are
questions in.
in the Discord server, look in the pit. I am posting the link to his thread so you can find it really easily to ask your question.
Jake, I just saw something that has an evil aura.
What?
Ace is in
Oh,
a
God.
fucking VC by himself with the title of the thing being Roblox Soccer.
Roblox soccer. Yeah, I see that. I don't want to acknowledge that right now. That will invite dread.
Should we talk about Rule 6?
You want to talk about Rule 6?
Yeah.
feel
What
like
is?
we need to
Oh
bridge it.
God, what the fuck is that schmoopy?
Schmoopy, god damn it. He posted the dolphin.
Yeah.
Ah!
Yeah. Is that what you wanted for the Fang stream? Smiles? That?
Report message terrorism. How did
I
your
hope-
reporting experience go?
I
Bad.
actually reported that!
No. Don't worry, I didn't actually.
Oh, I mean, I think if you did, nothing would happen. You just force some poor Discord AI algorithm to look at this and go, what the fuck is this? Does not compute.
I like to imagine that it's a physical person who just is like, huh?
Huh?
It's like the dad from Coraline.
They probably would ban Schmoopy just out of principle.
If they saw the rest of his shit, maybe.
Okay, wait, whoa.
Freak
All right,
against
all right,
nature.
All right. Worst question I've seen all night. Scrag, do you cut your Pop-Tarts? Who hurt you?
He's asking that for a reason. And it's because of that guy sitting in the chair across from you. Because guess what he does?
Where's my hand? Hi.
Humo, who hurt you?
I guess in this case it'd be my mother? Question mark.
I'm sorry, we don't have to talk about it.
No,
It is his mother's tradition to cut her Bobby
Yeah,
Woodle
when
Pop Tarts
I
in
was-
6 pieces.
yeah. When I was young, my mom would cut my Pop Tart for me in the morning. So like that's just something that I stuck with. I cut my Pop Tarts now. I cut them into 8 pieces though because they're more bite sized that way.
I mean, fair enough.
I'm gonna be real. I want people who are asking their questions in chat to go ask it in the fucking thread.
Here, you monitor where they are in the fucking chat. I'll go to the thread and I'll ask the thread questions.
I need to.
Why do I have to ask the
to
chat
close
questions?
this chat. I don't want to look at that dolphin.
Okay,
anymore,
do you want one or the? You told them to go to the. Okay, you know what?
Yeah,
Fuck it.
I told them to go to the thread.
Go to the thread. Go to the thread. Start asking from the thread.
All right, fine. First one comes from Joe Obama, Janice Draws, apple or pepper.
What?
Just answer it, apple or pepper.
Fuck, that's a hard question.
As long as you're
Is
willing
there
to provide the context.
am I given any context for this question?
All right. So Janice is one of the people we've had on the spotlight. He is a
Okay.
wonderful artist. And when we asked him the apple question,
Oh,
he said, "Yeah, I can see the apple." And then I asked him, "Can you rotate it?" And he goes, "Yeah, but it kind of turned into a pepper." So that is his bit. He was
Okay.
really yelling at me not to give you the context, but I had
okay. I mean, if right, gun to my head, apple or pepper, I'm gonna say apple,
to. All right.
but only because I like apples slightly better than I like peppers. But oh boy, you want to talk about extending the stream another 3 hours? I haven't even mentioned to you that last year in the summer I grew 7 or 8 pounds of peppers. And when I say peppers, I mean like these are chili peppers, right? These aren't like big bell peppers. These are like little baby boys.
So you got a lot of them.
Yes.
You
You know
got
what? Let me just send a photo.
You have a lot of pickled peppers, don't you?
I have a half-gallon ball jar in my fridge of pickled peppers.
That's a lot of pickled peppers.
I have a lot of pickled peppers. I have a lot of hot sauces. I have a lot of preserved things. I have a lot of jellies and jams. Again, I
Sounds like the fucking cellar in Vintage Story.
do.
What?
I have a lot. I have a lot of. Again,
You're sage. We get it.
yes.
Jake, don't talk about Vintage Story.
What?
Don't talk about Vintage Story.
Why?
Because I want to play it right now.
So do I. Well, hold your horse.
I see how it is.
No, it's okay. I like talking to you. Don't.
I just gotta go beat asses in a mine, alright? I gotta go make money.
All right. Well, you can tab out and go play that, and Jake and I can talk about peppers.
Oh, I've got questions. I'm just gonna move on.
Yeah.
Ultimate Lifeform Cars asks, if you've watched MLP, who's your favorite pony?
I haven't watched MLP.
Good
but
answer.
Yeah, that's my answer.
Falling Sun asks, say something about all the writers you know that makes them unique.
Falling Sun is probably the weirdest fucking person on the internet that I have ever met that I didn't want to immediately dissociate with. And I mean that in the most polite way possible. He's just a weird motherfucker.
That's what makes him who he is.
But like, no, right, it does. He's just a genuinely interesting person, just like talking to him about the weird shit that he does. And again, right, the whole like, oh God, the whole fucking warehouse food thing. I was laughing my ass off when he brought that up during the round table.
I might have checked out for that.
But right, working, talking about the authors that I work with, right, he's probably the singular individual that I've worked the most with, just in terms of the fact that I have been with him since Bodhisattva was, a glimmer in his eye. Right. I remember I was his beta for when he wrote Bodhisattva as the one shot. He just like wrote this insane rambling of it. And I looked over it and I remember the feedback, right? I gave him some feedback, but I remember the one thing that I said that I think stuck the most with him was that I looked at it and I was like, this feels like this is a skeleton outline. There are the bones for a much larger story here. This feels like you're writing an outline for a story. When he wrote the one shot of Bodhisattva. And then, right, it's turned into the whatever, 30 chapter behemoth that it is now.
This motherfucker actually put Vintage Story up on screen.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no, he did. I mean, that's fine. In the Oats stream, he was playing Red Dead by like hour 4 as well. So.
Oh my God. All right, you're on par with Oats now, Humo.
Oh no! You're not even close. We won 7.5 on the old stream, so
Yeah, I mean, not time wise, just.
yeah. Oh right, yeah.
Is this better or worse than me killing Scrag and Sparking Zero?
I think this is better because that like you actively held the host or like the fucking guest hostage.
Yeah, no, it would be the opposite way if you guys let me stay here. I would hold you guys hostage, so I can keep going. Listen, I am the liquor Randy, so there's plenty of fuel for me here.
I'm also paying attention. This game does not require much thought process for me.
Yeah, no, and like just to drop the jokingness. You're playing this. Granted.
You didn't. Not a single word you just said picked up on your microphone.
Oh, sorry. I don't care that you're playing this in the background. It's fine.
Okay, there you go. So, are you done with the question from Falling? Because you only really talked about Falling.
Yeah, no. I only talked about Falling. Right. Okay. Oh God.
Well, there's a lot of you know a lot of writers.
Mr. Swanfather. Oh dear. What do I even start with Swanfather? Oh boy. He appeared on my radar, or I guess I would say I appeared on his radar based on relative gravitational pull. July of last year or so. And I don't remember if I particularly proofread for a lot of his early stuff, simply because he churned out his early stuff at such a furious pace that I think he was basically typing in the AO3 text box. Like, that guy fucking put out, like a chapter every other day when he was writing AHA at its peak. But right, sorry, what?
I feel that.
Yeah. Right, but as things went on, he kind of slowed down and started to more refine his writing style. I started to proofread more and more for him. I remember for Pirate Princess of Volcano High, right, as that story was kind of coming to its continuation, I started proofreading more and more for him, and I do remember specifically the chapter Promenade, right, the prom chapter for that. He basically came to me and he was like, all right, how do I write this emotional scene? And I think that's kind of where I started being more of an active proofreader for Swan, at least for a while, was right, kind of working with him on Promenade. And I'm pretty happy that I got to work on that chapter, because a lot of people that read Power Princess of Volcano High really, really love the prom chapter. And I don't know, I kind of just like people blushy when people talk about that chapter, because it's like... I helped. I'm helping.
Very good.
Chad is saying, streamer, the game is loud.
Don't worry, the game's off now. I'll get back to it later.
He felt shame.
So let's see. Who else? So those are the two big ones that I proofread for. Or at least they're right, that I kind of semi-actively proofread for. Then there's Arlock with Ghost in the Snoot. So Orlok, for the most part, until Ghost in the Snoot, as far as I understand it, he didn't really have proofreaders. He just kind of did his own thing. He did his own passes, and then he put them up, and then he just let people pick at his grammar or whatever little things and fix it from there. Though with Ghost in the Snoot, because Falling Sun and I have been working with him on that for so long, he does give us I'll put air quotes around it, the honor of getting to proofread it, right? You can say it's an honor, right? It is nice to be able to read it and proofread it early. It's also, and again, I don't mean this, I said this in the old stream, and I'll say this again, I don't mean this to say don't like physically restrict me from proofreading, because I do enjoy it, but it is a lot of work, right? To look over 10,000 words and to grill it in detail. It takes time. It can take anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes per page, and when you have a 20-page chapter, you do the math. Right. Not every page takes that amount of time, right? Some pages, it's like, okay, yeah, I didn't see any errors here. This is good and cool. And then you get to a page and it's like, I hate this entire paragraph. You need to rewrite this. But anyway, and then there's Smooth Rock. So have either of you guys read Lean On Me?
Yes, but I don't remember anything from it. I know it's in my thing because I just typed it in my search bar and it showed up on my history.
Okay. So Smooth Rock is somebody who appeared, at least to me, in like mid-November of last year. And Shuhan just said he's going to put me in a small box. Go fuck yourself. So Smooth appears in like mid-November on my radar, right? He's been writing We All Live Together and Return to Monkey for a while. And sorry, my brain keeps blanking.
That's right.
He in like the beginning of December, I don't remember what prompted it. I don't know if it was something, I think it actually was Porcelain Doll or something with that prompted him to basically just how does he write
The most soul-crushing shit possible.
Yes. And I was his primary proofreader for that. I remember working with him on that and him approaching me with the idea. And I remember looking at that and just saying, I don't care how much this destroys me. I want to make sure that this idea gets through to fruition. I want this to be the best thing it can be possible. I genuinely don't think I have actually like recovered my writing stamina since I worked on that with him. It was devastating to proofread that for him because I had to sit and read over those lines and read over that story and internalize it for hours. I kept a little tally. I would tally it up every time I like physically started crying, tears welling in my eyes when I was reading that. It got to 13 times. And there was one point, and I distinctly remember it was the Bluffs scene. I won't go into more detail, but I actually looked up at my ceiling and I like verbally was just muttering like, why am I doing this right now? It was just like, again, right? You've probably picked up on this. I can be a decently emotional person, right? Whatever. It's part of who I am. But right, proofreading this, it's like, God damn it, this is making me feel just these horrible emotions, and I hate this, and I just want to cry, and this is just what I have to keep going. It was hard to proofread for that one, but I'm really glad that I did it because that story just devastates people, and I'm honored that I got to work on that with him. So that's what I can say about Smooth. I haven't read Walt or or Return to Monkey, so I'm definitely a fake friend. But working on Lean on Me with him was a absolute pleasure and a joy, and
Ooh.
it left me destroyed.
Yeah, I just had to reread Lean on Me real quick.
Yeah. Yep, it's that one.
Yeah.
It's that one. He's writing a sequel.
Fuck. All right. Well,
I will say no more. But yes, there's a sequel coming.
This makes me want to write more Misery. Actually,
Oh boy. All
I'm
right.
good at,
Well,
I'm good at that. By the way.
well, this is a complete side tangent, but I might as well talk about this. So after he wrote Lean, I started to ideate and basically go, I'm gonna do you one worse. Oh boy, I get to talk about this now. I kind of had the thought process of basically, what if none, but things don't really work out the way they do.
Anon does not find funny Mexican family to live with.
Fang kills Anon on the roof. Not through her own will or intention, but yeah, so it was right. It was kind of a Porcelain Doll style structure where I just wanted it to be like 3 chapters long. And I actually storyboarded it out. I worked on it. I wrote the whole thing. I actually commissioned art for it. And before the art was finished, I basically looked at it and I said, I don't want this to be released. I don't want this to be associated with my name. I don't like this. I hate this. I hate every moment that I've worked on this. I want to destroy this. And I did.
So you destroyed it.
So I destroyed it. And I changed the commission to, if you saw that Chevry. I don't know how much you keep up like with the art that gets released, but Chervy or Chevry Arts. They put out a picture of Sage recently. That was the commission that I switched what I was going to have drawn. And I literally just told them, it's like, hey, have you started this comm yet? No, I haven't. Okay, cool, great. Draw me Sage, please. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. Draw Sage happy. That's basically the direction I gave them. It's like draw Sage happy and give it like a purple background. I don't care.
I like to imagine you just walked into that haggard, eyes sunken.
I mean, that's basically what happened. It was like 5 or 6 a.m. in the morning, and it was just like, no, please don't. Please don't do the original thing that I wanted you to draw. Just draw me
Here,
Sage.
I'll put
Draw me
the,
Sage and make him happy.
Did you already put it in here? No, you did not. Or I think
no.
Kev did on the brewer.
Yeah.
I'll post the raw one here.
Yeah, let me just double check it. Yep, that's the one.
I'll post the raw one here just so you can grab it easier.
Yep, that is the guy.
That is a very cute Sage.
Yes. Right, yeah. So that was the art that got created instead of the thing that was going to be created that I just will not say what it was. Because it was
bad.
Not even particularly visually bad, but within the context of the story, just emotionally devastating.
Heinous, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's best if that thing just stays dead forever. I did pass not the story itself. That text has actually fully been destroyed. It's never getting recovered, but I did pass the notes to someone, and I basically said, hey, here's the notes. Here's my drive link. Please make a copy of this if you care to. I'm deleting it. So I have given the notes to somebody, but beyond that, I just kind of want to be done with that thing. So we veered way off of course there, but I don't know. I felt like I needed to air that out. That after
get it off your chest.
Yeah, right. After Porcelain Doll, I got a bit of a rep as kind of a misery fic writer, and I did kind of dabble in that for a while. And between the end of Porcelain Doll and helping Smooth write and proofread Lean on Me, I did kind of get into a little bit of a natty air where I was working on a lot of that stuff, and I just don't like it. I know I can do it. I have proven to myself that I can do it. I just don't like it. It's too taxing. It's too emotionally taxing on me. So anyway, yeah, so that was that very long diatribe and side tangent from that question. So
okay. The next question is from Jack Pass. If you can write the ultimate hopium fic, what would it be? Sort of a nice little follow-up to that.
Oh, that's a very good follow-up fic. Ooh, hopium. Okay, so I got to differentiate hopium from copium in my mind. So hopium means that it's already a decent situation, or it's making the absolute best of a situation. Oh, I mean, I guess it's not really a hopium fic, but one of the first things that I ever did write that I never published, but that I do have several chapters of, is a several years down the line E4 fic of Fang and Anna, or Lucy and Anon with Amber, and the entire premise is Amber spends a weekend with Uncle Mo. And it's just like the goofiest, lighthearted shit of just Amber and Mo just like doing and random, goofy, fun stuff and just getting into hijinks together.
That does sound really sweet.
Yes, it is. It is like the saccharine, sweetest, just like cutesy E4 hopium level fic. And I actually do have like the entire plot for it worked out. It's just a bunch of stuff that they do over the course of like 48 hours.
It sounds like you should release this.
I really should write that at some point because it probably wouldn't take me too long, and it probably would just be like
It probably makes you feel better.
it would probably make me feel really. It would be a relief to work on versus some of the stuff that I work on. So
Hanging out with Grunkle Mo.
yes, okay, yeah. So you have heard about it.
No, he was just saying that, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny because that's literally what I have Amber call him is Grunkle Mo
Oh.
because he would because he would be her great uncle.
I was just a soul pull there.
Nope. Yeah, no, that is literally what I have Amber call Mo is Grunkle Mo.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Now you're morally obligated to release it.
So right, yeah, that would be my hopium fic, and then just right the entirety of the Sage Makes It anthology is kind of a right. It all takes place in the E4 universe, so there's just a lot of hope and optimism there, and right, even though it's there's some minor trials and tribulations and emotional stuff and all that, but it's all taking place in the very hopeful E4 universe. So just about anything with Sage attached to it is going to be hopium because I am not writing any other ending for Sage because that's just not the character of Sage that I care to write about.
Well, there you go.
Looks like Night in the Chamber Sage.
Yeah, well, right, exactly. Not doing anything even remotely like that. Or long time ago, I worked out this like ending tree, right? Basically Sage game, right? What's E1 through E4, and yeah,
I fucking love Sage game.
Yeah, no, E1 in that one is one of those things that it's like, wow, fuck you, brain. Why'd you think of that?
The superior purple game.
Thinking of E1s is always cool. Stares at art lovingly.
Well,
yeah, but you're also a being of hatred, Jake.
Fuck you. It's my character.
Wow.
I can do whatever I want with him.
Well, E1 of Sage game is parents forcibly detransition them and
that's real bad.
Stuck in a loveless traditional marriage that they hate being in.
That is really, really bad.
Yeah. But then E2, relatively speaking, was goofy, where it was like, right, self-actualization, but they don't have any friends, and I had them go like fuck off and live in a like commune in Montana.
Oh,
It was fucking weird.
that's not good either.
I know, right? It's like, yeah, self-actualization, gender identity, but no friends, and you're an insane gun nut, so you go and you live in the woods of Montana in some compound. And it's like, oh, that's not good. And then
Sage
E3
goes to Far Cry 5.
basically.
Oh god.
Yep, keep your rifle by your side. And then E3 was like, oh yeah, goes to culinary school and gets a job, but like never finds love and always is wondering if there was something else in life that they were missing, and has this kind of indescribable sense of longing and want that they never quite have fulfilled in their life. And then E4, I think actually for E4, I had them like falling in love with like E4 Ben or something.
Ah!
I don't know.
Shit. I'm here for it.
No!
Let's go.
Yeah, right. But basically, it was E3, but they actually do find self-actualization through finding another person and falling in love and blah 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 blah.
Smear that blueberry twink on the road. Now!
Hey, you call me a being of hatred.
Smear that blueberry twink on that lavender twink.
No!
Yes!
Where's the
Twink on
list?
twink
Where's the
violence.
Listerine pick?
The Listerine pick?
You know the one.
You're gonna have to help me.
Vice drew it.
You're gonna have to help me.
I messaged
Oh,
him
never
live.
mind. Never mind. No, never mind. I remembered. I had to think about it. I blocked that out of my fucking head.
Send me the
No, I don't wanna
Listerine
do that.
picture
Please,
now.
No, not the fucking Cresterine.
Mommy, Daddy, don't fight.
I hate this.
How many times has that been said? I think it's like every fucking. Ugh.
What, mom and dad are fighting?
Yeah, like at least half of the spotlights, right?
Yeah. Oy. Are you actually putting the fucking Crestarian on the fucking screen?
Whenever Lanny sends it to me.
Lanny, don't send it to him.
Lanny, send it to me. It'll be so awesome.
I'm asking the next question.
Yeah, go for it. I'll wait.
Fuck off. Watto, the board, asks, who's your favorite character from the Snoopverse? I think we know that answer.
It's between two characters. Ugh.
Sage and the pickle Sage makes.
I would probably say that, or even, you know, I talk about Sage a lot. Could just, I don't know. I think it's more a recency bias, but if you go by all time, what the fuck is that?
Scrag.
Ooh, I don't like that. Okay. All time, and I guess most favoritist character. Again, I'm basic. It's Lucy. Right, Fang, Lucy, whatever. But number two, a very strong number two, is probably Sage. But I think that's a little bit more of a recency bias. So
Well, there you go.
Yeah, it's between those two. It's definitely Lucy, Sage, and then there's a giant gap, and then it's everybody else.
Okay.
Crestarian.
You put it on screen. Oh, this sucks.
Hey. What about this one?
Don't. What the Oh my god.
Stop slurping that Crestarian. God, you say Crestarian, and now I'm just thinking of that. I don't even know if I can describe it on YouTube.
It wasn't even Lanny that sent me. It was Vise. So when I went to there, I also see Meat Parade.
Evil.
You want to see Meat Parade?
Sure.
Just put him on the table. I don't want him near me. Oh, okay. I guess that works. He's a silly little guy.
Dude, I love Meat Parade.
Oh no, it's Meat Parade.
It is Meat Parade. He's very funny looking. I appreciate him. I appreciate his existence.
Oh, fucking meat.
I just associate him with a bad time in my life.
Oh no.
He's in the shed with the homunculus.
He's the overseer.
Yeah, he's the foreman.
He just points at a certain Jake and says, "That one."
I don't like that one anymore. Eat him.
Ooh, we got a snort. Hell yeah. We eating good, folks.
Oh, ow, my fucking abdomen muscles.
I don't even remember what prompted Meat Parade. I think I just added meat to screen again, and then I was like, "Vise, Meat Parade, no!"
I think I said something hateful because I was perturbed, so you just put meat over me to like
Yeah, that was it.
as a punishment or something. Anyway, I'm asking the next fucking question.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, please.
Shuhan asks, how would you write Mia? Would you make her redeemable or fuck her?
Fuck her or fuck her?
I think fuck her. It's
If
Shuhan,
it's
so it might be
Shuhan,
both.
Yeah.
It might be both at the same time.
Okay. Well, to answer the fuck her part, I will just point to Smooth Rock's fic where
Get him out.
just keep him in the corner. Okay, so actually I see Shuhan in the comments said yes. So if I were to write Mia, that's a difficult question to answer. I will have to kind of think about that as I talk here, but so I really haven't written Wani characters at all. But if I were to write Mia, I guess my kind of cop-out answer would be I would probably write Mia more so along the lines of kind of how Arlok did Mia in Love is Colorblind, if you're familiar with that kind of rendition of Mia.
tired, bitter.
Right, yeah, exactly right. Not unsuccessful in her life, but yeah, right. A little bit tired and bitter, but again, kind of like the interpretation of Trish in Snoot Game and right, Fang in the endings where Fang is able to get away from right the environment that made her who she is. Right, if you remove the person from that toxic environment, from that bad situation, the charitable interpretation, the charitable read is that they would be able to flourish given their own, personal drive and motivation. And at least Mia can be very strongly argued that she has a very strong, personal motivation, personal drive. She's just also a one-dimensional bitch. But also that's because certain deceased posterior arachnids and
That ass.
yeah,
Do you like
dead,
Grease?
dead ass, yeah, right. So again, if you make Mia not a one-dimensional character, you give her a little bit of nuance, you end up with something more like, again, Arlok's interpretation in Love is Colorblind, which is probably along the lines of how I would write her. But I feel like I would also only be interested in really writing Mia in post-ending stories, just because writing Mia during the course of Wani, she's just a bitch. And it's, I don't know, it's a one-dimensional character. She serves as a, black and white cartoon villain, basically. It's not that there's not plot relevance there, but I don't know. I like writing morally gray, nuanced characters. There's just more interest in that to me. So if I had to write Mia, I would make her a more nuanced, morally gray, interesting character like that. And I don't remember what the rest of that, but there was a question about Mia fucking, and the answer to that is male sage doming Mia, but that's a Smooth Rock fic, and I don't remember what the rest of that question was. So
My eyebrows might have shot up.
yeah, yes, Sweet Heat. There we go. Yeah, that's the one.
Hey Jake,
Yeah, what's up?
did you like write me? Did you?
You want to try that again, big man?
Yeah, give me one sec. I think I need a sip of water.
Ooh, sick.
Okay. Did you like writing Mia?
I had to really struggle to make something out of her because I wanted to do something with her that wasn't, oh, I'm Mia Moretti and I'm a cunt for no reason. I wanted to layer the cunty over a good reason for there being cunty.
And you found a reason.
Oh, I sure fucking did, buddy. Meister, I don't know if you're going to read Punch Drunk.
I will at some point.
Okay, then, well, I don't know if I should say this. It is sort of a spoiler. Sort of. I'm just going to say it because at this point, Punch Drunk's been out for so long.
Yeah.
Punch Drunk takes place in E1 after E1 of Snoot Game.
Ooh.
So,
Spicy.
yeah. Here you go. I'll leave it right there.
Damn.
You just left a fucking pile of burning shit and said you're gonna leave it right there, and everybody's like, "What do we do with that, huh?"
I don't know.
Yeah.
Go put
It's on fire. It's on fire.
Go put it out. Go read it. I don't know.
I'm not gonna stomp on it. Fuck! It smells like shit.
Hey, fucking spray a little Febreze on it, then put your shit stomping boots on and put it out. That's all I'm saying. You got a fire extinguisher? No, you gotta put it out somehow.
Hi, Vinny. This is our application film. We have meat in the corner.
That's a stone, Luigi. You didn't make it.
Remember to check your prostate, Luigi.
I'm sorry, Marco.
I like how meat just moved a little bit.
That's a stone, Luigi. You got cancer.
Terminal 7. How many Vine Sauce memes can we say in one stream?
I think we've reached our quota. If we have any more, we're going to be hearing from their lawyers. So
Yeah, I don't want Joel kicking my door in.
Hey, good news. I got a soundproof strategy if that happens. It's called plug in my ears and go la 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 la.
All right. So, next question
Mm-hmm.
from Jack Pass yet again. If you can use your trade work knowledge, how would you put it into a fic?
My trade work knowledge,
I'm
as
just-
in like.
I'm reading the question as it was.
Okay.
asked.
My trade. So I am a engineer of the magical pixie wrangling variety, electrical engineer. That is very. If I were to write a very self-indulgent fic, it would be like characters fucking around with an Arduino and like implementing it into building like a, I don't know, an LED visualizer bar while people are cooking in the kitchen and like they're all sitting around like watching football or something on like a nice fall afternoon, and they all went like apple picking in the morning. So that kind of wandered a little bit, but if I were to apply my trade knowledge, it would be having a character basically who's an electrical engineer who I can just use as like a mouthpiece of like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna like spurg out for like 5,000 words, and we're just gonna talk about this very technical process that nobody gives a shit about.
Just make like a hot engineer raptor OC girl. And then write a story about her and people will drool over her, and then also you have an excuse to spurg out. It's just as easy as that, man.
I'm only being quiet because I hate that you just put that idea in my head.
That's why I'm here. I put more things on your writing list.
We can put you in contact with some artists. They'll get you something drafted up for it.
I don't like how much I like that. God damn it! I'm not a scaly. I'm not a furry.
Hand on shoulder.
It's okay. It's okay to be true to yourself.
Ah!
It's okay, dog. We're all in the same boat, man. You can admit it to yourself. It's okay. Where do you? Schmoopy says it best. Where do you think you are? Look around you. You're surrounded by scaly men and women.
All right, you know that one schizo gif where like her eyes are just bouncing around?
That's you right now?
Yeah, that's me right now.
I get that.
Where do you think you are? Anything except ashes. Yes, Jam. Anything except ashes.
You looked at the whale, mommy, and you made googly eyes. That's all I'm saying.
I stared into the void and I said, she thick.
Yeah, you did.
Well,
Hey,
hot double E raptor scaly girl. God damn it. All right, well.
now it's in your head.
Uh,
I'm gonna go with next question.
literally self-insert OC slop, but she has tits, so.
That's how you make people like it, dude.
Double E no, not that kind of double E, you. Never mind. Yeah, next question.
It's Schmoopy. Of course he's taking it that way. Don't worry about it.
What if you made her a compy? Anyway,
I remember
Let's see.
what was it when I was talking about like the idea for my setting or whatever, Jake, and you like popped off when I said the theory.
that's a hard one to say. Therizinosaur gunsmith.
Here.
Yeah. That is a good one.
Maybe one day it'll see the light of day.
Maybe one day. Shuhan asked another question. What was the most interesting thing you found out while researching for your fix? I thought you were stun locked. Sorry.
No. The most interesting thing. I need another drink. The most interesting thing I found when I was researching for my fix. I mean, it's definitely something to do with psychology. Right. Again, researching for ashes and porcelain doll, delving very deeply into a lot of that kind of stuff. Oh boy. Well, I mean, fuck it. We're at this point of the night. I did not know at all how. Oh boy, I don't know if I can actually even answer that question directly. So porcelain doll, something happens to Lucy. that is very much not good. There is a whole very invasive but necessary evidence collection process for when certain sexual assault crimes happen to people. I had to go and learn about that entire thing and that entire process to write about it for Porcelain Doll. I was unaware of that entire thing, and I learned about it in extreme detail, and then proceeded to omit most of that detail from my story for very good reason, because it would have been
to read
right,
that shit.
right. Well, right, and again, right, it would have only been gratuitous and exploitative to have incorporated that into the story, but the process itself, I like to at least be informed about what is going on, and I probably delved deeper than I needed to, but I did have to learn about what is known as a safe examination for victims of sexual assault. I don't know if that's the most interesting thing. That's one of the weirdest things that I had to learn about. Most interesting has probably been for Ashes, just learning about all kinds of different cognitive behavioral therapy, which is something that I may have personally gone through a little bit myself, but have researched much more so than I have participated in it myself. But just learning about how psychologists approach different kinds of patients, right, in different mindsets, and not almost more so, what do you not say to somebody in a certain mindset, right? What are things that you avoid? What are certain triggers? What are certain phrasings? What are ways that you approach and discuss certain topics with people who are in a certain mindset? And just learning about all those different kind of nuanced things, and then building the character of Dr. Roberts, who is the psychologist that I have working with Fang in Ashes of Gaia, right, in chapters 3 and 4. How do I have him working and discussing and talking about things with her, and how do I phrase his questions and, his prodding, and when does he press a line of questioning, when does he pull a line of questioning back, and just kind of like researching and building that character out from my admittedly, right, not professional internet researched understanding of that kind of psychology. So those two things are hands down the most interesting things that I've had to research and learn about when writing.
Understandable. Yeah, that shit with Porcelain Doll, I can't imagine that was the walk in the park to fucking learn about.
Nope, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. But
Reading about that stuff's never fun.
nope.
Okay.
Before you read the next question, I have to bring out the creature.
It's true. It's time for an appearance.
La creatura.
There he is.
Why does Jake look retarded?
Do you want to fucking die, you little cock sneeze?
I'm literally gonna see you in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days.
Yeah? Yeah, you are.
Can I have a cookie?
We'll see.
I can send you a recipe for white chocolate chip.
Lenny will burn his kitchen down.
Macadamia nut, coconut, oatmeal cookies that
He
I
doesn't
made
like
last
coconut.
weekend. They're really good. Well, you can go rope in Minecraft, or you can go
I was gonna say you're cool because you give me cookie recipe, but now Jake's a loser.
You don't like coconut. Sorry.
I do like coconut. I just don't
No?
like fucking almond joys because they're for stupid people.
you can remove the coconut from this recipe, and it really doesn't lose a whole lot because the white chocolate and the macadamia nuts kind of dominate the flavor.
What if I increase it by 30% and remove all macadamia nut?
Increase what by 30%?
Coconut.
Then you're probably going to get a similar result, frankly speaking.
What if I had a huge pile of coconut shavings and I buried my face in it and shaped a cookie out of that?
I hate you.
Then that's not a cookie.
I had a good thought. I took my face out of the big cookie pile, and there was a big Jake-shaped face that said "I hate you," and then I woke up from my schizophrenic nightmare.
Covers my big crawfish eyes. Shy slash period Dissu 3 exclamation points.
Why is that up there? Put that. Turn that off. Get that off.
Jake had to cover his Meister
had
was
to.
talking about some serious stuff, and Jake had to cover his mouth.
They sent me this. I had to slap my hand over my mouth to stop from actually screaming while Meister was talking about one of the most serious topics we've ever had on this goddamn spotlight.
You know, Jake, on the topic of psychology, you're psychologically retarded.
Hey! Do you want to fucking beat the shit out of you? I'm sorry.
Hey, if I get my bachelor's degree, I will be able to scientifically call you retarded. Which
Yeah,
isn't true in the slightest.
I almost said it. I almost called you a slur. This person is going to college for psychology.
Mm.
He
Poor
knows
buddy.
psychological warfare is what he fucking knows.
I can kill you in 500 ways, and that's just with my mind.
It's with my fucking mind. When I activate my waves, your little brain will melt.
I don't like you.
This is like how he is all the time, by the way. Like, this isn't just like
No.
a one type deal, like, because he came. Like, when we had Ace on, we were like, hey, do you want to talk to Lanny? And he's like, no, Lanny scares me. And we brought Lanny on. And do you know what he said? Do you know what Lanny opened with?
Sure.
In
go
like
for it.
a witch-esque tone, he was like, I see you.
So after having dealt with a gentleman named Farian on Oath server and talked to him, Lenny does not scare me. Farian scares me way more.
I'm glad I don't scare you. I don't want to scare nobody. I just want to make good
No.
friends and good deals.
No, don't scare
Good
me.
deals. What the fuck?
Yeah, good deals for good money, good coin.
Lanny,
Good coin.
You've never held a coin in your life.
Yes, the toucher. Yes, the toucher scares.
That's on your stream now, Humo. There's now a like a 5-point set like what? Hello?
Speak before you speak.
Oh dear.
So
Oh dear.
I looked at the pie. I got distracted by tic-tac-toe.
That's gonna be you in 6 days. You realize that, right?
You're the Honolulu of rage.
God damn it! I spilled my gin. I'm pouring myself a drink and I just spilled half my goddamn shot glass of gin all over myself.
Now you're
Hey, Lanny?
flammable.
I'll see you on Friday.
Oh, I clenched my.
All right, maybe that's God's way of telling me that it's time to stop drinking.
Yeah, when you start spilling, that's usually the time. At least that's what I've come across.
Well, but I was laughing. I
don't
was
think
laughing.
I don't think I've ever heard Jake slam his fucking desk so hard. Please be okay.
You caught him on a day when he has energy, and you've aggroed him.
I have nothing to say to you.
You sound like Sarge.
We're both white men, Lanny. I almost said your government name.
Ugh,
The world knows, Colonel.
I'm trying to sneak into the base. Dummy thick and clapping my ass just keeps alerting the guard.
Oh.
No.
Get out. You're done. Get out. Get
All right, goodbye,
fuck.
everybody.
out. Not you, Meister. Lanny.
Oh, okay.
What's the magic word? What's the magic word?
I don't give a fuck what the magic word is. Get out!
Say please.
Lanny, for your own sake, please get out.
I threw him out.
So that's Lanny.
Okay.
Jake,
okay.
if you want to get back to the questions, by all
Yeah.
means.
I got you, big.
I don't even remember what the question was, but I did put the cookie recipe in the chat if anybody wants that.
Yum gars.
It was the. I hadn't even asked the next one yet because Lanny was the interim. The next question
Gonna dress
It's
up like
from
Sage and make those cookies.
It's from Father Oates.
Mhm.
He asked, "Where do you keep your phylactery?"
I mean, you can't just say that.
What? What?
Do you know what a phylactery is?
I'm gonna have to Google this. I'm gonna regret this.
No, don't.
Okay. I'm not.
You don't have to Google what phylactery is. It's not anything bad, but if you don't know, it's just gonna. That also tells me you're not a nerd.
It's where a
So-
lich keeps his soul.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
You know what? This is more your speed. Where's your Horcrux at?
Okay, yeah, there you go.
All right. So I'm not a Harry Potter nerd either, but I do know what a Horcrux is.
See, that's what I mean. Like,
Yeah. Right. Horcrux is the normie version of a phylactery, and
yeah.
I'm somewhere between a Spurg and a normie at this point, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm definitely not a full-on internet dweller, but I'm also not innocent. So, okay. So anyway, I digress. Where's my Horcrux? What is my Horcrux? Oh, I know what my Horcrux is. I will send you a picture of it.
Just want to say just pickles.
Nah.
The pickle.
I was about to say some nasty shit. Oh my god.
You're always like 2 steps away from
No,
saying
this was
some
like
nasty shit.
this was like nasty.
Yeah, and I would say that happens like every other day. That you have a situation
was
where you're
like
like, this is like really nasty, dude.
This would make you go. Bruh.
Yeah, probably will.
I'm not saying it.
Could a lich have his phylactery be a JO crystal? Asks Vise.
That's usually what most phylacteries are anyway.
Well, there you go.
A JO crystal. I just interpret that as a jerk off crystal.
You're bingo, ding 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 ding. You won the
Extremely
prize.
correct
Guy-
buzzer noise.
Who is who? Never mind. No.
You know-
No.
come on, bro.
No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Crystalnomics!
Come on, bro. You don't have a JO crystal? What kind of dude are you,
That
man?
shit's gotta be glowing.
Everybody's got to have a JO crystal, bro. You don't have one? Come on, bro. Let's go crystal hunting.
You really got into that one.
So my phylactery.
Ryder, everybody.
Yeah. All right, kids. So the secret to writing good is you have one drink to reduce your inhibitions, and then you proofread when you're sober. When you're 6 drinks deep, you don't try to write because whatever goes onto that page, you'll delete in the morning. But my phlebotomy is a 5.5 quart Palm Le Creuset cast iron pot.
Yeah, I mean, that works.
Your cast iron looked dirty, so I scrubbed it down for you, honey.
And that's how porcelain doll happened.
Uh-oh. Yeah?
Lore.
Damn.
Yeah. Lucy scrubbed Vic's cast iron.
Yeah, fuck! You stupid dumb bitch!
Basically.
Uh,
Hey, Jake, what's
Basically,
your
what-
phylactery? Oh, go ahead.
Basically, what I'm saying is that Vic did nothing wrong. But
Oh, I haven't even read it, and I get the feeling that that's incorrect.
boo! Boo! Vic did everything wrong, and I'm gonna blow his head off with a shotgun.
as you should, I can actually send you the non-canonical ending where Anon comes back and shoves a shotgun barrel in his mouth.
They already did that. Somebody already did that for me.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Casper, Humo, were you gonna ask me what my phylactery is?
Mm.
I'm not telling you, dumbass.
Hmm.
I'm not that easy to get.
It's the homunculus, isn't it?
No,
It
you
doesn't.
can't make your phylactery living creatures. Dumb shit.
But the homunculus doesn't have a living soul.
Yeah, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Don't ask where I got it. Yeah. How the fuck do you know whether or not my homunculus has a living soul?
I
Smart
soul
guy.
read him.
Okay.
I put my soul magnifying glass up to him, and it went, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, because I hid his soul. He's got a phylactery too. That's right. My homunculus has a phylactery.
That's actually kind of badass.
Duh. I
Oh
pumped
my-
him like a football all the time, and he smashes into the wall. I need him to come back.
I just thought he
Oh
was
my
like rubbery.
Vishnu, all the Bobs and Vagines have been lost.
That's boy wife just spitting what boy wife says.
Mm-hmm.
Boy wife's the creature as well, but like
But not the fun one like Lanny.
I don't know. He could sometimes be fun. It's just he's usually sitting there with like fucking cat ears on and saying heinous shit, and I'm like, whoa! Don't do that.
Got him. Anyway, next question. It's also from Oaths. Favorite method for forming homunculi? That's real, by the way.
I have learned this word in the past week, and I'm getting bombarded with questions about it. I forming homunculi. I don't know. Out of clay? Are they like golems? Do I just like make like little statues of them and leave them in the park with my name on them?
If Lanny was still here and you said golem, he would have activated.
Is this how I attract a partner? Do I leave my number on the little golems and leave them in parks like hey, I can cook?
It just depends on what you made the golem out of, right? Like if it's
clay,
a clay,
clay, yeah,
clay golem,
clay that I have extracted from the ground with my own bare hands.
Okay, I would say there's a solid chance to find a partner with a clay golem used via self-extraction methods. If you used a wood golem, I think that's a little lower on the totem pole. They usually don't like that one too much. Crystal golems also low on the totem pole. Surprisingly, I think it shows too much effort is the thing.
Yeah, well, and that I feel like crystal golems will attract the attention of the wrong kind of people because I do not want to attract a crystal girl. Good God.
They'll definitely be trying to sense the energy of the golem.
I have already dated 2 horse girls. I don't need a crystal girl.
Now you've just activated cars. God fucking damn it!
Off to the races!
All right, fuck it, whatever. Yeah, there he goes, motherfucker.
To the races.
All right, well, here's a fucking real banger of a question from Shuhan. Which interview was better, Oaths or Humo?
I mean, by actual quality of interview or by length, because in all metrics but length, this has been a better interview. But also, we've gotten off topic a lot. But at least when we got off topic, I was still part of it. There were long spans of the Oates interview where I distinctly remember spacing the fuck out.
You know, we had an interview like that once on our own show.
I blinked.
Do you want to tell them about the Crow interview?
Fuck no.
Come on, it's lore.
Okay, here's what you need to know about the Crow interview. The motherfucker literally got up and walked away during his own interview.
On the part 2.
Damn. That is a damn shame. Yeah, no. With the Oates interview, I was there the whole time, but there was probably a solid like 30 or 45 minute span where I just had the boom up on my mic and I was just like listening to, I don't even fucking remember. I think it was like between like Bears and Farian and Oates and somebody else were just kind of going back and forth, and I was just like, it's 6 hours in, I'm drunk, I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore.
Do you have like your fingers steepled, staring off into space, contemplating life?
I mean, it was basically that, yeah. But my feet were kicked up on my desk, I was like half zonking out, and then somebody goes, oh yeah, so Meister, and it's like, oh,
scramble to get to the mic.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, that fucking Crow interview, he left, and then Jake, I think Jake left before he did. I don't even remember. Jake left for a while.
I was there when he left, and I think I left when it was just Ace and Lanny, I think.
Yeah, because like we were like, we need somebody here, so we just grabbed Lanny and Ace and threw them on. They just started talking, and then Jake left, and I just started playing Sudoku on stream.
It was, and then I did. Eventually, I came back, and I had to turn on Tard Wrangler mode.
Yeah, well, Crow came back beforehand.
Right.
He had finished his dinner, you see. And then they were just tweaking out at the fucking, like, while I'm playing Sudoku. And, like, this is, like, white noise in my ear because I'm like, I just can't partake. What am I gonna... There's nothing I can say that's gonna set this right. I'm just gonna let them yap. The people who are watching will entertain themselves. And then Jay comes in and says, motherfuckers! Time to fucking sit up straight. Have an interview.
Lock in.
It worked. You know, at least a little bit anyway. Sorry, I just had PTSD flashbacks.
Which one was worse, part 2, Crow, or Hayes?
Hayes. He succeeded. Congratulations. Boy wife. I'm not gonna do that. I'm taken. Sorry. Fuck. Oates has an actual question now.
Okay.
How do you go about framing scenes when writing?
Ooh, framing scene. So, for framing a scene, I guess, right, in terms of like physical location context, and then right, I guess, emotional context, or just like how do you approach how you describe a scene, or how you intend to describe a scene. I guess that kind of goes back to something I talked about earlier, which is right, what is the message you want to convey with this scene? Right, if it needs to be in a specific location, then the location is fixed, and then you need to figure out how you describe the characters approaching it. I guess just to kind of give an example of something that I'm actually writing right now. uh there's something that's just kind of in my mind right now. Is a bit of an E2 fic. It's a one shot. So Fang is going into Pizza Time to play her gig that Anon eventually sees her at. And how do you frame the mindset of Fang going into that situation, right? That physical location, this downtrodden bar, this, shithole, right? When you're framing a location, if it's something that hasn't already been described, make sure that you describe the location in enough detail so that the reader can get kind of that picture in their mind of what the physical location is. If there are details that are important about it, right? An object, something to do with right the five senses, right? Sight, smell, taste, touch, sound. Right? Make sure you describe those things, right? Set the scene so that the reader in their mind's eye can picture what this scene is, right? Setting it. And then as far as right emotional beats go, well, what emotion are you trying to convey? What feeling are you trying to convey? What information are you trying to convey? Make sure that you, I guess, convey that properly. Right at that point, that's the execution of the scene. That's not the setup. That's the execution. So I don't know if that answered your question or not, Oates. So if it didn't, just yell at me in DMs.
There you go.
I think that suffices.
That does suffice, yeah. Follow up to that and very insightful commentary. Scrag asks, "How moist is your skin?" Asking for a friend.
My skin is very reptilian right now because I live in a very dry environment this time of year.
I thought you said you weren't scaly.
And I mean, I basically am a scaly this time of year. I have to like moisturize my hands multiple times a day if I don't want them to turn into the goddamn like tectonic plates. So I am very not moist right now. I'm very dry. Thank you.
Well, you'll make a good pair of boots, I guess.
I guess I will.
Yusul asks, "What's your favorite flavor of tea?"
Ooh, okay. My favorite flavor of tea, I am very partial to chamomile teas. However, in terms of like absolute favorite flavor, I love the very like fruit heavy and fruit forward, dark kind of acidic tea. So right, blueberries or tropical heavy fruit mixes, right? So things that use a lot of berries that have a lot of heavy acidic and tannic extractions, right? So blueberry, raspberry, anything that's very heavy in that kind of realm and department. Though I also love very heavily spiced tea. So like there's a apple spice tea that I buy a lot that is very, very good as well. Those are like teas that are very flavorful for drinking. In terms of like, I actually really, really love the flavor, but in terms of my all-time favorite tea, it has to be this tea called Sleepy Time, which is by a company called Celestial Seasonings. It is a herbal chamomile mint tea that is just like, I don't know. It's whatever your childhood favorite dish is, right? You know, meatloaf or whatever. That's what this chamomile tea is to me. It's very nostalgic. And it just puts me right the fuck to sleep.
Well, there you go. We've got a very important question for Kev. Is there a scene or moment from something you've written you'd like to see illustrated? Literally anything. And that is a threat.
Yeah, that's what I interpreted that was a threat as. God. I'm trying to think of how to answer that question because I know what the implication is. I know what the implications are if I answer that question. Oh boy.
I get it.
Yeah, I know. This is. I wish I was further along in Ashes, because there are some scenes in my mind's eye that I think only one person that isn't me on this earth know about, but I don't want to say that. So of scenes that exist that do not already have illustrations of them, Jem just made me read most of your work already, so little downtime needed. Okay. I mean, a kind of strange but scene that I think would be kind of fun to see would be from Sage Makes Beef Stew. At the very end of it, Sage is like wrapped around this giant feathery body pillow that is basically his analog for Reed, and his isopod pet, Fuji, is like tucked between his tail and the body pillow, and just like that very cuddly, cozy scene, kind of like a top-down bed aerial shot of that, I think would be fun to see if I have to answer it like that.
I would expect to see that by tomorrow. Probably not. I don't know. I don't know. Kev's return time is pretty quick.
Well, I also know that Kev drew. Well, never mind.
No,
Kev's drawn a lot. Kev's drawn a lot of things. No, there's body pillow art of Stella that I believe this Kev drew. Body pillow. Oh God. Yep. All right. Yeah. I'm not a degenerate. Can you make Sage pipe?
Oh, well.
Well, there you go. There you go, Kev. Sage body pillow. Now here's the question:
A lot of people are gonna
comfy
like that
body
one.
pillow or lewd body pillow?
Comfy.
There you go. So it's not that bad.
Yeah, not that bad. Comfy. Pajamas.
Sage, comfy body pillow, no lewd.
I think I heard at least 5 people sigh.
Yeah, but I respect it either way.
DM me the PJs. Goddamn. Okay. I will.
All right. Scrag asks, if you're really Sage, publicly state your opinion on grilled cheese.
Oh, okay. So grilled cheese needs to be comprised of 3 ingredients. It is bread, it is butter, and it is cheese. Anything other than that is a melt. If you incorporate other ingredients into it, it is a melt. It is not a grilled cheese. That being said, grilled cheese can be anything ranging from, right, your standard American processed American cheese food product, which is, right, Band-Aid cheese on, fucking white toast and bread slapped on a griddle, or it can be as complicated as I'm going to take these gourmet cheeses and I'm going to emulsify them using gelatin and make fucking gourmet-ass grilled cheese, and you're going to put that on, like, fucking brioche, and you're going to, like, I don't know, fry that on, like, the back of a particular exotic escort from some foreign country. I don't know where I was going with that last part of it, but right, the most absurdly ludicrous, gaudy way that you can think to prepare it. It's all still grilled cheese, all the same.
I shut my eyes. I would like for you to know I shut my eyes. And I saw Sage in my head saying all of this.
I mean, as you should. Right. Again, when I go off on food tirades, you can literally imagine Sage just like breathlessly talking about all this, and right, same thing.
I'm just gonna imagine what's on the screen.
I mean, right, yes. Yeah, right. That like on the tiptoes, fists kind of at their side, just breathlessly explaining something.
Yeah,
that's...
keep going.
All right, we're gonna have to upload that stream to a different site, but yeah.
Fuck. So close, man.
Listen, man. If you want me back for the 18-hour food stream, just put a date on my calendar and I'll be there. Wait, isopod buddy included. Sure.
That would also make it infinitely more comfy.
Yes. Right, and for the isopod, I will DM you the picture of what I want it to look like, but it is like the giant sea isopods, right? The ones that are like a foot or 2 feet long, right? Not little pill bugs, right? The giant isopods. He really is Sage for real. Somebody get the nut. I don't know what that means, so I'm just gonna pass over there.
It means evil things.
Yeah. Okay.
Ken asks, do you listen to music as you write? If so, what's your go-to? Does it depend on the scenes you're writing?
Yes, and very much so. So my pretty general writing music is, at least as of late, has been... I can actually just like link it in chat, or I'll just like link it somewhere here. It's this weird like ambient noise music by a group called How to Disappear Completely.
Huh.
And it's, again, it's almost not music, it's almost just like ambient noise, and it is this like very spacey, ethereal... I don't even know how to describe it, because again, it's really not music. It's ambient sounds, noise, kind of like if you were... the best way I can describe it is it's the kind of music that you imagine would be playing if you were laying in a field 1,000 miles away from any other living person and you were staring up at the night sky and looking at the stars.
So some kind of like atmospheric type noise.
Very much so, yes. Right, it's that kind of... right. It does have musical properties to it, but it's more just like spacey noise, acoustic fill. If I want to be writing something that's more specific, or like kind of... I guess like, cozy or kind of happy and upbeat, I will usually throw on one of my lo-fi playlists, which is literally just... there's a... if you've ever heard of or seen, there's like this like raccoon thing on YouTube. I don't know, that's just like their little mascot dude. They've been putting out lo-fi playlists every year, every season since like 2016, and I just have these massive playlists for each season. So I'll just put on the seasonal playlist for that, and I'll just kind of use that. If I'm writing a particularly sad scene, I actually do have a playlist called Depression Warning, and it is full of exactly what you would think. Amongst them are, Hurt, the Cash cover, of course. Right, songs like that. That kind of sad boy shit. Interestingly enough... yes. Yeah. I mean that's... at this point, that's not a secret anymore that, yeah, that's why Fang listens to that song in Ashes, is because that song kind of destroys me. So, but also interestingly, in that playlist, on a slightly less depressing note, is, have you ever played Buckshot Roulette?
I have not.
The main menu music is a song called Blank Shell. That's in my playlist.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it is. It's something about that song. It's like I will specifically listen to that song at the start when I'm trying to get myself into a mindset to write something sad, is because it's that like droning foreboding, and then there's like these weird waves of emotion as the song goes on, and just like it puts me in the right wrong kind of mindset.
You know what my sad, if I really want to like open some sad boy shit and I want to get depressed to write some depressing shit, I listen to Cry of Fear's soundtrack.
Yeah.
Uh,
Right,
that-
yeah, whatever does it for you.
That music is there's some bangers in there. I don't know if you've ever played Cry of Fear, but
I have not, but I am well aware of Cry of Fear.
yeah, okay. I think you mentioned Pyrocynical, so you probably watched
Yes.
the All in the Head video.
So yes, Pyrocynical, but also I haven't talked about this at all whatsoever. I am a Doom fiend. I have consumed any and all Doom content that exists, and that includes all of the GZ Doom mods. Right, Cry of Fear, all of that stuff.
Cry of Fear's a Half-Life mod, not usually good, but
Oh wait, sorry. I'm thinking of the other
you're
one.
thinking of Total Chaos, I think.
Yes, yeah. I'm thinking of Total Chaos. Sorry. Yes.
I think that also has good music though.
No, it does. Right, but again, in my mind, Cry of Fear and Total Chaos are
Pretty similar games.
two sides of the same coin, different engine.
Yeah, both in the head games.
Yes, correct.
But one of my favorite songs to listen to if I really want to fuck myself up is "Kill Yourself" from Cry of Fear.
Hey,
I don't know if you've ever heard that song.
a little on the nose, but
I'll just
No.
I'll put it in VC chat.
yeah, sure.
It's pretty good. It's the kind of shit you bang your head to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Bang your head, as in bang your head against the brick wall.
Yeah, bang your head against the shotgun.
Hey,
But
the Cobain special.
all right. So that was a fun little tangent. Let's see.
I love tangents.
Here's another one from Oates. Two, actually. Is the One Piece surreal? And are you excited for another shift in the Oates factory?
Whatever that means.
They don't have you pressing cans and shit.
Was that English?
I think he said they're gonna have you pressing cans and shit.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
Okay. Then I think we're good to bail. Skip on that one.
All right, Pocket Veto. Draco
Okay,
G
yep,
asks,
yep.
would you recommend taking a creative writing class? It sounds like you have experience in that area.
So I have never actually taken a formal creative writing class, so I don't know if I could specifically recommend that. I guess if it's low stakes, then fuck it, send it, go for it. If it's going to cost you a lot of money and invest you in a lot of time, I can't say that I would recommend or dissuade that, just because I don't know. All of my creative writing experience has come from being inspired by particular things in my life and just wanting a way to creatively express the feelings and emotions that I had for said thing, and just wanting to write things down. But I guess just as I don't know, if I have to give a yes or no answer to that, I would say, yeah, sure, go for it, but with some caveats on that of, well, I guess I actually don't know necessarily what a creative writing class would entail versus, say, a more technical writing, or just, a baseline, not baseline English, but like, an English writing class. Because it has also been a hot minute since I've taken anything that would be even remotely considered a formal writing class.
I think my last anything that could be considered a writing class was high school.
Yeah. Right, guilty. And even for me, right, the last thing that I did that would have been considered a formal writing class was, at this point, almost 5 years, 60 months ago would have been the last time I was involved in anything like that. So but it's been a while.
Jandis is back. He's got another question. Favorite band and why is Oingo Boingo better?
I am not familiar with that type of pornography, but my favorite band is probably Moody Blues, because I'm a fucking boomer, actually.
There you go.
And if you need a great album to listen to, In Search of the Lost Chord by Moody Blues, put that shit on and lay on the floor and stare at your ceiling and dissociate for 57 minutes and just listen to that king shit.
There you go. Try that shit out if you're looking for good vibes.
Yeah.
Johnny D. Oh, no. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and that actually is good vibes, right? In Search of the Lost Chord is a very kind of like uplifting, weird, kind of fun album. It's not gonna like leave you right. It's this is not some what's the dementia
What?
YouTube?
Oh, fucking I know what the really
Yeah, that one. Right.
the
It's
dementia music.
right. It's not that. It is the opposite of that. It's the kind of thing that you listen to and be like, oh, this is fun and weird. Not like, wow, I am bemoaning the human condition kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's not gonna it's not gonna leave you feeling like a husk.
No husks allowed.
No husks allowed.
Yeah, everywhere at the end of time.
Everywhere at the end of time, yes, yeah, it is not that.
Johnny D says, which fan kid is the worst in your opinion?
Certain interpretations of Cynthia.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah. The less said, the better. Well, either that or Sarah trying to bang Anon.
That's also really icky.
Yeah.
Can we talk about that?
Sure. Let's talk
Like,
about that. It's
why,
just
why do people want
it's just
to...
no.
How did that even start?
Okay, well, you and I both know the answer to that question, and it's just not fun to discuss. But people, okay, all right. I am not going to pretend that I'm sitting on some throne of righteousness, right? We're all gooners a little bit to some extent, but like people just let it go way too fucking far, and you end up with things like Sarah, and you end up with things like weird neo Cynthia and just ugh.
You end up with shit like Amber at the pool.
Ah!
He
said
uttered the
thing.
curse.
He uttered the curse.
Look, man.
5 more years of winter.
No! Fuck! Oh god, it's so cold. Please no.
I curse you.
All right, less said about that, the better. But yeah, Cynthia or Sarah.
Yep.
I kind of agree on both of those.
Yep.
Scrag says, what's your opinion on this image? And he presents us with the trick bowl. Do I have to send this to you, or you have this available?
You should send it to me. And Scrag, I'm sorry, I don't. Is this your homunculus?
Is Scrag homunculus?
Yeah.
The Scrag homunculus.
Somebody in chat just said no.
It's the trick bowl.
I hate it.
I hate it too, but like in a really funny way.
I kind of wish it was the Trug. You know what I mean?
It's a little too well done, and I don't like it.
Is this what they have on their mug root beer in Snoot World?
And Scrag, I'm sorry, I don't have an opinion on you because I frankly don't know who you are. I'm sorry.
Yikes! Wowee!
Did that burn more, or did Jake beating your ass with a Cyberman burn more?
I don't even want to hit him anymore.
Oh, now you pull back, huh?
After
Feeling
that,
guilty?
Wouldn't you after that?
No, I'd probably combo breaker.
You call me mean? Fuck you.
You are mean.
I almost called you a slut.
A slur. Oh,
No, a slut.
okay.
Why do I see the Trig Bull as a college football team? Because you're a Georgia fan, and I think you should be put down like the dog that you are.
Damn.
Oh my god. Come up with him like actually likes football, I think. That might be like an insult to him.
Football.
Football. I don't
I'm
like
a
football.
I'm a big college football fan, but I'll leave my allegiances unknown.
I know about football. Football.
Ooh, somebody says roll tide. I'm gonna hold my tongue.
Do you want to pop off?
Do you want to pop off? It's your stream. You can pop off if you want.
No, no, because if I pop off, I'll give information.
Mm,
Because the second that I start saying specific things will like pin me down to having attended a very specific university. So
I see.
yeah. The Saban era is over. It's okay. No, that is very true. Yeah.
Go ahead. No, you get one. One pop off. Come on.
Fuck Michigan. Fuck Michigan, and I'm glad that Jim Harbaugh is riding in the NFL. There.
Hey, I can agree with fuck Michigan. That place was cold as shit.
Are you a war eagle? No, sir.
Oh my god, the footballers are yucking up the fucking chat. Get out of here. All right, Ultimate Lifeform Cars asked thoughts on Scalar.
No.
No, you don't like Scalar?
I do not care for the MILFs.
Is it just because you're as old as them?
It's because I'm not a MILF chaser.
No MILF hunting.
Yeah, no, not interested in it.
Hey, that's fair, dude.
I-
Scalar doesn't do anything
I-
for me either.
I understand people who, or I guess I kind of understand people who do, but just, yeah, no. Especially the ones who are married, right? Like, leave Sophia alone.
Yeah,
People
Sam alone
love
too,
doing their
please.
shit.
Yeah. And like anything with Samantha, just how about you die instead?
Yeah, Cars is about to argue that she's not a MILF and she's a cougar.
She's not a MILF, actually.
It looks at children.
Where they at?
Scalar is a cougar, not a MILF. All right. Well, take it to DMs, buddy.
What he's saying is he does not like the elder women, MILF or otherwise.
You know,
I prefer women that are in my age range.
That's fair. Shoot.
Anyway,
brothers
No, go
love
ahead.
a lot.
I mean that's really all that's said there. It's I want to, if I'm gonna be with somebody, they should be relatively close to my age.
Understandable. Shuhan asks, "Are you a fan of Menderbug?" I don't know what that is.
Menderbug. Okay, I have.
Menderbug.
Oh, okay. God damn it. Okay, so yes, I am. I did kill him, and I read the note inside of his house, and it made me feel very sad.
Okay, it's a Hollow Knight thing. Got it.
Yeah, Hollow Knight.
I've never played that. I've never played that game.
It's been so
Oh.
long since I played it. I couldn't like.
Yeah.
I started to piece it together at the end there, but
Menderbug is a very like very, very, very like tertiary character that you only see if you do a very specific thing.
okay.
Yeah.
I might not have found him then.
You probably didn't. Though I will say, right, every time you descend the well into Deep Nest and you're at the crossroads and you break that little sign that's there, Menderbug is the character that canonically repairs that sign.
Huh.
And you can kill him.
Huh.
Yes. It is a very dickish thing to do.
Well, there you go.
I killed the nailsmith. I felt bad about it.
Aw, man.
Yeah.
Well, to follow that up, Draco G asks, "Would Sage fuck an eldritch monster?" Like, what kind of eldritch monster are we talking?
Yeah.
There's a whole you got a whole gamut, man. Like a
I
Shoggoth?
mean, I don't think you understand. I have done like a 40 slide presentation on eldritch beings and like the outer gods and the inner gods and the great old ones. So like, I mean, maybe Sage would do like a Shoggoth. but like Sage ain't doing like Cthulhu or like Shub-Niggurath or oh fuck, who's the Yog-Sothoth, right? Sage isn't doing anybody like that.
What about Grogroth?
That's not. That's from Fear and Hunger, Bubby.
Yeah,
I mean, but right, similar. I don't know. I don't see Sage doing like Allsmer, but like maybe the God of Sulfur.
Yeah, the God of Sulfur do be getting freaky with that tongue, though.
Yeah. All right. Well, next question.
That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you. Kev asks, just because the brain rot is high, is a gherkin a pickle homunculi?
Yes.
Wow, asked and answered. Kev also follows up with, an English lad bought me Hollow Knight. Any tips for first time play?
Can you say that again?
An English lad bought me Hollow Knight. Any tips for first time play?
All right, lad. So the first thing you want to do for Hollow Knight, mate, is you want to just get in block on. All right. Yeah, no. But in all seriousness, for Hollow Knight, don't look up anything. Try to play it blind for as long as you can, unless you absolutely need to look something up. And if you do need to look something up, try to look up just that very specific thing that you need to do to progress. The less you know, the better, and the more organically you explore and enjoy the game, the better of an experience it will be for you.
True.
Don't spoil any of it if you can help it. It is a fantastic game to play the first time through blind.
Okay. Cars asks, how does this make you feel to the races? And then, Humo, I need you to put these images up on screen, please.
All right, image 1.
Okay. I mean, it's a poor drawing of Olivia with a very angry Mia in the background. I guess it kind of makes me feel indifferent.
Okay. And then yeah, I know I'm the why whole site do this? Whatever, you can see it, I don't care.
10 art gift.
Everything
Megostato horse.
Everything reminds me of her.
Oh, yeah, the horse girls. I forgot.
I dated 2 horse girls. And not like MLP, but like actually like worked at stables and rode real horses, horse girls, those kind.
Where was their whole personality?
Yep. And not in the fun way, like in the I
really like my horses.
Yeah.
Draco follows that up with, what's the flavor of Sage's pickles?
I mean, they're vinegar-based pickles, but Sage also knows how to make lacto-fermented pickles as well.
I'm going to nod and pretend like I know what any of that means.
I'm not gonna nod, I'm gonna say I don't know what that means.
Are they dill or not? Are they dill or... I know dill pickles.
So dill does not necessarily specify lacto-fermented or vinegar-based. So if you want me to go off on an autistic tirade about that for about 15 minutes,
I know like dill is like an herb.
Yes. Right, yeah, but that's dill is the flavoring. Dill is not the method of preparation.
Yeah, I get you. I know.
Yeah.
I made pickled carrots in the Vintage Story.
Yeah, and those were if they were pickled carrots, they almost certainly were vinegar based, even though it's a video game. But
yeah, they were. I used vinegar to make them. Yeah.
And they were vinegar based. So at least with pickle preparation. So I'm just gonna take the initiative here.
No, wait, no, I didn't. I pickled them with brine. They were brine pickles.
So then they were lacto fermented.
Yeah, they were lacto fermented brine pickles.
Interesting. So so there are 2 main preparation methods for pickling things. One of them is to use. So all right, let's take it like several steps back here. The whole purpose of pickling is to create an environment where it is hostile for all harmful bacteria to exist. And you do so by lowering the pH of the solution to some number to prevent the formation specifically of botulism, because botulism is bad and it will kill you. And it's very nasty and it's everywhere.
I love
Or
botulism.
or you raise the salinity of the solution to, I think, like 4 or 5% or something will also prevent botulism. Don't quote me on that. But mainly, but mainly it's the pH one, because then it prevents the replication of botulism spores and da 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 da. And you can achieve that basically by two ways. One of which is to add vinegar, brine, sorry, not brine, vinegar to it, which reduces the pH to whatever. Or you add it to a very weak salt solution, which shocks the formation of botulism spores, and it allows lactobacillus, which is a natural bacteria that literally exists everywhere, to proliferate and form lactic acid, which lowers the pH of the solution. Lactic acid tastes much different than acetic acid, which is vinegar, and so you get two different flavors of pickle in the end, right? That's what lacto-fermented pickles are, is they're naturally fermented. And then you have vinegar pickles, which are literally you just dump a bunch of acetic acid in and call it a day. So, Sage's pickles, I don't remember what the original question was, but Sage makes vinegar pickles.
They said flavor specifically.
Yeah, dill.
There you go. And then they followed up that with the butt pickles. In parentheses, might get me yelled at.
Butt pickles? What?
I don't know.
I don't know either. There is no mention of butt pickles, so
There's like a pussy cucumber, right?
I mean, yeah, there's that, but that's not a booty hole.
Yeah, that's pussy hole.
Yeah. Boy, what you talking about?
That was a cute man. That
I was
shit
gonna I was gonna say, right, yeah, and that wasn't even a pickle at that point. It was a cucumber.
Yeah, and he was
got
being
lost in the brine
responsible, and he
based
put a
sauce.
condom on it, so it was safe. Food safe.
Correct. Yeah, right. Come on.
Come on, did you not? You didn't even read Sage's pickles? Come on,
You didn't even read the fic. You fuck fan. Anyway,
fuck fan.
Fuck. Fan?
Fuck fan.
I'm a fuck fan.
Oh dear. Okay. Next question.
Ken, do you give yourself a deadline for your writings, or do you just go, "Oh, hey, here's the next chapter. It took a year, but here you go."
Second one.
There you go.
I try to put deadlines on my stuff. I try to motivate myself to work like that. But the truth of the matter is that because I do this as a hobby, as a side enjoyment thing, and the remainder of my life that does not revolve around writing snoot fan fiction, I can't put deadlines on stuff, because then that just like it makes it feel more like a job, and the second that it starts to feel more like a job, it just pisses me off.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, I can't put deadlines on stuff. The giant caveat to that would be if somebody actually did, like, pay me to do something, right? If I was commissioned to do a work, that would absolutely motivate me differently. Because I am a filthy capitalist. I'm sorry.
No, I get you.
Money. We've got to have money.
All right. Well, we're out of questions in the Discord thread, so Humo, it's your turn now. What?
I just
What is
have
that
a lot.
noise?
I've got a lot to scroll through here.
Yeah, you do. And you were gonna make me do that.
Yeah, motherfucker! You're the question guy. Anyways.
Fuck you.
Shut your mouth, you're done. One from Pints here. Thoughts on Car from Garn 47?
Car is the cat thing, right?
Yar.
Gar.
Ar?
Yeah.
Yeah? I'll take
What
it.
is fucking happening right now?
The question was answered.
I was gonna say I think that was the correct answer to the question. I genuinely don't know how to answer it beyond that, because that is about my understanding of Car.
Fair.
Is that, and then there's like a ready or not joke that I've seen with Carr, and that's about the extent of my understanding of Carr.
Like the SWAT game, Ready or Not?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like, talk to entry team. The shit has just hit the fan. You're in my way, sir.
Oh yeah. I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah,
I haven't seen this. I want to see it.
you're in my spot, sir.
You know the one with Carr like looking like over their shoulder, like, and just
Oh,
kind
I
of like
love that
staring
one.
off, Jake.
Oh, like the one I made my car shit post.
I think so. Yeah, it's that, except the
Okay, I get you.
Yeah,
You're in my way, sir.
you're in my spot, sir. Hey, Jake.
Mm.
Ready or not, voiceover. Smile. We want to do that at some point. We want to like replace all the fucking in-game voice files with ours.
Oh, so complete side tangent to that, but in the past like 2 weeks or so, people have people have pinged me about it because I made a joke about it once of doing like Sage lines, not voice acting it because I don't sound like Sage, but like writing out the lines for Sage being talk.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
We have somebody who could do that for you.
I'm sure
True.
you do. But right, that all comes from, I'm sure
Not
you're
writing it, I
familiar.
mean voice acting it.
If you have looked around on YouTube, there's like the femboy replacement for talk.
I was not aware of this, but I will be looking into it shortly.
Yes. There is a full like download pack that is just like all the voice lines that literally replaces talk with a femboy.
Interesting.
I see.
And I saw that and I posted it, and it's like, tee hee ha ha, wouldn't this be funny? And people are like, that's Sage. And it's like, uh-oh.
Ruh-roh.
Uh-oh. And once again, I have written myself into a corner.
Now you are obligated.
I have a bad tendency to do that, so.
I'm gonna let the silence sit there for just a minute.
Yep. And the sound of silence.
All right, now next question. Here we go. Got one from Cello Horse. So why specifically Sage, if I may ask? Any reason why you gravitated to them?
It's probably the cooking thing, if I'm being honest.
That's the big draw.
Yeah. I think that is the primary draw above all else, and everything else, all other justifications I have back engineered. I mean, right, if you're talking about, aesthetic design or literally anything else about the character, I could probably justify just about any character being my favorite. But or right, in terms of the affinity towards just, I don't know, wanting to do more with the character, I think it is just the fact that I feel like the whole enthusiastic desire for cooking and baking and just doing all of that, it's just so easy to, again, right, you can call it self-inserting, you can call it whatever you want, but just like being able to write somebody who is enthusiastic about cooking, it comes very naturally to me because that's literally just me.
So you
right,
look
so
at them and you're like, I can use you as a vessel.
I mean, in a way, yes, right? It is very easy for me. If I need to write a character that's just like breathlessly trying to describe something to another character when it comes to cooking, like I can shut my eyes and write that.
Right. That makes sense then.
Yeah. Again, right, I think that is the number one, number two, and number three reason, and like literally any and everything else is secondary to that.
Yeah. Big old cooking.
Yeah, basically.
Next question we got from our boy Iron Will. Have you ever hit the wall with your writing? Any advice for getting over it?
Yes. I don't know if I have really great advice for getting over it because I still struggle to find out how to get over the wall myself. Again, I mean, right, for as much as I'm on the spotlight and I'm talking about writing things, I don't have nearly as many words as many other authors do, if you want to look at it in terms of that. I do struggle with losing motivation to do things when I'm kind of halfway through. And how do you get over the wall? I would say, at least the one thing that has helped me for chapters that I do have in process is make sure that you have a clear direction and a clear outline, at least for the chapter that you're writing, if not the entire story. Because then, if and when you do hit the wall, you can at least fall back on the fact that you know what it is that you're trying to write, right? You're not just trying to write off of memory or emotion or whatever. You actually have a physical written down outline of, okay, here's all the plot beats I want to hit.
Right. You still got direction.
Right. Yes. You still at least have the skeleton, right? If you at least have the skeleton or the bones of what it is that you're trying to write, you can string the connective bits in between. Right. If you don't have a skeleton or you don't have any kind of guidance or whatever, and you hit the wall, you might just fall apart. Right, because you don't know what direction you're trying to take, whatever it is you're writing.
All right. I think that answers that pretty well. Next question. Another one from Cello Horse. I think this is when we were talking about the Pop-Tarts, just to timestamp this for when these questions were asked. You ever just eat Pop-Tarts vertically, like the icing side first? No.
Maybe once, but not regularly. No, if I'm eating Pop-Tarts,
like you eat the icing on top of the Pop-Tart and then you eat the pastry.
I'm imagining they're laying them flat on a plate and they're eating them with like a spoon.
You're scraping the top off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's psychotic behavior, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think I have like unintentionally done that, where I've like picked the top off of them sometimes, but then I just like mostly eat them normally.
Like, people sometimes want to compare me cutting up my Pop-Tart to like the one chick from Get Out eating the fucking Fruit Loops individually, but like, no, eating the icing off of the Pop-Tart and then the Pop-Tart, that's the psychotic thing.
What if you get those Pop-Tarts that just don't have icing on them?
Well, you don't get those ones.
What if you do, though?
Okay, then I guess you eat it normally.
Okay.
Does that satisfy?
No.
What? Next question. We got another one from Pints here. Have you ever played Slay the Princess?
I have not, but I own it.
Okay. So you're in the same boat as me.
Yes.
Awesome. I do need to get around to that at some point on fucking stream, because Pints is like bouncing on his heels waiting for that. Let's see. Cello Horse. Will there be any one-shots exploring any form of historical events you find interest in?
Probably not, just because I feel like my whole drive and motivation for writing in this community and just the things that I like to write and explore are much more character, individual, motivated. Right. I guess more exploring, you can call it the human condition, right? Exploring real thoughts, fears, aspirations, ambitions, emotions, as opposed to doing things like exploring historical happenings. So I would say generally no, because then at that point that would just be me writing about some historical event and putting snoot characters into it, which like, guh.
Right.
Right. Why do they need to be there? And again, right, I suppose that's kind of disingenuous, because I could say the same thing about the stories that I write, right? Why do they have to be these scaly dino people that I'm writing about in these stories? Why couldn't they just be humans? And I don't know. It's because I'm part of this community, and because the people have tails and wings.
They're hot.
Yeah. That too.
All right. My fucking YouTube live chat like went all over the place. I think I was. Yeah, I think. Let me get to the bottom here. I don't think I've seen any questions, and any questions I am seeing were like asked over the course of like Jake's questions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How much of a fic do you have done before publishing it? From Ken.
How much of a fic do I have out before publishing? In terms of the story?
Yeah.
Right now, yeah. I was kind of musing that out loud. Yeah. In terms of the story, I usually have most, if not all, of the story worked out. I at least have the hook. I have kind of the rising action. So the hook, the next chapter or two, and then I have the conclusion worked out at a bare minimum, I would say. But also, I can't say that I have enough experience really doing that to say definitively, but I would definitely at least say obviously know where your story starts, right? Have your intro chapter, have a chapter or two after that, and then know how you want the story to ultimately conclude. And then you can kind of engineer everything in between if you really need to. Though ideally, you would, at least in my mind, you would kind of do something kind of like how I did Porcelain Doll, which is going into it before I put any words to paper, I knew exactly what I was going to do in terms of the major plot beats, right? There were little things in between that I invented, little subplots and sub details and all that, right? You don't need all your things worked out, but if you can have all of your major plot beats worked out before you ever put pen to paper, it just seems like it works so much better, because then you have direction through the whole thing, as opposed to needing to go, what do I need to do now? Or what do I need to do with this chapter, right? You have everything not super rigidly, but again, right? You have a skeleton, you have an outline that you can write and connect all the bits in between. And if you want to introduce a little side plot here or there, you have flexibility to do that.
It's all about having that direction ready to go.
Yeah. Yeah. Having direction to guide your, motivation and ambition, right? You can have all the motivation in the world to write something, but unless you know what it is you're going to be writing, then what the fuck are you going to write?
Right.
And you can have all the great ideas in the world, but unless you have the drive to actually write it, you're not going to be able to write it, or it's not going to come out right, because your heart isn't there. You're not invested in what it is that you're writing. So I kind of both. So
all right, that should be a good answer for that one. Let's see how many more we got. Yep, now the questions are flooding in on the YouTube side.
Yeah.
Now we got another one from Pints. Thoughts on the primal aspids? Also, have you completed the Path of Pain?
Primal aspids. Fuck primal aspids. And yes, I have done Path of Pain.
That's the like fucking one with all the buzzsaws, right?
Yes, it is the hardest platforming challenge in the game by a fucking country mile and then some.
Yeah. What about God Home? You done all that shit?
I have done through Pantheon 4 in God Home.
I forget. I
will never do Pantheon 5. I don't know. Yeah, I suppose it's probably fine to do it. Let me just, I'm a massive fucking Hollow Knight nerd.
Wouldn't have guessed.
I know, shocking. Let me find it here. I'll just drop it in chat. I did a pure bustle costume. Anyway, you can probably move on to the next question while I try to find this photo.
Okay. I'm gonna have to decrypt this one. I'll read it as it said, and we can interpret it. This one's from Arthur's kitten boy wife. Do you plan out a time economy? How much description you give an item or action? If so, how you do that? One of the most annoying things for me is cutting up description. So I guess, like, how do you determine how much you're going to describe something in a scene?
I don't plan out a specific time, like description economy for something, but I would say the amount of time and effort and detail that you give to describe something should be proportionate to its relevance to the story.
Right.
Right. And again, that's a very, I don't know, very high level answer to it, but I feel like that is how I go about writing something, right? If something is very important, right? If there is a intimate scene between two characters that is the emotional climax of a chapter or of an arc, you bet your damn best that that's getting as much description as I can pump into that thing versus characters eating breakfast. Right? It's, the coffee is bitter and the oatmeal is cold and it's a boring, banal morning. And that's about all the description that that's going to get, right? Because it's just a small detail that is servicing the greater plot versus this is the crux of an arc, of a plot, of a subplot, of a whatever.
Right.
Right. So yeah, so I would say it scales relative to its importance.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
The only exception to that, I guess, is if you're trying to set like a Chekhov's gun type situation where you just briefly mention something that's going to show up later, and then you give it more description. Then, obviously.
Well, right, yeah, exactly.
A follow up from Ken. When I believe this is a follow up for when we were talking about like how much of a fic do you have done before publishing, and it's how do you write out a skeleton? Like how do you like get the bare bones for like giving that direction to how you're going to do a story? I guess what sort of things do you focus on when you're trying to think that out?
Brief descriptions of plot points, of scenes, of details, of whatever, right? When I'm putting together a story, when I get random ideas and I'm like, oh, I want to write something about this, or I have this idea, right? Let's say it's another one of the Sage Makes It series.
Mm-hmm.
I will literally pull open a Google Doc. I will, put the title in, I will hit enter, and then I will immediately start a bulleted list, and I will just start rifling off points. It's like, okay, here's, a major plot beat, enter, tab, and then I'll just put in like whatever description pops into my mind, and then I'll shift back up a level, and then, okay, here's the secondary point, and then whatever details come to mind at that point. If you're talking about a longer format fic, not, one-shots or one-offs, then I would do the same thing, but I would write then, break it down by chapter, right? So I do have this floating around somewhere in my drive. I do have a gargantuan document that is like the Ashes Bible, basically. And I know that in that one I do have it broken down, vaguely speaking, by chapters, not strictly have to be chapters, but at least right in my mind, kind of, I have it broken down into these story beat chunks of like, okay, here's this part, here's this arc, here's this character, here's this through line. And then as I go through, I'll need to organize those into more concrete chapters, but I at least have, right, plot beats, arcs, characters, or sometimes I do just think of scenes, right? I don't know necessarily where they're going to go. I know that they'll go vaguely in this part of the story, but if there's a really captivating scene that I know that I want to write, or I know that I want to use as a centerpiece for something because it's going to be, emotionally poignant, or it's going to be, just good, I will sometimes write that out, or, bullet point and just leave that hanging somewhere in the doc as well. Like, I don't know where I'm going to put this, but I want this scene in there somewhere.
Yeah, like a loose puzzle piece that you got to figure out where it's going to fit in.
Exactly. Yep. But right, when you're outlining it, when you're skeletoning it, don't worry about, grammar, organization, anything like that. Just throw it out onto your piece of paper, type it out, whatever, get it onto something so that you don't forget it, and then kind of start to build it from there. And then when you go back later and you look at it, you can be like, oh yeah, this thing, and then you slot it in where it needs to go.
Yeah, there's like a whole refining process when you write, and the most important thing is get that idea down so that it doesn't fly away when you're not thinking about it.
Correct. Yep. I can't tell you the number of times I have ideas that fly away.
Yep.
Right. Get it. If you have an idea and it's good, get it the fuck down.
If
Right.
we were,
That's why I have so many Google Docs that I just open up and I'll just type shit into.
yeah.
Because it's like, if I don't write this down, this is going to disappear.
And I mean, nowadays, like, you really don't have an excuse not to be able to do that. I mean, we have fucking phones with, like, notepads on them. Just, like, even if it's the middle of the day, just find a moment to, like, open up and just, like, jot down something.
Yep. It truly is that shrimple.
All right. We got, looks like one more question. I don't know if this is Lone Firefly or Iomi Firefly, but their question may have already been asked as I've been in and out, but what would you say is your greatest weakness as a writer, and how do you work around it or improve it?
I would say my greatest weakness as a writer is probably falling into the trap of focusing too much on, right, and this kind of goes along with what I was talking earlier about being a bit of a asshole when it comes to the technical aspects of writing. I definitely fall into the trappings of over focusing on my prose itself in terms of like, oh, I need to have, I don't want to use the same word, twice in, 2 or 3 sentences or whatever. So I try to vary up.
Heavy.
Right. Because, I will put an undue amount of effort into making sure that I do that, or making sure that I don't use I to start a sentence 3 sentences in a row. Right. I will put a large amount of emphasis on that instead of just focusing on trying to write the story that I want to write and just letting the words flow as they do and then refining it later. Some of that does lead to a better kind of product first pass through, so there's less refinement down the line, but I do feel like that absolutely slows down my pace to a bloody crawl.
Yep.
When I actually do that. And again, there is a very large chunk of my brain that has to constantly remind me of I'm writing fan fiction for a niche community on the internet that's probably going to like the story that I'm going to tell. So why do I really care that much to put this much effort into it? And at that point, the answer to that is, I don't know, it's a personal pride thing.
Yeah.
I always want to put my best foot forward. So yeah, I would say that's, I don't know. I try to do. Oh, wow, that's really up my own ass answer. I try to do too good of a job. No, but it is focusing on the wrong things when I write. Right, it's focusing on trying to get specific, small, detailed, technical answers right. Missing the forest for the trees.
Right, focusing too much on the refinement on the first go rather than just getting the first go down, so to speak.
Correct. Right. Yeah. Right. I focus too much on trying to get the technical aspects right the first time through. And if I don't have, the emotion driving it, or, the really strong drive to write what it is that I'm writing, again, right, missing the forest for the trees, right? Yes, that sentence is beautiful and the prose is wonderful, but it's completely purple prose and it serves no purpose to the story.
Mm. Right. Let's see here. We got one more from Ken. It's his final question, and given that he is a writer, he asks, "Can I contact you for writing advice / proofreading?"
Sure. I will put a small caveat on that and say that if I get a bunch of those requests from this
This interview.
from this interview, it might take me time to parse through it, but I'm certainly not opposed to at least chatting with you a little bit and bouncing ideas off and talking about that. So sure.
Yep. I mean, proofreading is a time-consuming process, so just keep that in mind.
Yep. And again, right, depending on what level of proofread you want me to do, right? If you just want me to look over something and give my thoughts on it, that's one thing. If you want me to sit and redline your whole chapter, that's a different can of worms. So I will pay you for your time. No, the fuck you won't. But okay.
Yeah, look, here's, if you don't want people paying you, don't ever like have any opportunity for people to pay you because
Oh, no.
motherfuckers will immediately be like, you'll be like, no, you don't have to pay me, and they'll be like, $10.
Yeah,
$20.
no, I don't have a publicly accessible PayPal or anything like that. So, good fucking luck.
All right.
Though then again, that does remind me of a joke. I don't remember who it was. I think it was actually Swan at some point before he opened his Patreon or PayPal or whatever. Or no, sorry, Ko-fi. That's what it was.
Mhm.
We were joking about doxing him so that we could send him pizza. which was a complete joke, but it's like, wait, so we're gonna dox him so we can send him pizza? Okay, sure. Wait, no, that's a horrible idea. It's a really bad way to dox somebody.
At least I get some piece out of it, though.
Well, right, exactly, yeah. Oh no, my address is on the internet, but ooh, Supreme.
You can drown it away with that nice cheesy goodness. All right. I think that's all of the questions, though we do have a comment from Pints. I'm surprised that with all this talk of pickles, no one mentioned Rosa's pickle.
Because Rosa is a woman. Rosa does not have a pickle.
Oh yeah. I forgot. Wait, do you
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
Oh no. You don't know Raul. This is GVH.
I don't know. I don't know Raul, and if you mention Jeff, I will kill you.
So GVH. You know what? You can look it up. You can do the research.
Oh no. I'm well aware of where that comment comes from.
Okay, making sure.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, with that said, I think
I want you to rip apart and denigrate my work like a 6th grade English tutor and obliterate any notion I had as being a writer. That is unduly charged. That is unduly charged with sexual tension. Please see me after class. No. God damn it. That came off sexual. All right.
It sure did, and I knew you were going to say not in that way, but I had to cut you off before you did.
He parried that.
If there's one thing I'm doing, it's going. If there's one thing I'm good at doing, it's going. Ooh, shut the fuck up.
Yippee!
Shut your fucking mouth.
No.
Chad, is this real?
Is what real pain and misery? Yes.
Oh, the misery.
Everybody wants to be my
enemy.
So
All right.
that's all the
Good
questions.
interview.
That's 5-hour interview, babe. Is that the longest one barring the round table?
Yeah, I think so.
Woohoo!
We did it again.
Which now you're
I
a
didn't
candidate for the round table. I hope you know that.
Oh, true.
I'm excited.
We won't have another one.
I get the feeling the round table is going to get big at a
It is
certain
going
point.
to get big. Well, right, especially because you have the core of the cabal from last time, and then you have to throw me in there. And when you put me and Falling in a room together, we have a tendency to bicker a lot.
I can't fucking wait.
I think I told...
it will be great for content. It will not be good for your sanity.
Oh yeah, no, I think I've told people before the round tables are perfect for me because that's just an empty time slot essentially. I don't have to do anything. The content writes itself. I'm just there as the host. Sometimes I think like on the round table they're like, Humo, do you got any questions? I was like, fuck no, dude. I'm just gonna record you guys talking. That's it.
Yeah. Kev said, "Who made your Sprite?" I did. Well, I didn't draw this. I can send you the original art of where this came from. This is an edit of a piece of Hollow Knight art, but then I just like Photoshop Sage and the pickles and everything in there as well. I am a expert shitty Photoshopper.
Yeah, see I'm pretty sure the reason Kev's asking is because he helped set up all the sprites and everything for the last round table, so
yeah,
he'd obviously be getting that bubbled in at some point. But Jake,
Yeah,
it's time.
it's time.
Final question.
Who do you want to see next on the spotlight?
Jesus Christ.
Smooth Rock.
True. I want him on here too.
Yeah, I think you would enjoy having him on here a lot, and he would enjoy being on here a lot.
You better roll
He
your
has-
way in here,
he-
motherfucker.
He has a lot to talk about, and I'm sure that you all would get along very well. So
I mean, I already talked with him, Michelle and Snuko.
yeah,
All right.
I think he would be a very easy pencil, and he'd be more than happy to.
Fucking get him on. I want him on the next round table too.
Yeah.
All right, Jake, get on that.
Yes, sir.
All
That
right.
was the sound of me adjusting my balls.
Oh, okay, dog. Meister, it was a pleasure having you on.
Yeah.
You have any closing
Absolutely.
remarks you want to make?
Well, let me pull up the so you
Closing remarks book.
you have probably heard of so there's a fic called A Dash of Sage.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of this?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So A Dash of Sage is written by a author known as FG Cash, and Sage Makes Pickles is basically a direct riff on A Dash of Sage, which is a story where Sage has carnal relations with a grilled cheese.
All right.
So the reason I bring this up is because at the end of this fic, there is a note, and this note, all jokes aside, is genuinely, I don't know, inspirational to me when it comes to my motivation for writing the things that I do in this community. Because it's right. Sometimes you do question, why do you write the things that you do, or why would you do that, or like what drives you and what motivates you. And this closing note is, don't tell me not to or that I can't. I can and I will. I'm him. I will continue to be him. I really do this shit. Start writing and stop being a coward.
Fucking real.
So if I have closing words, it's, if you have any notion or thought to write, just fucking do it. It's low stakes. It's a fucking community where we're all just sitting around and jerking ourselves off to our favorite snoot gal. Like, just fucking write. Nobody fucking cares. In like the best kind of way. So
Yeah.
and hi mom, you're not watching this, but if you do, I'm sorry. I know that you still love me and you're not disappointed in me as your son. Yeah. Just like, you do you, man.
And with that wisdom, we close out this stream tonight. Everybody, be you lurking or otherwise, hope you had a good one. Hope you enjoyed having Meister spit his shit. We'll be seeing you again next week for another creator spotlight. Wait, no, we won't. Wrong.
We're gonna be gone.
True.
Lies.
I forgot.
No, technically, I mean, we could do the spotlight. We could get like a homeless guy off the streets of Houston. To interview him.
That we could do a real round table in the kitchen.
With homeless people.
Yeah.
Let's invite a bunch of homeless men into the Airbnb and interview them.
Yep.
Humo get shank stream.
It's okay. He'll have a gun to keep them settled.
I'll be sitting off like screen, just tapping the gun against the wall anytime they start getting rowdy.
It's true.
All right, have a good rest.
And on that lovely note, goodbye, everybody.
Have a good rest of your day, night, evening. We'll see you later.